Good morning, General. Good morning.
Good morning, SC, together with the honorable members.
And welcome, and thank you for your for your cooperation, despite, I think, some earlier media report that you weren't prepared to cooperate. We found you to be most cooperative, and when we arranged to meet you, you had no issues, no problem. You confirm that?
No, thanks for that. I was a little bit disturbed when the media said I'm not cooperating, especially one of the KZN paper had a big headline that fairly snaps the ad hoc.
Yeah.
I've never done that. Even the first cooperation, I came here with my own financial steam, buying my own ticket, my everything, but I still came here for consultation.
You did.
Thanks.
I hope you get reimbursed. You know.
Maybe the chair will see to that. Yeah, I'll be glad, because flights coming down here from Durban are not very cheap.
Yeah. And just in terms of your designation, if we can just get that out of the way. I asked you earlier, we always ask you, do you prefer to be called General Cele, former Minister Cele, because the designation General, that designation was conferred on you much earlier when you were the National Commissioner, and that was under a previous administration. You didn't give it to yourself.
No, I didn't give it to myself. The general of the South African police, at any given time with the police, there is one general. There can be others, but general is one. As at the present moment, there is one general in the police. This came after the decision taken by the former President Zuma, who invited all the station commanders in the country, in Pretoria, and said he did not like this thing the police called commissioners and superintendents. I remember seeing superintendents belongs to the hospital. Yeah. And then minister had to gazette the change of the ranks, and that's how these ranks came about. That the general actually is a director general of the South African police. And then there are lieutenant colonels, lieutenant generals. Those are deputy director generals. All lieutenant generals are deputy directors. And then there will be major generals. Those are chief directors on the normal government environment. Then there will be brigadiers. Most people that are not in this environment, they love this rank, brigadier. They think it's something big. It's just a director. It's just a director. And then you go down, then below director, there is a full colonel who happened to be a deputy director. Below there is a lieutenant colonel who is an assistant director, and then
so
you go
that
down.
Was similar to the establishment in the public service administration.
Yes. But the question, do I want to? I know generals, that title doesn't fall. It's like ambassador. That title doesn't fall, except that when you are written general in brackets, retired.
So do you want to be called retired General Cele?
That should be so, former minister, whatever it comes.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, former minister. You've been through your statement several times, and we've consulted you on it. So perhaps we've also been through the terms of reference, which you'll see quoted on page 3, General, page 3 and 4, and there's a number of paragraphs in the terms of reference that you able to to assist the honourable members of the committee when it comes to interpreting them and applying them. For example, 4.1.1 political interference within SAPS, you can speak to that. Any related claim regarding corruption, financial or otherwise bribery, misuse of public resources within SAPS, evaluating the extent of misconduct and unethical behavior by the members of SAPS. You've been the minister mostly, so you definitely can assist with evaluating the effectiveness of the PKTT. You can't help us with the status of the dockets. You can perhaps cast some light on the instability in crime intelligence. You can speak to us about the alleged corrupt relationship between Minister Mkhwanazi and Brown Mkhwanazi, and between Mkhwanazi and Vusumuzi Kat Matlala. You can perhaps assist us with some other aspects, leadership failures, and your own personal experience being in leadership positions in the police, both as a national commissioner and as a minister. Perhaps you can comment on the procurement process within SAPS and how that could be strengthened, because we know there's a lot of corruption in the procurement process. You can talk to us about the alleged existence of organized crime syndicate. You can also perhaps talk about the failure of any organ of state or member of the executive complying with their legal obligations. Your own experience with members of parliament and any allegations with regard to classified information, especially the leaking of classified information, and how that links with criminal syndicates. You could perhaps assist us commenting on how public trust can be restored in the police, given your experience and perhaps any conflicts of interest that within SAPS itself. We know that there's jurisdictional issues between national, provincial, between provincial and deputy national commissioners, and their role that they play from head office, and the PKTT itself as a national unit, but largely focus on KZN, who has jurisdiction. So those are some of the issues you can assist us with. Would it be fair to say that, General? You've got to speak into the microphone. You're never a man short of words. The nodder's not going to pick. They're not going to pick it up.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. So you served as our Minister of Police from February 2018 until June 2024. You were not reappointed after the formation of the Government of National Unity in June 2024, but rather your successor, Minister Mkhwanazi, was appointed. Now, before that, you had also served as a National Commissioner for 2 years until there were misconduct allegations against you. You were suspended in October 2011 and then removed in June 2012. you want to tell us about that?
No, thanks. Thanks, Honorable.
If you do need some assistance, it's in your statement. But I'm sure you can,
I'll look at the
from
assistance,
memory, yeah.
but I also deal with the assistance that I know. Thanks. Thanks, honorable members and all that are present. I think all my life has been on security matters. After elections in '94, I was a member of the legislature in KZN, and I was the first chair of the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee in that province. And well, I held other positions as chair of chairs and all that, but the main one was that I was a chair of the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee. That was a province which was very violent and a lot of turbulence even after elections. I'm sure the members that come from that province will remember that. When the violence, otherwise mainly political violence, subsided nationally, in KZN did not. There were still some killings. The major killing was on the 25th December 1995. Remember, we've gone for election in '94. In a place called Shobane, when 19 people were killed on the 25th of December. I'm sure everybody knows what is the 25th of December. So violence went on at a mass level, but later it got a little bit an organized kind of violence. So when one became the National Commissioner, had to look at the mandate of the Constitution, what you're supposed to do, to try and keep South Africans safe and do things in a way that they're supposed to put South Africans first and put them safe and all that. So I was approached to be a National Commissioner of the South African Police. I must say, I did not agree initially. I did not like it. I was comfortable because I was an MSc in KZN by that time, MSc of Security and Transport. So for me, province was nice and comfortable. Was not very much keen to go national. I remember when I was approached by the president, which I think is his constitutional prerogative to appoint national commissioners, I said to him, Baba, I'm not very keen, but unless you say you are instructing me, so I'll do it. And he said, I'm instructing you. I said, okay, then I'll take the instruction. And I became then the National Commissioner, I think it was June 2009.
Who was then Minister of Police?
The Minister of Police was Mthethwa, the late Mthethwa. May his soul rest in peace. And then I went to be introduced. I was supposed to start 3 months earlier, but Jackie, who was the National Commissioner, had not been told, and the statute says you must be told 3 months before if you are not going to be appointed again as a National Commissioner. So that's what delayed my appointment, that it came in July 2009. So as it came, I was introduced in Mahlambandlovu. All generals were invited. You could see that there was some shock in some other generals that who is this outcomer who comes here when they're on general. But one adapted quite quick, and the working relationship with all the generals was very cordial, with except a few. Fortunately, we had a target, we had a focus to work towards. That was World Cup 2010. So we had a very little time to do other things, but we had to make sure that 2010 is safe. One worked with everybody that found there, especially in the headquarters where Masimula would be part of them. General Brace was there, General Libya was there, General Cruiser was there, and General Mafume was there. I guess she's Shivambu now. Were there. So General Hlela from Eastern Cape. These generals you find there, they were from different disciplines of policing. They were from Bantustans and from the original SAPF, South African Police Force. They've been put together mostly by Bheki Cele, and that's why you've got 2 days to celebrate in the South African Police. It's the first Sunday of September, where you remember all the fallen heroes, especially those that have fallen in the line of duty. And then you have the 27th of January, where you celebrate the finding of the South African Police Service from the force. So you could see that there were still tendencies of where people come from and all that, but we had a project to work on, which made life much easier, working towards 2010.
Was then Brigadier Mkhwanazi, was he also part of your team?
Brigadier Mkhwanazi was quite a junior at the time, as you say, Brigadier. But for some reason, I found myself working quite close with him. In 2010, when I think the World Cup was supposed to start on the 9th of June, if I'm not mistaken, when I was in PE, launching the TROT, known as amaBarret, I was phoned by the president of SAFA, Danny Jordan, to say that there is a crisis coming on, and then can I see you with immediate effect? So I know that we'll be discussing immediate a long time.
Yes, and did you meet him immediately or some months afterwards?
So he said, "Can I see you immediately?" So I saw him that day. That immediately was that day when I saw him. I flew from PE straight to OR. I find him seated there with Valk. I forget his first name. Valk was the Secretary General of FIFA.
Jerome Valk.
There was a problem. This was around March now. There was a problem that the World Cup is being taken away from South Africa. There was a big clash between Valk and FIFA President Blatter to say, you said the cup must go to South Africa, and there is a lot of crime in South Africa. There were 2 countries that they said they were ready to host. That was Australia and Germany. Remember, Germany had hosted it previously. So we spoke with President to say, how can we save the World Cup? It was on the score that I assembled the team of generals and the police, and we went to Zurich to make the president. To be honest, the nation does not know that South African Police Service saved 2010. Without that meeting, without us going to Zurich and making presentation, with all participating countries, sometimes with their heads of security, it took us a long time. General Brace made a good presentation. Among those, most of them were generals, except 3 that were brigadiers. Mkhwanazi was part of that. Mkhwanazi had come in because he was responsible for ORS. This is a response services, which puts together all special services and special forces of the South African Police. Is your special task team. Now it will be NIU. There are CATs under there, and there are TROT. That time, there was no TROT, and I think there were no CATs. Specifically, it was Special Task Force and NIU. Then Mkhwanazi was part of that. And for some reason, we work quite closely with him. I'll come back what happened as he becomes the first or the acting National Commissioner. So we made the presentation there. All countries were saying, are not going to go to South Africa. The people that were leading that rebel were British. And clearly, if British could not come to the World Cup in South Africa, many people were going to join them. Until at the later stage, we were supported by Brazil and all that. And Germany was very vocal to say, we are ready. And remember, they have launched it previously. So from that meeting, fortunately, there was a meeting, a General Assembly of Interpol in Lens, in France. So we had to fly there to convince the Interpol to say it's safe to come to South Africa, so that the campaign of safety in coming to South Africa is not just pushed by South Africans alone, but is also pushed by Interpol. That's how then we managed to work on the 2010 coming to South Africa. So that's why I'm saying that we had a project to work on, so we had not much time of differences among and between ourselves as officials in that particular time. And finally, 2010 did come in South Africa.
Yeah. I think most, if not all, South Africans are indebted to the work done by the police during 2010. It was probably the high point of the trust that people had in the police. Or maybe the so that there was a high level of trust, or maybe the crooks and the robbers just took a break in 2010 watching football. But seriously, it was a high point in this country. But for you, the honeymoon was over in October 2011 when you were charged with some misconduct. Just tell us briefly about that, and also then your removal.
Yes, it is true. I think we continue to work very well as a South African police. Quite several benchmarks. For instance, we managed to establish what is known as SAPS, South African Police Service Education Trust, was established at that time under that management. It's quite big today. I know that its job was to help the young orphans produced by the death of the officers that dying on the line of duty. So those were things to do. One other thing was the well-being and welfare of the police. We wanted to see them fit. They behave better. So we also negotiated. South African police, even today, they've got a special reduction of about 20 to 30% with Virgin Active in the country. It was negotiated at the time to work on that. So quite good things happened in that time, working with a collective of the management in that particular time. Yeah. One report we received was the fact that the Waghuis is a headquarters of the South African police in Pretoria, was condemned as a building dangerous. For instance, if you go there on the rainy days down, there is just the Mississippi River water, the stagnant there, and all that kind of stuff, and the lifts are not working, and but every office has an overpopulated with paper, so it was condemned. We had to get the new premises. So it is on that score that I signed the need. What happens? The director generals of different departments, they sign their needs when it comes to the acquiring the property, and they hand over that to Public Works. So that's what happened. So Public Works had to negotiate further how we get the building. So for some reason, it was alleged that one had done wrongly when I followed the same thing. So the public protector then was put on working on the matter. Public protector recommended that the minister had to take the action against the national commissioner, that is Mthethwa Thucelo. But the president did not see it that way. President wanted to put the commission to look at the fitness of the commissioner to the office in that particular time. And then, funny part of it is that in September, I visited the president. We spent 45 minutes, and I briefed him to say the next day I was going to go to Mpumalanga to launch the safety season. And the president, we spent 45 minutes, and then he said goodbye to me. He said it in Sizulu, "Tuhambe kahle mfana kithi." So I didn't know that I was going forever. But and then I left. He said he was busy meeting some people. What I didn't know is that those people he was busy with, they were discussing my suspension. Yeah. And then, as I was at work in Mpumalanga, I remember we arrested somebody with a big bag of dagga. The journalist came to me and asked me, "What do you want here? Because you are suspended." I said, "No, I'm not suspended." They said, "No, you are suspended." I checked with the staff. If they check, I was told that at 2:15, the president has in live TV read my suspension on TV. So I was supposed to go there with Mkhwanazi to that operation, but I don't know what time. In the morning, I was told that Mkhwanazi was not going to come because he has been phoned the previous night.
He is now the acting national commissioner.
No, he was phoned the previous night that he must not go, he must go and see the minister. So the rest is that then he was to be made the acting national commissioner, which means minister and the president, they know that they are going to suspend me, but they allowed me to go and be suspended on the field. And as I was busy working. So as I came back, I was then suspended national commissioner, but the announcement was made as part of suspension that Judge Mohoro would lead the commission, that will check the fitness of the office. And then one had to sit and wait for that time to come. But at a later stage, it was changed from Mohoro, and it was made Moloi from Free State. And I was told that the minister phoned the president and told him that the minister was too close to Judge Mohoro because she was working as one of the trustees of the Education Trust, which was chaired by Smangaliso Mkhwanazi. So they felt that he was too close, maybe it would be biased towards Cele. That's why they changed and they brought Moloi from Free State. I must say that commission was very much loaded against me. For instance, a person that has been my main accuser was Hlela, who used to be a commissioner of the South African, or who used to be a commissioner of police in Ciskei. And the prosecutor there was Noche, who used to be the minister of police in Ciskei. So Hlela and Noche were coming from Siskai, and they were prosecuting me. But one person that was there was Judge Madanga, who was one of the leaders of the...
He was the evidence leader.
Yes. And then finally the decision was taken. I was found not to be fit for the office, and then I guess in 2012, then I was fired.
But we know that you subsequently challenged that decision. You took it on review, and it was granted in the High Court, although it was not opposed by the South African Police or the Minister of Police, and you were then cleared. But just to backtrack a bit, what would have been the motivation, to your knowledge, for your initial suspension and the subsequent inquiry that was instituted into your alleged misconduct?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will be accumulation of being delinquent, because there were orders that I refused to take. Maybe the first one was to suspend Mkhulu. Mkhulu was suspended by me.
Richard Mkhulu.
Yeah, Richard Mkhulu was suspended.
Was he the head of crime intelligence
Yes.
at the time? Yeah.
Funny enough, Mkhulu was employed June when I was coming in July. And funny enough, is the only Lieutenant General I know that was interviewed by the panel of ministers. Usually it will be the officials, the DGs and all, but he was, I think, if I remember, there were about 3 of them. The one I remember was Mtetwa and Twele and the others. So he came there before the National Commissioner came. So that created some problem between the National Commissioner and the head of intelligence. And the head of intelligence mostly would be reporting direct to the president, which I don't think is a problem, but also reporting to the minister, which then I think it's a problem, because it's a National Commissioner that is supposed to be reporting to the minister. The second one, I remember that both the minister and deputy minister was Deputy Minister Mbalula and Mtetwa. They came to me and they said they've been sent by the president and instructed them to tell me to fire General Shabalala. Sean Shabalala was the head of PSS. I didn't have the reason of firing him. Instead, I shifted him from PSS to IT, where he went to grow the IT of the South African Police. So there were quite some few of those things that I thought it would not be proper to follow those instructions. I remember that one brigadier, Tau, he was fired when he was in Algiers en route to France in preparation of the trip of the president, and I refused that he must be fired on that way without following. So I would guess, this is my guess, that it was accumulation maybe of being transigent in some matters. It came to that, but I believe that the building issues had less or nothing altogether to do with that kind of firing.
So after you were dismissed in 2012, thereafter you went back into, or took up political office again after that as a deputy minister of agriculture.
That was 2014.
Yeah.
After election. Well, there is an argument that people will say that the president was kind to me to take me back as a deputy minister of agriculture. Actually, that's the only time that I was out of the security establishment. I don't think so. I think either the people of South Africa or the ANC did take me back to Parliament. I remember that I was almost number one to every list that ever existed, provincial to national, national was number 10. And all. So there was no way that I guess somebody would have been ignored. And I remember that Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi was going to be a premier of KZN, and he went to the president to request that I go back to province so that we can strengthen the province. The president said no, he needed me nationally because he was going to give me a very crucial job. And indeed, I was a deputy minister of agriculture. It was quite crucial because one was looking after fish and forest. So, after that, then there were elections, or there was a conference of the ANC which changed the guard, and Ramaphosa became the president. And then we went for the election, and President Ramaphosa, and then appointed me then on February 2018. Remember, that was still the 5th administration. It was not 6th administration yet. It was the 5th. So I became the minister on the 5th administration for the first part of the year before we went for elections for the 6th administration. So there where then the question of this political killing task team comes in, because it was formed in the 5th administration, not on the 6th administration.
So, before we come to your tenure as Minister of Police, can we just discuss or get your views briefly about the allegations that gave rise to this, the establishment of this ad hoc committee, the allegations made on the 6th of July by General Mkhwanazi, when he raised a number of what is clearly very serious issues within the South African Police Service. And given that you had spent a considerable time in the service, both as a National Commissioner and as a Minister, it would be of interest to us to hear how your response was at the time, if any. What did you think? Can you just discuss that briefly?
Yes, I was at the gym when I was phoned. That's the
at the gym.
Yes.
Are you still got the 20%?
No, that was for the junior officers, not for ministers and the top brass. Those they don't have 20%. That comes from colonel down to the constables. So they still do, but I don't. Even as a pension, I still pay a full amount. So I was at the gym when I was told that the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, is making the appearance there. So fortunately, I was towards the end, so the gym is not far from where I stay. So indeed, I found him on the screen, but I could see that he was in a full gear, a full gear of special task force with some members of task force and the members of NUU, and almost all district commissioners were seated, if not all, maybe one or two. And I guess there would be about 11 districts in KZN. So they were there. So while I listened, and quite a big statement that was made on that particular day. And I I knew some of the things that he would have said, and I would not know some of the things, as there would be more of operation. But I realized that one of the major problems was the issue of a task team that was dismantled. But I also knew that the task team has been dismantled because I saw the letter of the 31st December 2024, which I must say personally was taken aback by the letter for several things that one can explain how it happened.
Did these allegations made by General Mkhwanazi during the press briefing, did it surprise you? Did it take you aback? Were you, what was your reaction?
Well, some surprised me, especially when he called SB a criminal. That surprised me. But look, I'm not a police officer, so I would not know what is an investigation, what makes a police call the police that way. But whatever was said, I felt it had to be investigated further to find the facts on the matter. But in the portion that I did not know was the group of officers that have been sent to assist the investigations in Gauteng. I did not know that, which is not a problem, because as a minister, there are operations that you know, there are operations that you don't know. There are quite operations that are covert, that very few would know, that is accepted and known to the police. And there are those that they can be initiated by the minister because the communities have raised that issue. But the minister cannot go establish or disestablish. So you still have to go through the national commissioner for establishment and disestablishment. So there are few of those that I will remember. By the way, this one is part of it, though on a larger scale, because it was announced by the president, calling the interministerial. But there are some of them. For instance, if you go to Manguzi, there is a lot of problem between Mozambique and South African border. It's called Operation Kotwemvubu. That is ministerial, but established by the National Commissioner. One big operation, quite big, is what is going on in the Western Cape. Initially, it was called Operation Thunder. That started almost on the same time with PKTT. Operation Thunder was changed later to be Operation Lockdown, and that still continues. It's one of the biggest. I don't have figures of finances, but I can assure you that is not cheap, because while I was still there, in 25 months, we paid 116 million for that operation. And it has not been scaled down ever since up to this point, though it has changed the name. It's still continuing here in Western Cape as Operation Lockdown. So it's an operation where almost every second month, police from different provinces are invited to come in Western Cape, and all those police SC, they live in the hotels, 200 of them, and there was a negotiated price for them to be, which was 800 rands a night for a single police in the hotels. So you would imagine that is expensive for 200 people to sleep 800 rand a night in the hotel from 2018 up to this point, because it's still continuing. So it's not true that it's only PKT that has been operating and paying money for. There are other operations that have happened. This Operation Thunder is one big of them. One most expensive that is still continuing is Operation Valumkoti. That one deals with the illegal mining. Again, that one is not ministerial, it's interministerial, because it was also demanded by the president. And the JCPS cluster sat down and invited other relevant departments. One was the Department of Minerals, because it was touching on them. It's quite expensive. I think that had to find billions to run, and those billions from the South African Police were found from Kara. Were paid from Kara. Kara, if I'm not mistaken, is a criminal assets recovery account. So that's the money that is put there in that account, having been taken from the criminal activities, so that it finds the fighting of crime again. So I think it's quite expensive that most departments got some serious amounts. Big chunk went to the police. I think it was 1.2 billion to run there. The other one went even to Home Affairs to buy the equipment to cross the river. They demanded it, but when you go to that river, you don't see how can you use it. How do you use not a ship, these small things to cross the river? But it also is the first money that bought things like drones. I'm sure you have seen the drones. That thing came under that Operation Valumkoti, working on the illegal crossing and all that. I think that is still continuing. So again, it's a level of a cabinet by the president. Those two, Operation Valumkoti and the PKTT, they come from that level, and then they have interministerials.
So just still briefly on the July 6 media briefing, when General Mkhwanazi spoke about the infiltration into the criminal justice system, into the NPA, magistracy, the justice, judges, and this was sort of spearheaded by drug cartels. Was this new to you? Was this a revelation to you? Or has this always been the case? Or is it just a recent development or phenomena? Your comments on that?
General Mkhwanazi is not the first one who made this allegation of this infiltration. If I'm not mistaken, it was said by Judge Tulare here in Western Cape. I think I have. Yeah,
you referred to a judgment.
The judgment.
It's on page 6 of your statement, General.
Yes. Well, the members, I guess they have it, but the judge, this is before Mkhwanazi, where he says, maybe reading that the evidence further shows that the 28 gang and the mobsters in particular are breathing heavily on the necks of the public prosecutors, not only the police. He continues to say, these are prosecutors who guide the investigation of organized crime and institute criminal proceedings against its members. Such prosecutors are under constant and permanent threat to their lives and that of their close families. The evidence also shows that the mobsters have now moved gear upwards and are interfering with the decorum of the courts and the independence of the judicial officers. So this is the judge saying, not Mkhwanazi. So Mkhwanazi is saying this thing much later than the judge has pointed this thing. and testing the judicial oath of office, especially the word without fear. SC, there are things that frustrate if you work with police. Now, across the justice system, one major problem for the police is something called bail. Well, I'm always told that is a constitutional right. That thing is a mess. That thing called bail is a mess. You know, you go to Tembisa, you find a guy called BP. BP had 43 cash heists and 5 bails. 43 cash heists and 5 bails.
43 cases or 43 alleged?
43.
Alleged cases.
No, he takes the money. Maybe it's not alleged if he doesn't take your money. But, well, he's arrested now. But he has been arrested and getting bail, arrested and getting bail, and arrested and getting bail. So, police get frustrated with that. One major frustration was a guy called Ntuli, not this one. Ntuli is accused number 5 in the case of
Meyiwa.
Senzo Meyiwa.
Yeah.
Ntuli, as we speak, he's doing 6 life sentences. He was found guilty and sentenced, but got an appeal, or got the right to appeal, and given the bail. When he has been found guilty and sentenced to 6 life sentences, still given the bail. And some of the people that he went after are those that gave evidence against him for him to get life. This is a bail, animal called the bail. So it's a problem for the police, but we're told it's a constitutional right. The second one will be non-cooperation of maybe prosecutors.
But just to pause there, it's a constitutional right, yes, because when you apply for bail, it's still just an allegation against you. Now, of course, we've got the chapter 6 where it's murder, rape, robbery. Then the onus shifts to the defense, to the accused. But ordinarily, you've got a right to bail unless the state can show that you're a flight risk or that you're likely to commit the crime again, etc., or that you're a danger to the public. But what we need to understand, is the problem bail, or is it because, for example, the cartels and the which seems to be suggested by Judge Tulari in his judgment, like the 28 gang, 27 gang, big year in the Western Cape, that they've infiltrated also the prosecutors and the magistrates. Is that part of the problem, or is that not the problem? Or is it a problem that bail is too readily?
And the judicial officers.
And the judiciary.
Yeah. And
the judiciary, at first instance, very rarely, they hear bail appeals, but they don't. You don't go to a judge to get bail unless it's during the middle of the night.
I think Mlife's one was held by the judge.
What's that, General?
3K Mlife one was held by the judge.
Yeah.
And they granted it.
Well,
okay. So I'm saying it is rare, but it does happen. It's a problem. I'm not a lawyer. I hear the Schedule 6, the Schedule 5, that if you repeat and all that, lawyers can talk on that. But I'm saying, if you are going for cash heist, you prepare. Part of your preparation for cash heist is to eliminate whoever is on your way. So you don't carry the broomstick. You don't carry the yellow dust. You carry things that will give you an upper hand in dealing with that. Hence, police die. Now, you go for the first cash heist with all those things. You go for the second one, you got the bail. You go for the third one, you got the bail. It's a constitutional, I'm not denying that. But what about the police? That they arrest this person and they still have to encounter the same person on the field and they exchange fire again. The third time they encounter and they exchange fire again. What about those? It's not the magistrate or the judge that exchange fire there, or the police. Maybe it's unfair, maybe it's a constitutional, maybe it's a legislation thing, but it is a problem for the police, that kind of thing, especially those serious cases. Many people that rape and kill are on bail. People that maim, rape and kill after they've been given the bail for the same thing. So I'm just making the point, I'm not talking about changing or right or wrong, but from the side of the police, that will be the problem. So what Mkhwanazi is saying is not the first time. Hence, it will be important that those things are investigated. But the other thing that would have been there are police officers, many of them, that have been arrested before Mkhwanazi made the statement, which then confirms the case that there are police that are corrupt. But there are prosecutors too. You see, especially this province, there are prosecutors that they say they can't give that. If you say enroll the case or you get the warrant of either arrest or what, they say no, I'm not going to put my job on jeopardy. Here, there is an interesting case here where the warrant of the search warrant was given to search one gentleman called J.P. Smith, his premises. But the very same magistrate who gave that, when it was taken to court, he refused to give the evidence that indeed I did. So that is that fear fact that Judge Turan is talking about. So sometimes I get worried that this process concentrates on police when the allegation by Mkhwanazi was across the justice, when the pronunciation by the judge was across justice. But I do find that the concentration here is on police, and let other people go. SC, the biggest crime in South Africa is planned in prisons. There where the real planning takes place, in prisons. I hear less about that. You see, we arrested one guy here called Barra, where he was shot and killed with the exchange of the police somewhere in Eastern Cape. Barra was a young man of 30 years, and he was charged with 19 dead bodies. He was 30 years himself, was a teacher by profession here at Kailish. Was charged with 19 dead bodies. Were arrested, taken to Polsmo. He was found in Polsmo with 30 live ammunition, bullets, in prison. I'm sure he did not walk with them there. I'm sure it's not other prisoners. It's somebody that brought those things. We're told he was waiting for the gun, which means was going to use. So that chain, for me, I find it limited here to police. When there is this problem from the very beginning, which is the police, to the very end, which is the correctional service.
Yeah, that's what General Mkhwanazi also, he includes correctional services.
I hope somebody will look at the correctional service. How do they communicate? If you go to any correctional center today and you take cellular at 11 and you go there at 5, you'll find the new ones. You'll find the new. Who bring them? And those cellular, they don't walk there. That here we are, phone. Somebody brings them there And who is that? You see, we are phoned from prison. This guy phones me. He doesn't tell the name. He says, Cele, Ndos, he called me Ndos, phone from somewhere in Escort. There are 3 people that are ready to go and kill Nkosi at Ulundi. They are having 3 AKs. They are in this lodge. He called by name. I phone Mkhwanazi. I say, Mkhwanazi, there is this thing. This guy refuses to tell you. Mkhwanazi goes there, he finds exactly that. He finds exactly that. 3 AKs, 5 of these guys there, ready to go and kill because there was an exchange of fire. Some of those guys died. He finds exactly that. This information comes from prison.
Okay, General, I'm sure you can give other examples, but you seem to confirm General Mkhwanazi's statement in that regard, that the correctional services is also infiltrated. And we know that from the now pretty notorious case of Thabo Bester, where you organize your own escape and you leave a body in your cell. But let's move on from there. Let's talk about the when you were appointed minister in 2018, and then the establishment of the interministerial committee.
Chairperson, there's been a problem in KZN of political violence en masse, but after elections, it was some sort of organized kind of, and then the people were dying, especially at the level of local leadership politically and also the councillors. I've listened to say that it was more of the ANC councillors. No, it's across the board. Quite several of the NFP, ANC, IFP, even AFF, DA, as we speak now, we're dealing with it. Those that are dealing with it, I left when they were dealing with it at Mbofana. The councillor that killed the family stood outside and banned the whole family and said his house has been banned. And I'm sure that guy didn't know that there's something called forensic. And the forensic discovered that he has done it, he has been sentenced and all that. It's happening. So, President visited the murder scene of Kashana Mkhunu, who was a councillor there in Maritzburg. And from there, he made a call on the ministers of, I guess, were 4 ministries. That was police, defense, justice, this was together with the correctional service, and state security. So he says the ministers of these ministries, for me, interministerial is made by ministries rather than ministers. That's my understanding. That interministerial is made by ministries. Why so? Because those ministers immediately went to KZN. Was a Minister of Police, Cele, was a Minister of Justice, Masuta, was a Minister of State Security, Duba, the term was a Minister of Defense, Mapisa Ngagula. And then, when the elections came, and then there was a Minister of Police, and there was Minister of Justice, who's not Masuta now, but Lamula. There was a minister later, Mdise, and there was initially, there was only a deputy minister when it comes to state security, which was Zizugodwa, and later Ntshabeni came on board. So they continued with the interministerial because these ministries were there. So interministers is ministers that move, but ministries, they stay there, and whoever is there continues. That's how I understand.
So
that.
what was the mandate of the Interministerial Committee?
The mandate was to go to KZN, specifically, sort the political violence, the matters that were taking place there, which were quite bad. Almost every week, a political figure was dying there. So was to go there and sort that thing, investigate, arrest, prevent, and stabilize the province. So when we went there, there was a committee, or there was some sort of a team that was provincially working there, led by General Qiliza, and then there will be Brigadier Makashalala, who is here in Western Cape now. There would be Chiga, who was a head of intelligence in KZN. We sat there as this interministerial. We were given the report. We all agreed, without taking it further, that there is a zero work on this death that is happening here. So we had then, according to the interministerial, try to start something better. So different ministers had to work on their departments. I remember that there was a big meeting of officials that was called. I can't remember, but Dr. Kulube was in defense, were there. I think the DG of Justice were there. The DG, National Commission or Provincial Commission of Correctional Service were there. Those officials, they had to go and hash the plan and report to the interministerial. How are they going to do what the interministerial, under instruction of the president, had to do?
So it was a multidisciplinary team that was going to be established.
Indeed,
from different departments.
Exactly so, exactly so. But most prominently would have been the police and prosecutors, because prosecutors had to direct the investigations. But one department that is not mentioned now and again that played a prominent role was correctional service. Why correctional service? Because people arrested, they still gave direction from prisons who to eliminate and all that. The only cutoff was to take people to Kokstad, so which is a prison where you can't communicate with anybody. So the Minister of Correctional Service had to make the way and open that most of people that are arrested under this killing must be taken there. The other thing that was requested there, these cases were delaying, so was if we could get the special courts to deal with them so that they're gone through and then people are arrested and all that. So these departments were really working together, from the ministers to the top officials and down to the real team that was working down there.
General, can I just refresh your memory? Can you go to Annexure BC2, which is on page 11. It's an annexure.
Annexure
BC2 on page 11.
BC2.
You got it?
I'm going to tell you the annexure. Oh, okay.
You see, those are described as speaker notes by the Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, political killings, and it is dated the 3rd of, is that August? 3rd of August, 2018. Do you want to run through that? Because this would have been immediately or shortly after, no, not immediately, shortly after the establishment of the task team. So you'll see a number of very relevant aspects of the Interministerial Committee dealt with there, to refresh your memory?
Yes, I do see. And as you read down that, the team comprises of 126 members led by Acting Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant Mkhwanazi and Brigadier Ngwenya and Khumalo. The National Prosecuting Authority has also dedicated 16 experienced, seasoned prosecutors. So from there on, the team kicked in as an interministerial or multidisciplinary approach. So others would follow, like courts, but this one immediately kicked in.
And at the and subsequent to this, the Mkhwanazi and Khumalo, they would report on a 2-yearly base, or they would report to the Interministerial Committee twice a year on progress or on what they were doing, and you would then hold a press conference, the IMC, and you were because you're the key person involved as Minister of Police, you would then address the media based on the reports you were getting from the political killing stars team.
Well, there were several of these briefings. People responsible were invited to go down.
If you're there, you can see. I'm referring to. Go to page 16 also of the annexures.
Page 16.
Annexure BC3 starts on page 15, and you can. There's a summary of the media briefings.
Yes.
And your
Yes.
statements on page 16. 21 May 2018, 3 August 2018, that's the one you just referred to, 13 September 2018, March 2019, June 2021, February 2022, 6 September 2023, and I think your last press briefing was in March. It's not here, but in March 2024, that was the last press briefing.
Well, initially, these briefings were intense because of the work starting, but as the work happens, they become a bit slowly. But the members of the IMC will go and be briefed. Mostly will be briefed by the officials of the departments, having been briefed by the task team. There will be members of the task team, especially the higher echelons like Khumalo, like Ngwenya, like Mkhwanazi, and all those, and those that would have been invited, and the prosecutors and the people from correctional service. I remember that Ngele would be there. So that's how it would happen, and then there will be a media briefing. The media briefing, most of the time, it would not be Cele sitting alone. There would be other members of the task team sitting there and giving update of what has happened with the task team going down, and that last meeting would be the 5th of September 2023. But that was not the last activity. The team itself was invited. The PKTT. I saw some N on it now. I'm not sure about it. So
Minister Nkunu put the N there
Okay.
in front.
I don't know N. So they were. There are two things towards the end, towards the election, that this team was doing. There's a major operation that they do at Kwanongoma, where Mpangazita comes from. where in the municipality they have arrested the municipality manager, the finance manager, and the supply chain manager. They are all arrested by this team. So I had a lady called Diaz asking.
Before you get to the lady called
okay,
Diaz,
fine.
Can I please interject you?
Okay.
You referred also to the 5th of September. That's 2023. That's an important meeting, an interministerial committee meeting. Can I refer you to paragraph 47 on page 17 of your statement?
Right. But this is 17. Okay.
Because this is important in the context of Minister Mkhwanazi's evidence or contention that the PKTT had been dissolved.
Okay.
And that it was, according to him, an illegal, unlawful structure since 2022. So just talk us through some decisions that were taken at that meeting on the 5th of September and who was in attendance.
Well, I'm sure the whole minutes could be available. So, present in that meeting, I think it was Cele, Lamola, Matale, and Dise and the Premier of KZN apologized. So that was interministerial then. And then I think 4 resolutions, that is on the 5th of September, it was attended, it was Lamola, Matala. But if you go to resolutions,
Yeah.
47.1, the first resolution was that Minister Lamola would engage the NPA on the matter of dedicated courts for political killings, which means there are activities of this committee that are still going on, have not been accomplished. One of them is this court issue. The second one is, the second resolution was the Minister Lamola was to deal with the issue of transfer of prisons to Koksat prison. There was a problem there. They will be transferred and unknowingly to the team and the investigating officer, somebody will take them back to where they come from and continue with their activities. So the minister had to deal with this, that those that are taken to Koksat, they stay in Koksat. Fourth one was that, third one, resolution was the success of the PKTT would be communicated in the media briefing to be held on behalf of the IMC. The media briefing eventually took place on the 6th, 2023. Obvious. 4, the final resolution was that the PKTT could not dissolve and that it must continue. That is the 5th September 2023 decision taken by the interministerial.
Okay. So, what is your response to Minister Mkhwanazi saying that the PKTT was disestablished?
By who?
Already since 2022.
Disestablished by who?
Well, it's not quite clear what he's saying. We have asked him, I think honourable members of the committee asked him, and that it's an illegal structure.
The President instructs the ministries. The ministers go there. The ministers call their relevant top officials of the department to bring all components together. They come together. The team is formed. The team starts the work and will agree. Maybe you are not going on details of the success and all that. It continues up to the end of the 5th administration. comes the sixth administration, it continues. And these interministerials, as these ministers, the new under the ministries, they are there. And it goes for election 2024. This is there. I don't remember anywhere as the chair and those that we're working with talking about dismantling this team at all. What I would also remember is that, I guess, if I'm not mistaken, on the 7th of March 2024, the same team went to brief the president about the activities that they were doing in Fort Hare, since it was requested by the president to look at the matters of how it came about on that one. So this is now March 2024. We're going for election March, May. So this team is still active. I don't remember anywhere as a person that was almost involved at all in the understanding of activities. I don't remember the team being disbanded until I saw the letter that was written on the 21st December.
The 31st of December.
31st of December, when we're drinking and dancing.
Now, your view is captured at paragraph 49 on page 18.
Paragraph 49.
Yeah, on page 18 of your statement.
Okay. Yes, it is there. That's how.
You want to read that into the record?
In my view, PKTT was established by the IMC under the leadership of the President, and therefore only the IMC could disestablish it. I have heard in these proceedings the submission that no IMC had been established under the 7th administration. I submit that this argument is incorrect. The IMC consists of ministries that form the multidisciplinary team, not the political incumbents, the ministers, who may change with each administration. The IMC, therefore, continued to exist even under the 7th administration. The Minister of Police, therefore, had to consult with the IMC that had established the PKTT before deciding to disband it. Any disestablishment of PKTT would also have to be done in consultation with the departments that form part of the steering committee of the IMC that had oversight over the PKTT. I can add to say there is also a JCPS cluster. If maybe it's not very clear with the existence, JCPS cluster, which Minister of Justice and Minister of Police are co-chairs. It could have been discussed there. Maybe if really it doesn't, it could have been, the clearance could have been sought from the President that there is this, what do I do, does it exist or not? But you cannot just one swallow that makes summer here. Which is a Minister of Police that does not take on board the rest of everybody that is there to talk about this thing. I'm not going to make a conclusion whether it's illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but procedurally, I do not agree with it. The way that it has come through, it should have reversed the same way back. That will be my argument.
We're going to go now to the Minister's Directive of 31 December. But just to round off on whether or not the PKTT is still in existence, you recall having I'm not sure whether you call it a discussion or just out of interest, that you spoke recently with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and on her, as it were, job description, the PKTT was still one of the functions allocated to her as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Well, as you minister, you join, I think your officials will take you through. And it starts with maybe the handover from your predecessor. The time is short. It took me 2 hours with my successor. So there is a lot of things. But then you go to the officials of the department, and then they'll tell you the duties. Hearing from Minister Kubai, it still does come through as one of her jobs to be part of the IMC on this one. That would be my latest information.
Yeah. The directive of the 31st of December 2024, you'll find it next to your statement as Annexure BC4 on pages 49 to 50. Have you got it there, General?
Yeah, I have it. Thanks.
When did you first see or hear of or were told about this directive, and what was your reaction, your response?
Chairperson, there is a funny chain here. I don't know how I got in the group of Mkhwanazi. I'm in that group.
A WhatsApp group?
It's WhatsApp group.
You be careful of these WhatsApps.
I never write, but most of these things come from that Mkhwanazi thing.
Who's all on that group?
Mkhwanazi and his husband and her husband.
Yeah.
Morgan. So those are expensive, but there are other ones. I think it's Huela, and then there are people that they correspond with. There is hashtag Minister of Police. There is hashtag Adams. I think is a member of Parliament. There was a hashtag chair of Portfolio Committee. I don't know if he's still there, but he was also corresponding very closely with the Mkhwanazi. So this Mkhwanazi, so you get these things, but because I don't write, I don't say anything and all that, I don't think they are aware that I'm there and reading these things. Some of them are big about me personally, that how criminal I am. So, but I don't ask anybody. I sit and I look how criminal I am, and so keep quiet. But Bashir, you know, we'll come to that later. That was written by Meriti Haas, writing National Commissioner on the 22nd of January, asking him, why have you not implemented the instruction of the minister? This is Diaz writing National Commissioner. And that letter, I think it was 12 hours, that it was also on Mkhwanazi. But Mkhwanazi is quite big. So I received these things from Mkhwanazi. I hope they won't disestablish me now out of...
Not immediately anyway.
Out of, because it provides a good information, what's the thinking about this hashtag minister, him, and they also pray and all this. Sometimes they speak a lot of Sotho, so then I'll have a problem, but when they speak English and all that. So when I saw this letter, I said, but this can't be. this can be. There are three elements there, which is a border issues, no much discussions. One can come on that if it needs be. There is a crime intelligence, which had no discussions much about it. One can come on that, which can be. The real one that has taken the center stage is a PKTT. So when I looked at the letter, I said, but this can't be. The letter opens 3 political task killing. The first word is in 2019, which is wrong. In 2019, that is wrong. A directive was made to the National Commission of Police following Morano Commission. That is wrong. There is no direction made to the national. The direction was made to the interministerial that then invited other people. And it was not after Morane, it was after the president has made an announcement in Maritzburg. Later it came to Parliament, but earlier has made that standing on a white hippo, saying these ministries must go there. So this Morane can't be correct. Then they say it's flowing from there. The interministerial task force be established, and it's not the force, it's the interministerial committee. The key mandate was correct: stop, investigate, resolve unresolved matters, which is a stabilization of the situation. That one is correct. My observation in this regard, which should not be the individual observation, it should be the observation of the committee, I guess. Is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value of policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the minister by the 20th. Observing it, if it were me, I would have said, give me the report on the 20th of this task team. And armed with the report, then I would know what decision I'm taking. But to dismantle and run the report, what is the report for now? Because the decision is taken. But it goes on to say, this is 20th of January. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting in January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. It does look like there is an issue with this January. Well, the letter is written few hours before January. Yes, it's December, but it's 5. We are just to come to January. The letter is written, and then give report 20th January. I don't know if the letter did come, the report, but 22nd of January, Mary Diaz writes the letter to the National Commissioner, asking him,
Sorry.
have you done
General,
what...
sorry, Honourable Chair, can I just point out to honourable members that there is a small, sorry, there's a little bundle with 2 documents attached. The Mary Diaz letter of 22 January 2025, page 1 to 2, and then there's an article on political killings, political interference, which is written by a Christine, but quotes extensively Professor De Haas. Have you got that, General? That's the letter you're referring to.
Yes, I do have that letter. I do have that letter National Commissioner SAPS Lieutenant General Masimula pre-email good. That is 22nd January 2025. The headline says, your failure to follow ministerial instruction and disband the political killing team is impacting negatively on the crucial policing work in KwaZulu-Natal. So that is a letter which I think paragraph 3 says, according to a report I have just received. I don't know you received this report from who? Mary Diaz. From concerned police or from concerned members, detectives in KZN cannot take exhibits to Pretoria Laboratory because there are no funds to travel, the funds allegedly having been diverted to the political killing team, leaving crucial evidence, e.g. drugs, firearms, DNA, and cell phones in the province contaminated. 4. In other words, if these allegations are true, the Provincial Commissioner in KZN is complicit in ignoring instructions given by the Minister and obstructing regular policing activities in KwaZulu-Natal. Please investigate and report to the Minister and Parliament immediately. Immediately.
So you were saying, you were somehow suggesting that there's a whole confluence, a whole getting together of factors in January 2025, immediately, shortly after the directive of 31 December 2025, which you found quite...
It does look like there was something about January. Yeah. I don't know what is it. But my take with all this process, Chairperson, it starts with Mary writing the letter on October. And I found some similarities of the content of the letter, because this immediately is also there in that letter.
That letter is on pages 51 through to 58.
That is October. So then there is a discussion of a certain stain on his written opinion piece, if it is opinion piece. Very excited to say the minister or the professor has instructed the national commissioner to disband. And 31st January happens, 21st December happens. And January, Mary, who wrote in October, comes back now, not to the minister now, to the national commissioner. The report must come on the 20th. Mary is very close to understanding whether the report has come on the 20th. But 22nd, we are bad. She's asking if that has been done. So it's my take, my genesis of my problem with this is Mary having played quite a big role. I must admit, the Mkhwana's allegation at the later stage of cartels and all that, I don't understand that much until I hear from Mkhwanazi and what is happening. But my take is that I have seen Mary driving this process of disestablishment of this. I don't know what is her interest. Maybe it does link with the later one. I don't know. So people can check. But also, I find that January has something to do with the disestablishment. Okay. That's my take on this process, essay.
Yeah, we also see that in a subsequent letter, the Commission makes those suggestions about in fact, we also, I think I've flagged it. Excuse me, Yes, Chair. It, it's the same, if you go to page 60, go to BC 7, General. Which is on page 65.
Page 65.
To 70.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Where she makes, if you go to the bottom, well, the document which appeared in the KZN Monitor, it starts off with 31 December 2024, Minister Mkhwanazi's directive. And then she says, a few lines in, it seems though that the ministerial instructions are not being followed, as certain apparently specifically selected members have not been redeployed to the units from which they were seconded, and that at least one new case has been opened by one of these members. Information has been forwarded to the Minister's office. So it seems as if she's privy to information that's been forwarded to the Minister's office. Then
Yes, well,
in the last paragraph, she said there was no good reason for establishing this team in the first place. You see that? And then on page 66, the second paragraph, contrary to constitutional principles of transparency and accountability in government, questions about the structure and command of the team have never been answered. Would you agree with that statement?
Which one is that, Jesse?
So,
Which
General,
statement is that?
at page 66, the second paragraph, the first few lines, where she says that questions about the structure and command of the team have never been answered.
Yes, I do.
And then
see
she refers to you. She says, when soon after it started operating, questions were posed to team members about who was in charge. The response was that it was then Minister Cele. When the Police Portfolio Committee was asked about it, the late Jumat Peterson claimed not to know about what was happening. However, she agreed that the minister should not be operational. Despite ongoing complaints, no interventions to remedy matters followed. When the team was initially established, a detective was in charge, but even at that stage, members were coming and going. When the detective retired, then Brigadier Khumalo was put in charge by Cele.
Well, I met Khumalo when the team was established.
2018.
2018, I didn't know him before that. He's one. He was a brigadier. Very few, I think Mkhwanazi was a brigadier, and among the brigadiers, I would know him and maybe those that were in communication. But brigadiers are quite far to know them all. So Khumalo, I didn't know him. That's the first one. The second one, SC. Ministers of police are just unlucky. They appoint nobody. They appoint nobody. Even the national commissioners, they don't appoint them. The president does. And then the commissioners appoint the structure as per the constitution of command and control. So there is no minister. If I have any...
we discussed this, but in terms of the Police Act, the minister appoints the head of the Hawks.
Yeah, that's the only person,
But
according
no
to the
other
law.
appointments
is
you
the
say
only
are
person
made by
that
the
you
minister.
appoint, yes. So that the Hawks. But when it comes to the South African Police Service and all that, that is the... So Cele could not then have been appointed Khumalo. Even if Cele wanted to appoint Khumalo, had to explain to the rest of the ministers that were part of the interministerial, what is this? So the issue of Khumalo, knowing him, whether he's investigator, whether it's in crime situation or crime intelligence, really I wouldn't know. This is a researcher talking. So she can't just research that ministers don't appoint an accomplished researcher. She can't research that and know that ministers don't appoint when it comes to police. So the chairperson, there is even the issue of DTGs. I explained who lieutenant generals are. They are DTGs. In government, DTGs are appointed by cabinet. So DTGs, you motivate, you interview, and you submit to cabinet, and the cabinet agrees or disagrees, but not with the police. The commissioner announces in the morning that you are now Lieutenant Colonel. So you are Lieutenant General. And I think when I was a national commissioner and became the minister, I raised it to say I find it far-reaching that a single person can appoint a DTG. DTG is very senior. So if he's appointed by you alone, really he will save his job by respecting you and not doing his job. I think it's even unfair to the DTGs to be appointed in that simplest way and all that kind of thing. Maybe it is on that score that my predecessor, Sambalula, came with the regulations that commissioner can appoint at the level from Major General in concurrence with the ministers. So that came because there would be many generals around here that you don't know when they came about and all that. But this concurrence does not then stop the commissioner, which is his constitutional and legislative prerogative, to continue and do it. So, Cele coming to appointing Khumalo when he can't even appoint Masimula, a researcher must know that, especially if it is an accomplished
She claims
researcher.
that you appointed Khumalo also as the head of SAPS crime intelligence in 2022, and she questions how he could be the head of intelligence, crime intelligence, and also the head of the task team.
As I've said, that maybe that could be answered by a person who appoints those people, which happens to be a national commissioner.
Okay. Now, what is also, because I suppose at this stage you can only suspect that Professor Daas has some or other role to play in the ministerial directive of 31 December. But what is also quite interesting is that yesterday when the Minister Mkhwanazi concluded his evidence, he made two recommendations to this honourable committee. One of them is that the three oversight bodies currently in place as part of the overall security apparatus, IPID, IDEC, DPCI, that these bodies should all be merged.
What paragraph is there?
Yeah, I'm just paraphrasing, but you'll find it at page 52, which is in her letter of 31 October 2024. This is one of those letters which the minister says informed, amongst other things, not everything, there's a whole range of things, but this is one of the letters that informed his decision of 31 December. But here she says, if it were feasible, it would be to establish an ombuds oversight body headed by a retired judge of integrity and extensive experience in the field of criminal and policing matters. So that's the one, and then the other recommendation you'll find in her piece in the KZN Monitor on page 69 and 70, that where she says on page 69 at the bottom, the dismantlement of this task team has been long overdue, but the continuing irregular activities, ignoring a legitimate ministerial instruction, require sanctions to be brought against its leadership. The next step must also include a full audit of the expenses, including whether they are being met from provincial budgets or even from crime intelligence services, which Khumalo also heads. So that would you also find that interesting? There seems to be a correlation between what she contends, claims in her writings, and decisions taken by Minister Mkhwanazi.
But further reading there says Parliament, the Minister and the Auditor General
Yes.
must demand full financial accountability for all the money which has been
Yeah,
spent.
she demanded
on
that the
task team.
Auditor General do a full
I think
audit.
those were last recommendations made yesterday. They tally with what is coming from what Mary Dihas is saying.
Yeah. Did you speak to Minister Mkhwanazi about his directive of 31 December 2024?
Well, I had the comfort of handing over to Minister Mkhwanazi. I think we spent about 2 hours at Bheki. As I left the office, I said, I'm a phone away. This could be a difficult environment, I must say. That environment is difficult and energy sapping to be a Minister of Police.
Energy sapping.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's energy sapping. It's one of the most difficult jobs to be a Minister of Police. So I said, you pick up and you talk. Well, that did not happen. I don't think I've ever received the call until I see these things, and I approach him somewhere in January in one of the meetings to say, I see these letters from Auntie Mary. Can we talk about it so that we see how they go? Because my main fear was a wrong genesis of the letter he has written. That the genesis of the letter was wrong. There is no morale here and all that kind of thing. There is no 2019. So maybe if the better information comes, and I don't think I was entertained. I was told that the process is going to continue and no stoppage. And I I think the 13th in Khayelitsha, I went to the president. I said, Mr. President, can you pull us together with Minister Mkhwanazi, maybe yourself or just two of us, to take one through on the matters.
That was on January 8th.
Yeah, but January 8th was
When
on
you
January
met with the
13th.
president.
It was on 13th, not 8th. And then there was no comfort in trying to have that communication. So, indeed, then we did not talk about the matter.
Okay, senior counsel, may we afford Honorable Malema a chance?
Chair, I was asking if someone has got a picture of Mary Dihasi to put it there. Auntie Mary.
Mbangazita, do you want to respond to?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. I was actually saying that I've got her picture on my phone, and I can volunteer to actually share it with him.
No, the indication I get is that
Page 59.
the honorable member will assist the legal team to have the picture. After break, we will have it. Thank you so much.
It's not for me. I'm saying you must flight her there so the society can see this person. And Honorable Bredenbach says Google. She assumes every South African has got Google, access to Google and data.
No, we, SC,
May I continue? Sorry.
when we break, Mbangazita will help you to get that picture and before when we resume the proceedings after break, we will flight it there.
It is in the pack, Honorable Chair.
It's in the pack.
Page 59.
Yeah, but the statement which is being made is that this parliament is for the people of South Africa. It's not for us who are sitting here.
May I continue, Honorable Chair? Sorry, Minister. So you met with the minister that sometime in January also?
Yes, we're in the same meeting, but
And January the 8th, you also raised this with the president. Just tell us a bit more about your discussions with the president, or was it even a discussion?
no, absolutely not a discussion, because we're just busy. I said, Mr. President, can you help? I need to speak to the minister about the political task team. If you could organize the meeting, the three of us or him and me, because I've tried, I failed. So that was the end. But I never discussed anything with the president on that matter. It was a request if the meeting could be facilitated.
Now clearly, when you heard or saw the directive, you were not in favor, or put another way, you were opposed to the disestablishment of the task team.
Two main things that would have made me opposed to it. The procedures of it, how it came about, for me it had to reverse that way. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, the letter says there's no value and has achieved nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not a letter per se, but it's in the contents of Mary that has achieved nothing. He even accused that it was not supposed to be there. He should have taken president to court for it not to be there. But that it has That it has no veil and all, I would not agree. Chairperson, in that province, Mkhwanazi would know. I'm not going to talk about him and me. But in that province, things do flare up now and again. The mandate of this team is to investigate, arrest those people, and create stability. So here they say its work either is done and all that. It's not done. There are cases there. One of the biggest cases that the team is dealing is Nongoma, where the manager, the finance CFO, and the supply chain, they are arrested. Their arrest, as Mary argues that they are not supposed to, their arrest comes from the matter of Councillor Mkhwanazi, 75-year-old. I don't know what's wrong with Councillor Mkhwanazi because President announced on Councillor Mkhwanazi. So there's a 75-year-old Councillor Mkhwanazi that was killed at Nongoma of the NFP. And then when the investigation was done, it was found that the money was paid through the structures of municipality to Ingabi, to the hitman. That's why they are arrested. So that case is still under investigation. Those people are going to go in court. If you disband with immediate, what happens to those cases and all that kind of thing? And the further investigation. Secondly, this team must create stability. Chairperson, through you to this, half of eThekwini councillors are guarded. Those that come from eThekwini would know, are given protection because they fear to be killed. Mostly there would be ANC and IFP. They are still under guard. The municipality pays extra money, pays extra cars for them, pays extra SNT, pays overtime for those policemen. So this stability, for me, is not there. I don't know in other places, but councillors are still under guard. So which means, while a lot of work has been done, but the mission has not been accomplished. Maybe, I must say so, because there is this argument that there is a time bound for this PKTT. I agree. But task teams and operations are based on two things: on timeline and the accomplishment of the mission. It's not because it's a timeline, so we say 6 months, and 5.5 down the line, people, they shoot each other, said, yeah guys, we said we'll stay 6, we are going. No. If the accomplishment of the mission comes early, yes, you can even go earlier. But if it doesn't, those that have authority to extend, which I guess the National Commission would do, it will be so. For me, it can't be measured with the situation that is one councillor. To me, it's a very costly measure to say because one councillor has just been killed of late, it can go. It is. There should be stability to say we are sure now that everybody that is causing trouble we have dealt with. Kwanongoma, there was a time when all councillors of all organizations were sleeping at Richards Bay. When the night falls, they get in a bus or taxi, they go, it's 116 kilometers away. They go and sleep there. What stabilized them to come back? There are two things. Those people who were arrested. So there's stability to Nongoma. But is that stability all over the province? No. It's not all over the province. As I'm saying, that people are guarded at eThekwini and at a big expense, the councillors. 2 months ago, when I passed at Kwamash Hostel, the councillor there, Gwala, was escorted by the police, people chasing him literally. He's an IFP councillor chased by IFP people. So don't tell me that there is a stability that you can come. So when all those people are removed, for me, then that will be established. Then the mission will be accomplished. What happens if you withdraw them and then there's a flare up again? you go and constitute them and all that kind of. So I don't agree with having no value and mission having been accomplished.
So, without wanting to put words in your mouth, you seem to say that one shouldn't just evaluate or analyze the successes or otherwise of the PKTT in terms of the number of arrests, the number of prosecutions, and how many years people were sentenced to jail. But where there is a period of relative calm or calm, it could, or in your view, that's also due to the continued presence of the task team.
But the letter itself does say the key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolve the unresolved. Resolve the unresolved, which means it is understood for the fact that people are still gathered, for the fact that an investigation in some municipalities, there are cases that are unresolved that need to be followed and resolved. Even the letter understands. So why do you then stop when the mission has not been accomplished?
What about one of the minister's reasons or arguments also that all South Africans, all of us, deserve and are entitled to protection and to be safe, and not only a selected province or a selected group of people, like in this case politicians, mostly councillors, but he points, for example, to murders here on the Cape Flats, as you well know, and in other parts of the country now, Westbury, other parts that we read about almost daily. And for that reason, it's not just or equitable to just have a political task team that's focused on one province and one category of persons.
Chairperson, is like saying you have a bread. Instead of buying the bread for those that don't have a bread, you take the bread from the ones that you all go hungry. Instead of buying the bread for those that they don't have the bread. I fully agree, we're all equal. But maybe the books that we have not equality does silently apply sometimes. Some are more equal than others. Chair, it's not true that it's only task team that takes money. From 2021, there's Operation Mkhwanazi. That is Lingana, the cross-border crimes. In Cape Town, there is a Operation Thunder / Operation Lockdown, which takes, I don't have figures, but I would suspect that Cape Town one might be even taken more. When is my suspicion. For instance, if you bring 200 police from other provinces and they stay here at the cost of 800 rand a night, and then they go back and they bring the other lot, and they come with the cars, they don't just come alone. So for me then, it could not be the question of money. It should be then the question of safety of those people. To say only one councillor has been killed so it can withdraw, I hope people they're not going to say it's sour grapes. So there is no minister has been shot, so withdraw the PSS. because not one has been shot there. If your measurement is one dying, why don't you withdraw those that nobody has died? So maybe it's a sour grapes because I'm not there, I don't have the PSS. But I'm trying to show that that can't be the measurement so that only one person died, so now you can withdraw. When you have expensive unit called PSS that is guarding safe people, and nobody talks about that. So for me, if you have the center of excellence, your effort is to expand it rather than go and kill the where you have established excellence. That will be my argument.
Honorable Sangwe.
Chairperson, no, I just need clarity on this example that Minister Mkhwanazi is making. So he's saying because no minister has been shot, we should withdraw VIP protection for ministers. Is that the example that you are making, Minister?
No, Chairperson, I hope it's not sour grapes. I want to make this disclaimer. I'm saying, if the measurement is that we withdraw the focus in dealing with this violence because only one person has died, we can also withdraw where there is nobody that has died. There is no minister that has been killed. So withdraw from those that are not dying and leave a little bit for those that are still dying. That's what I'm saying. It's hypothetical, but that's what I'm saying.
Do
Sour grapes, I
you
know.
want to make a follow-up, Honorable Sangwe? No, it's well said, General. SC?
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Let's proceed immediately.
Yes, sir. General Cele, is there anything else you want to comment on the directive before we move on to another topic?
Chairperson, I don't want to be unfair to Minister Mkhwanazi to say it's cut and dry that you can't make suggestions. But for me, it would have been more relevant to sit down with the National Commissioner and say, that's how I see things. Just to get some outside influence with a very tough language to say, you instruct. Ministers don't instruct national commissioners. We can sit down and put my ideas and say, but Minister, it is not so. Operationally, there is 1, 2, 3. I said, well, I didn't see that angle. That was a blind spot to me. But 1, 2, 3, that's how I see. So I think, Chairperson, they are quite, let's take this PT without N. So let's take it and you say how it came about, but further discussions. So we go to the funeral at Kwamhlabeyalingana of Judah, who was killed there, on a very, very angry funeral. They say, you go and fix this thing. So is the people there, sitting there. And the Minister of Police, they say, we are not going to talk here. Finally, they say, talk what we are going to understand. Tell us how we're going to fix this thing. Minister of Police did not go and open Operation Mkhwanazi. He went to the National Commissioner and said, we have a problem there. How can we deal with those matters? National Commissioner has a right to say, this is my way. So he needs to operationalize it. But I can't come and say, General Kumalo, as I see now, we go with. Even the commissioner, that maybe our relationship of working was not all that or not that warm, General is told. When the census matter was done, it was General Stoll who came with the idea and the people of the cold cases. It was not minister. So for me, it does need a better work. You don't have to be friends with the National Commission. You don't have to be friends. But it does need, otherwise you end up being unconstitutional, breaking the legislation and all that kind of thing. So for me, that would help next time, that all ministers and national commissioners don't be friends, or don't be friends, drink together and all that. But remember, we are here to work together. For me, that would help.
Just good old-fashioned consultation, conversation, discussion, interaction to find a solution to a problem.
And the legislative space and constitutional space.
To be respected.
Yeah, to be respected. That maybe will come, because there was a discussion here of the devolution of powers. I thought for some reason the committee put the provincial commissioner on a political arena. For me, that was a hell of a political arena for the provincial commissioner. The constitution is very clear, says the police will investigate, combat, uphold, and enforce the law. The constitution doesn't come close of rearrangement of the constitution by the officers. I think the national commissioner there was put in a wrong arena. Unfortunately, the arena that he was put on is an ideology of some political parties. So I could see pushing him to push their ideology. I really sympathize with him.
Just briefly, what was your relationship with General Satole initially when he was the National Commissioner, and then subsequently General Masemola, who is the current Commissioner?
General Stoll, we were really working, but I don't think we were warm. General Stoll was appointed a month before the election of the ANC National Conference. So there was this thing of appointing a month before this happened. Mdluli was appointed a month before the National Commission comes in. Stoll was appointed a month before we're going for elections, which you know that will be there for a year, but you appoint a person for the next 5 years. So maybe there was that, but as we came, there was a big issue of Stoll of illegally purchasing of a grabber, which looks like him and Minister Mbalule, they have agreed to purchase the grabber. The grabber is a listening device to you here. And unfortunately, it was used to me, the grabber, whatever the grabber was. But it was used. I was illegally listened by my police, led by Mdluli, from December to March, 2010 to 2011. So I was listened. So it's something that happens. It's supposed to be. By the way, maybe that's another legislative that legislators will have to look at. If they want to get this 205 to listen because there is a project, what police do, they take a batch of the people they want to listen to the judge, and the judge grants the permission of the badge. But in the badge, they can put the name of anybody. That's how they did with me. They put Jabulani Mdlalose and they put the number of Cele. So the judge approves the badge. The judge should approve the individuals. I think the law must say so. so that we know that this is not abused to listen people that are not supposed to be listened. So that is a legislative, maybe, because I think in the things that is supposed to happen, people will have to look at the legislative matters. The other one, before I forget, it's a law of intelligence. Chairperson, that law, I think it rests with justice. It's such cumbersome law. If the Minister of Police wants to, in his or her department, buy the equipment to work on the devices of working for information, he needs to approach the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice needs to invite the Minister of State Security and the Minister of Defense. And as they agree, they invite the Minister of Communication. If one minister says no, that can't work. I find it very cumbersome. That's what happened July 21. That's what happened. That the devices that were there could not be used because one minister said no to stop the spread of July 21. So I find it a very cumbersome law. So I agree that you can't have agencies that monitor people without any kind of monitoring. Maybe only the Minister of Justice rather than Minister of Communication and all that. So it's one law that I think as the members of the legislators, they go forward, they can look at it.
Okay. How was General Masemola appointed? And did you have any role to play or hand in his appointment?
Well, appointing the national commissioners is a prerogative of the president, but I think something happened with Masemola. President put some panel to appoint Masemola. And if I'm not mistaken, 4 generals were interviewed. That will be General Kwena from Northwest, General Masemola, General Vuma, and General was a provincial commissioner, Gauteng, Mawela. So that panel was chaired by Professor Mkhwanazi Bombshell, and then was Minister of Police on it, Cele. There was Minister of Education, Motshekga. There was DG from Finance. There was DG from Presidents, and there was a former National Commissioner of the South African Police, 5 That is a panel that interviewed and they made the recommendation to the President about the employment of Masemola.
Okay. And your relationship with General Masemola?
Well, absolutely not friends. I don't even know whether he drinks or he doesn't. I don't drink alcohol. So with friends, you would know. I don't know his house and all that. But our working relationship is quite cordial. It's cordial.
On many occasions, especially in the media, but it's just for your comment. You've been accused of political interference with the operations of the police, even directing the operations of the police. What do you say to such allegations?
Well, I've heard that, but I've seen it written by Mary. I've seen it written. I think, I don't know, but there is a document where he writes to Parliament. When she writes to Parliament because of because of her fear.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's the same, but she did file a ministerial, or rather a complaint to the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, she wrote to Portfolio
But
Committee.
I think you're referring also to Annexure BC 6 on page 59.
Page 59.
There's a handsome couple on that page.
There is a picture of
You and
Bheki Cele
Mr. Haas.
and Mary Diaz there. Eyeball to eyeball.
Yeah, this is the this is a reference to the letter she wrote to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, as well as to the Speaker.
This one looks like is an article
Yeah, but it references
based
the complaint to
written
the...
by Stein based on the submission made by Mary to Parliament.
Yes.
About she tells Parliament that Cele is also known to have dangerous friends, including in the taxi mafia industry in KZN, which is the main home of hitmen. That's how she describes Cele. There is one thing that I agree with him, that there are many Zinkabi in that province. No, I wouldn't. But he says I'm a friend of them, and she's scared of me because of, that's what she says, I'm putting on record publicly with Parliament that I believe that if what I am told by police members is incorrect, Mr. Cele Bheki is endangering my personal safety. Several weeks ago, there were media reports that Mr. Cele had been telling police members that they should not give information to the media and academics. So, talks about about inflammatory statements and all that kind of thing. Professor Diaz reminds Parliament that she had been monitoring and researching policing for 30 years, during which time I have consistently stood up for the rights of good police members, including the trust, and even managed to raise funds for legal assistance. She points out that her work continues to present, although I have not been able to be paid for that. Professor notes that she also needs to interact with police. This is written about Cele. By the way, he has issue with Cele and Khumalo. So she also writes a lot about Khumalo. She adds that reports on the police brutality
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think General Cele must either confirm or deny the allegation that he has got dangerous friends, so that we're able to beef up our security as well. Thank you.
That he has what? Dangerous what?
Chair, the General is reading an article or a letter or whatever that accuses him of having dangerous friends. So he must confirm or deny the allegation, so that we know if there is a need as the committee to beef up our security detail as well. Thank you.
Did you hear that, General?
Well, Chairperson, it's direct to say I have dangerous friends in taxi mafia. So I don't have taxis. So I don't know what would put me in the taxi mafias and taxi industry if I don't have taxis. So those dangerous friends maybe are known by...
So General, she, in summary, at the bottom of page 61, She says, as for the police minister's attitude towards her, she writes, it seems that Minister Cele takes exception to my exposing the fact that his conduct is unconstitutional and illegal.
Well, Mary Diaz is an anthropologist, not a judge, to find me guilty. If it is unconstitutional and illegal, she must take me to court and be found by court to be illegal and constitutional, and must strengthen her weapons of research as an anthropologist. And don't do this. I don't think I've done anything illegal and unconstitutional, as she said.
She claims also on page 62, your allies in the police include apartheid-era police and agents, some of whom used state funds to order the assassination of Sindiso Magaka. Some CIS members have been implicated in the attempt to kill Tabiso Zulu, who Cele refused to protect. Others have been used at Cele's direction to try and track down Patricia Mashale. Cele is also known to have dangerous friends, including in the taxi mafia industry in KZN, which is the main home of hitmen. This is the environment in which I live and move around. So she says she's putting all this on record to Parliament and to the public, as I want Minister Cele held accountable for further endangering his life by his reported inflammatory utterances. This was to the Portfolio Committee. Just your comment.
Well, I don't know. It would have been nice if Portfolio had called me. But I don't remember called by Portfolio on this matter. I guess that would be the sixth. That would be the sixth administration Portfolio, because she talks of Jumat as a chair. May her soul rest in peace. So I don't. But it would have been nice, really, to come and explain, because I guess they would have called both of us. Mary and Cele, to how to endanger. She speaks of Tabiso and Mashele. I have no time to talk about Mashele.
You are in a WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I know all what she thinks. Yeah. I can speak about Tabiso. Tabiso is a close friend, or was a close friend of Makaka, Sindiso, the former ANC secretary youth league that was murdered. The case is in Maritzburg, and somebody has just been sentenced there. So on that case, I was taken to public protector, Advocate Mkhwanazi, for refusing to protect Tabiso. Tabiso was a witness. So everybody knows that witnesses are protected by justice, not by South African Police Service. So I was found guilty by Mkhwanazi, advocate, that I have refused to protect Tabiso. So I took that to review. It was reversed. It was reversed to say, but Minister of Police could not have been part of that. You should have taken Minister of Justice. Tabiso, we did speak to him that he must go to the witness protection program. He refused. He said he wants bodyguards that will take him around and all that kind of stuff. And Mary Diaz is so close, but Mary Diaz has never revealed that Tabiso was found guilty by the court of law for the abuse of a woman. But it protects him without reservation when he has been found by the court of law of the sexual abuse. I don't know what kind of it, but that is there. So there is this double standards of Mary Diaz dealing with all of us. So for me, that will be the issue. To say I am in the taxi industry and all, there is, I think in the letter says, I'm a populist, a dangerous populist, that put inflammatory state and all. Really, I don't remember, and I don't have time to go to the public platform talking about Mary. You won't give me any votes. She won't. I can talk about Onomvalo and other people, so the public platform, but I can't talk about Mary really. To whip inflammatory statement and all that kind of. I just don't know. But if you follow all her writings, they're basically about Cele and Khumalo. Cele from Khumalo. So when it comes to the apartheid, police, she must show me who is not in the apartheid police. You must show me who is there. I heard the CIC, Honorable Malema, saying to Mkhwanazi is a carrier police. Yes, he's an apartheid carrier police. He's not just a police. He's an apartheid carrier police. All those police were created not necessarily crime issues, created to make sure that black men don't survive. No doubt about that. So whether they were South African police, whether they were Venda, whether they were Putatswana, whether we were Siskai, whether we were KwaZulu police, and many of us were killed by KwaZulu police there. Whether it was Siabuswa, where Stole comes from, was a Kenelet, Siabuswa, Bantustan. So they were never created to create a safe space for South Africans, especially black South Africans. They will create space to close this. They were created to close the space that they don't breathe. By the way, deviating a little bit, I was looking at the crime stats. Crime stats were started in '96 to be announced in South Africa. There was no announcement of crime stats before then, and there were 27,000 murders. Only God knows how many were there before that. How many were there? They were not registered. Especially the death of black men in South Africa was never registered. So don't tell me about apartheid police as if they were gracious police. They were all apartheid in Bantustans. The only thing, they are human beings, they're dynamic. We have learned to work together thereafter. Wherever they come. And many of them, I must assure you, they are good police that have adapted in the new dispensation. But there are those that they have adapted and become criminals. There are those that they miss their old stations in the Bantustans and all that kind of thing. So Mary must not come to me and teach me about the Bantustan police. I know them better, what they did to me and to us, those apartheid police. And I used to report to her, Mary, when I was abused, yes, and the professor, together with Professor Zulu, monitoring in university. I don't know what happened to him to find me in Kabi now. When I was chased by the police as an activist, I used to report to her that I was chased. So must not talk about apartheid police. We know better what apartheid police are.
Okay. So if we can just move on to another topic, General. Do you know Brown Mkhwanazi? Have you met him?
No, I don't know Brown Mkhwanazi.
Not even as a comrade? No, I've just known him of late because he's quite big on media. Yeah.
I think he's the biggest person on media at the present moment.
You never met him in person.
No. I haven't met Brian Mkhwanazi.
He's not on your WhatsApp.
My WhatsApp?
Yeah.
No. Brian Mkhwanazi is not there. I've seen him and talking how he. When I heard the name Mkhwanazi, that he is close to the minister, the spokesperson for the minister is Mkhwanazi, but is a lady. So I
The
have always
spokesperson for
the minister
Minister
Mkhwanazi,
Mkhwanazi
yeah,
is Mkhwanazi.
Yes. So, but
Just one moment. Honorable Malema.
Minister, do you have a WhatsApp?
yes, I do.
Okay, thanks.
I do have a WhatsApp that I read and never write on it. Not once in life I've written either WhatsApp or any text message. With all my years with my wife, she has never received a text message from me. Not once. She said I must not say that. So with my PA that I've worked almost 20 years, Sharon, she has never received. With Mkhwanazi, whom I have a lot of written messages from him, he has never received one from me. By the way, including because I saw the war between Mkhwanazi and Sibia about the question of AKA that Mkhwanazi did not want to report to me. But a person who reported to me the matter of AKA was Mkhwanazi, who sent me the message at about 11:30 at night. So that's why it was funny for me that he does not report to politicians when they were fighting with this SBA, when he wasn't done. But himself, he can't show nobody, Honorable Malema, in the Republic of South Africa that can show you a written message that comes from Cele.
Yeah, no, honorable members, the secretary of our committee is showing me a list of unanswered WhatsApp text to General Cele. Honorable Shogwe.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, what is there a relationship between the two Mkhwanazi, the spokesperson and the other Mkhwanazi? Thank you.
No, I don't know. I have no information, Honorable Member.
May I proceed, Chair? Thank you, General. But you know Kat Matlala?
Very well.
Okay.
I think
When did you first meet Kat Matlala?
I met Kat Matlala in December
Of?
last year,
2024,
2024. That's the
before
first
the directive.
That's the first time I met Kat Matlala. December 2024. I can't remember the date, but it was after the raid.
The raid on the 8th or the 6th, the 6th of
Yeah.
December.
Because that's one thing that brought him to me.
So
You-
what is there a connection between the raid on 6th December where we know
There are,
that
issues that he raised to me about the raid.
So can you tell us, well, first tell us how it is that you came to meet him. Did you know him before that?
No, I didn't know him before that, and I don't know how it happened because the people of his stature, I would know about them, especially from what, the township? from moms, from Mamelodi. I have had a lot of community engagement in Mamelodi, and they will raise the issues about the people that give them trouble. One person that was very prominent was Keke. There's a guy called Keke in Mamelodi. I think he's doing 20 years now. It's been said. So we went there, we had Imbizo. 27 people spoke at Imbizo. Not a single one spoke of Keke. The 27th person spoke about Keke and was given a standing ovation. And this person made a statement that I'm ready to die after speaking with Keke. So you would know that there are people like Keke and things. But nobody ever raised an issue about Matala. Nobody. Then Bongani Mpungos, who is a son of Sputla Mpungos, who is a son of Sputla Mpungos, who comes from Nongoma or Matubatuba, where he comes from, and a very notorious taxi person. Because of my involvement as the MEC for Transport and Police, when there are problems of taxi industry, then I will meet these people. So I knew Sputla through that, the father of Bongani. So Bongani then brings Matlala to me. So I think a week or 2 weeks I've read earlier to say there is this Tembisa person who has received this 360, is it 360 or 260 amount of contract from the South African police. They came and I met them in Beverly Hills in Durban. So I met there. I think I delayed two days because Bongani, who's known as Mabonga, did not tell me that he's bringing somebody else. So as I came there, because there was a photo of Kat, I said to him, "You look like Kat." He said, "I'm one." I said to him, "Nkosiam, what's the story with you and me and all that?" So he said, "No, he have asked Mabonga to come to me because there are 2 issues he wants to raise with me."
Where were you meeting?
Beverly Hills Hotel in Durban.
The Beverly Hills Hotel.
Yes, sir. Do you know Beverly Hills?
It's a fancy hotel.
Yeah, it's a very high-end hotel. No doubt about it. It's a high-end hotel, Beverly Hills. But we met at the dining hall there, and then he raised 2 issues. He said Mabonga must bring him to me because he realizes that he's being abused or he's being used for the political games that he do not understand. Firstly, he said he has met Minister Mkhwanazi, him and Brown Makhosi, 3 of them. And they spoke about him because he's got money through the tender, him to fund his project of becoming either a president or deputy president. He didn't know. Myself, I didn't know which project was it. So that's that. But
So just to be clear, so he's telling you that he met with Makhosi and with Minister Mkhwanazi,
yes,
and it was about the funding
of the project of
of the
becoming
project.
a president or a deputy president. Okay, this is Kat telling me why he wanted to meet me. But what puzzled him there, for him to want to meet me, he was told by the minister that we'll work together so long we don't come close to Cele and Zuma. I don't know why it mixes me with Zuma. But it looks like that's what he said, that don't come close to Cele and Zuma, so we'll work well with. So that's why he says he realized that there is a game, some political games, hence wanted to see me.
Did he give any details of when they met? He met with Mkhwanazi and with Minister Mkhwanazi.
No, and I did not want details myself. But he didn't. The second one was about then the raid. The raid that happened, I didn't know about the raid. As I'm saying that maybe this latter part of some members of PKTT joining Gauteng, I didn't know until Kat says to me, he wants to speak to me because he was raided. He says the people that raided him woke him up as he was sleeping and bambulingo bobati vuka. Then I realized that was a special task force. Immediately, when they come to your bathroom and they wake you up, that could be only nobody but a special task force. Those capabilities. So I realized that was this. So I asked, what has happened? No, they've raided him on matters, I think on matters of accusation of drugs and all that kind of thing. So me, where do I come? No, he says, he comes to me because he realizes that he has been abused. After that, he says he has been approached by Sibia, General Sibia, to write an affidavit against Khumalo so that Khumalo can be arrested. So this cat tells me.
Which Khumalo? You know
Khumalo-
quite a few Khumalos.
No, this one, the
Not
head,
Dr. Khumalo.
the head of the CI.
Yeah.
The head of the CI, the leader of the PKTT. Yeah. He says, so why? He said, no, I've come to you because of that. But what made me really come to you is that there is a case that is coming next week where I've taken Khumalo and his team to court for unlawful raid. So the reason is that I must take Khumalo to court so that he can lose the case and the Sibia finds the way to discipline him. That is Kat telling me the story. He goes on to say he was told or stroke the affidavit of taking Khumalo was written by Sibia to say they've stolen his Rolex and the jewelry for the wife. So they must write it so that it's not just the raid, but it's also the theft. So that's why he comes to me. He says he doesn't want to take police to court because he has just got the tender. So he doesn't want to harm his relationship with police. So Mamonga told him that I know Khumalo, so I can talk to Khumalo that they resolve the matter out of court. And indeed, I did speak to Khumalo about this thing. And I guess the lawyers did talk and the matter didn't go to court. But also what was I suggested to him that maybe it will be good if he meets Khumalo and brings Khumalo per se. I don't know if they did meet with Khumalo. But in the case, I know that did not go to court. So that's how I know Kat, and I wish I could not have met him, but now I have met him.
When did you speak to Lieutenant General Khumalo? Or was it after the meeting?
It had to be.
I'm looking at the time. We need to break immediately. But I will request the Honorable Sokanyile to place a question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I thought the former minister hasn't finished. If Matlala and so come to him, to say that there is this for Khumalo, wrong affidavit, and Matlala has recently got the tender. Then if they are saying that they've come to you to assist, they said to you, what are they going to give you? What was at stake for you, for them to assist? They didn't say anything.
No, they didn't say anything but giving me the stake, and I didn't want any stake. The issue was, again, not most by Matlala. It was by the person who knows me, who is a son of a person that we worked in the taxi industry. But there was no prize. I hope prize would have been called, but there was no prize. There was no prize of it.
Honorable Malema.
So, General, we understand you to be saying a son of a person you have known convened a meeting and did not warn you that he's coming with someone else. And you walked into a meeting and then you found him with Matlala, a face that looked familiar. And you immediately said to this face, "Are you not Cat?" And he was quick to agree that he's Cat. And they came to you that we thought you can help us with the following issues because we think you've got relationship with Kumal. One issue is that I'm being abused or used because I got a tender of 360 million to finance a campaign of Minister Mkhwanazi to become either president or a deputy president. I had a meeting with them, Mkhwanazi and Mkhwanazi. And they can only work with me if I don't bring Cele and Zuma into the picture. And then secondly, I was raided illegally. My watch was stolen and the jewelry of my wife. And Sibia wrote an affidavit for me to sign so that if Khumalo is found guilty in court, he can be disciplined internally. And then that's the way they'll find the quickest way to get rid of Khumalo into the police. And then he realizes then that I'm being used to fight internal police battles.
Yes.
And as they articulate that, nothing has been offered in exchange for you to intervene or help them. They don't say, as a result of this intervention you're going to make, you'll get this or that. They just came to you as a well-known politician, an elder to this Mpongo's son, and they thought perhaps they can get counseling, advice, and some intervention from you. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Thank you.
With the one, the affidavit, you say Sibia gave to Cat to sign. I don't know whether was giving words to Cats, but the affidavit was influenced by Sibia when it was developed. It could have been written by Cat, but being instructed. Even that affidavit, I'm told, it was not even because this was happening in Waterkloof. But I'm told that the affidavit was signed somewhere in Soweto. They said there was somebody that would be easy, station commander, to sign and agree with that affidavit.
Let me check. I see the hand of Honorable Sangon. Is there any other member who wants to speak so that we can close the list? Raise your hands, those who want to speak. Okay, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, you are third and the last.
No, thanks, Chair. No, just very briefly, General, was this Rolex and the jewelry stolen or not? So was the affidavit that Matlala deposed fake? Did he lie under oath? Because when you deposit depose an affidavit, you make an affirmation under oath. So was the jewelry and the Rolex stolen regardless of who stole it? Or in your interpretation or understanding of the issues, he deposed a fake affidavit? Thank you.
No, I remember him very well saying there was no Rolex stolen from him. I remember him saying so. That's why he raised the issue of him being. But the issue was that they had to find the way of dealing with Khumalo. That's why I always think that even the arrest of Khumalo at the later stage has got issues. They started some time trying to arrest Khumalo some time back.
May I pass, Honorable Member? Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask the former Minister Cele the clarity that for the first time when you met Kat was in Beverly Hills Hotel. Are you confirming that under oath?
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
May I pass? Charlie? May I pass?
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Nomval.
Honorable Kusela copied my notes, Chair. I wanted to get some clarity on the jewelry issue, but it has been clarified.
Honorable members, I had said that we were going to break immediately, but I can see that you are gradually coming to accept that immediately is not immediately. Senior SC, may I check if you wanted to conclude your questions before we break? The honorable members are agreeing that immediately is no longer immediate.
It's a convenient time, Honourable Chair, to take the lunch adjournment. If
So you are restoring immediately.
yes.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We will come back at 14 hours.
Chair, may I make a comment? It looks like the immediate doesn't work for the witness.
No, when we come back, I'm going to give you
No,
time.
the witness was not asked. It just conforms. Okay.
Oh my world. Oh my world. Oh my God. Oh my world. Okay. So okay. Whoo, Cele. Okay. Someone asked me for a summary. 2 o'clock, we come back. So I'm going to update you with two things over a few minutes. And after updating you with 2-3 things over 5 minutes, we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Oh my world. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do for 1 minute. Whew. Okay. We're gonna take 2 minutes, so in 6 minutes, we take a break. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Number one, Mary D. Haas. Number two, number one, Mary D. Haas. Number two, there's something naughty on my title about amaNunu. We'll let you know what that is. Number three, I'm gonna give a shout out to all the people that put their names on here. Number four is a summary. So I'm now taking 10 minutes, then we come back. Okay, what did I say number one was? Remind me. Oh, Cele, what have you done? Oh my world, oh my word. Okay. Please remind me. Well, I can't. I'm unable to can. Okay.
Guys, I just gave you a list. I forgot. Okay, we gotta do this quick because 2 o'clock we must be coming on. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. First of all, there's the naughty thing, right? So the naughty thing. Let's start with the naughty thing. Let's start with the naughty thing. Why the title says Bheki Cele is reaching out to amaNunu, someone who speaks Zulu better than my normal Nunu. Please explain what Nunu is. At least let's start with something light, because we need to calm down. So a Nunu, I think, is like someone who doesn't bath. It's like someone who's dirty, who has no morals. I think it just means a dirty person. So Bheki Cele came on, I think it was after people made jokes about Natim Tetwa's passing away. So then he insulted the whole country and called us Nunus, amaNunu. So this is why, so that we clarify the naughtiness in the titles. It's from this 5-minute thing. 1 minute.
Isitha sakhe singakanani. At least uyalinda imizuzwana ethile ubadedele bakhala usungabuya ke ngelinye ilanga uzothi wafa nemali yami njalo. But I'm telling you, you just sit there and you say these South Africans are mad. Bafundisi, ngiyanibuza ukuthi angikwazi nikhuphukele entabeni ngenitshela uThixo enze lento ayenze eSodoma naseGomora. I wouldn't mind. Enze lento ayenze eSodoma naseGomora, because in iSodoma neGomora mina manje. South Africans ni Sodoma ne Gomorrah. Anina inhliziyo ananembeza ni Nunu.
Okay, so he's saying, pastors, please pray that God does to South Africa what he did to Sodom and Gomorrah. Because South Africans, you are Sodom and Gomorrah. You are Sodom and Gomorrah, South Africans. You have no hearts. You are Nunus. Someone says a Nunu is Fifi. What seems like ufakwe Jurase long last ningamkhiphi amabhetri. Fifi yini Nunu? Or is a snake? South Africans, you are snakes. Okay. So then now what we saw in this thing is that he is singing, he is throwing Mkhunu under the bus, but Mary Dihas. Now, Mary Dihas, when and I'm just gonna play 5 minutes because she came on after Mkhwanazi came out. And you'll hear her, she speaks in very shady ways.
KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Lieutenant Gen. So
that you can know who Mary Dihas is. Auntie Mary, we now know. That's 2 minutes. Okay, here, ladies and gentlemen, is Auntie Mary. This is Auntie Mary. Just 2 minutes of her.
General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has told the Madlanga Commission that Mary Dihas has been pressing for the disbandment of the KZN Political Killings Task Team. Mkhwanazi has also told the Commission that Dihas and others failed to verify their facts before commenting on the matter. Joining us is KZN Violence Monitor Mary Dihas. Mary Dihas, thank you so much for your time and for joining us this afternoon. So you wrote a letter in December of 2024 to the Police Minister Minister, urging him to shut down the political killings task team. Thereafter, a letter dated 31 December signed by the Minister of Police then surfaces calling for the disbandment of this task team.
Both to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee and to the Minister. And I asked for, among other things, an inquiry, and I said that I believed it should be disbanded. Because I had horror stories, I had case studies. I mean, I've been monitoring it since it was actually formed back in 2018. And I can write a book about it almost. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that what I said, I mean, it may have influenced the minister, but I mean, he wouldn't have done it because I asked. Right. I expected the parliamentary committee to actually kind of say this is serious, we'll investigate it, but it ignored it. And but I know that there've been other moments. I mean, if you look back last year, the deputy national.
Okay, so this is Merit Dihas. So I first knew her when Mkhwanazi came out to the allegations. She came on TV. They gave her 15 minutes. She sounds like like the Sibiya kind of vibe where you say sir, what is 1 + 1? The answer is, in the history of mathematics. So she did that kind of thing for a whole interview. And my first, when faced with confusing allegations, I know all the buttons that liars press. And to me, that was my initial processing because we hadn't gotten backup evidence. She used all the what liars do. First of all, they confuse, they don't answer straight. The Bible says, let your yes be yes, your no be no, because anything else is of the evil one. So one of the ways that you pick up evil is you don't have a lot of clear yeses and nos. Just like when we were listening to Mkhunu, he didn't give a single yes or no. Everything was yes depending, no depending. So we're listening to Cele now, and he's giving us a yes or no testimony. Do you know Mkhwanazi? Yes. Do you know Matlala? Yes. How do you know him? Right? So he's been giving us yes or no answers. Do you agree with this letter? No. Do you agree? Now, when we listen to Sibiya, when we listen to Mkhunu, Mary Dihas is the same. If you ask in the interview, there was not a single yes, there was not a single no. That is always a red flag, right? You can say yes and then say back up your yes or no. And of course, there are questions that don't have a yes or no. But if every question does not have a yes, does not have a no, be very afraid. Red flag. So she raised all red flags, which are, if what you hear starts to make you feel either like you are stupid or makes you feel like the person you are following is stupid, red flag, right? If you feel smarter than someone you are listening to, and yet they have accomplished things that show they are smarter than you, red flag. So if you ever feel smarter than President Ramaphosa, evil is happening. Because if you were smarter than him, you would be president, but you are not. If you listen to Mkhunu and you feel like you are smarter than him, be afraid, because he made it to Minister of Police. You have not. The other side is, if you feel someone is so smart that you feel unusually dumb, problem. So she was pressing those because I couldn't follow what she was saying. But that is Merit Dihas. So anyway, I don't want to get into this. So he says, I know Kat Matlala because Kat Matlala came to me and confirmed that the cops were trying to get rid of Khumalo. So basically confirmed all allegations made by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, witness A, witness B, Masimula, Khumalo himself, confirms all those allegations, but says from a meeting on the side. So anyway, someone says what? That's it really, but it's too much. It's such bombshell. Okay, I didn't see this coming. I didn't see someone just coming straight and saying, yeah, this happened, this happened, this happened, and it aligns. So here's the thing: due process says this. We are past. Are you on Mkhwanazi's side or Mkhunu's side? Due process says there are allegations. Due process says they have been endorsed enough to be taken seriously. Due process says there are things in the balance, which is the loss of stolen money and all of that, and deaths. Due process says anyone who talks about this as if it's a factional thing now, this is just ANC factions. Due process says that is evil, because due process says what Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi came out with as allegations are now respectable enough that are there factions? Maybe, maybe not. I no longer care, right? It's like someone coming to you and saying someone was murdered, someone was raped, it is wicked and immoral to start discussing, but were you killed by which side of what faction? It doesn't matter. Due process says we need to see, is there evidence of the murder? Is there evidence of the rape? That's all we care about until that gets resolved, because someone goes to jail or not. So due process says that Mkhwanazi's allegations are valid. Rule of law says Mkhwanazi's allegations and the process of the conclusion of the law of those allegations must be supported. And anything about, yeah, but maybe Mkhwanazi also did something else, that's immoral playing around with due process. I believe in due process because due process builds a nation. Now, I'm done. The allegations, we'll cover them in an upcoming video. But, whew, okay, so we'll catch this at 2 o'clock. I can't take it. I cannot take. Platinum shout out. I already gave a shout out to Fisani. I cannot believe Mkhunu just decided to throw petrol on this. I don't know if it's petrol or jet engine fuel, but whatever it is, it's highly flammable. And when they come back, it is scary. Scary, scary, scary. Okay, so I said I'd show you Auntie Mary Dihas, and we saw that even after being shown up, Mkhunu comes back and says, and I want to give, and they were closing, they were saying, let's close and goes. He says, no, I've got recommendations. And it happens to be Mary Dihas's recommendations. I don't know what Mary Dihas and them have on Mkhunu. Yeah, so her and O'Sullivan, at this point, due process says we don't have time to hear what they're talking about. There's one channel that was going on about the cult of Mkhwanazi. Due process says you're on the wrong side of history, you're on the wrong side of the law. Now, ANC destroyed this country by playing this game. When due process says we need to check these allegations, whether it was Nkandla, whether it was on, whatever, on point, what would they do? They'd start talking about apartheid. And that's how this country was destroyed. When due process says this corruption allegation must be resolved through due process, they would then raise other things like, oh, and then that's how you destroy a country. Due process builds a country. And July 6th, at this point, is valid legally because due process has met its requirements and it says this needs to be settled. I didn't want to talk. Sorry, guys, I'm gone. I'm gonna lose followers for what I'm saying now. But he's coming back now in 2 minutes. So, woo! This is crazy. This is crazy. We need to go back to Cele and hear what he's saying. He's coming straight. He's not running away. He's just singing like a nyoni entle hlabelela. So what we're about to see right now is the most earth-shattering bombshell we could ever hear. When I come back from Cele's testimony, yeah, I guess I'll probably owe you a video because we need to. Whew! Okay, so but bottom line, he has sunk Mkhunu to the bottom of the ocean. He has vindicated Mkhwanazi. Not that that was necessary. The July 6 allegations were completely vindicated by about a week ago at the Madlanga Commission. And Mkhunu then absolutely vindicated Mkhwanazi's allegations, because if someone makes allegations and then we saw proof at Madlanga, and then the ones who have been accused are given proper, fair, adequate opportunity to respond, which they were given 3 months to prepare to respond, and they are not children, they are not incapacitated in any way, they are fully qualified to respond. One is a deputy commissioner, one is a minister on Netflix leave, so the due process has given them enough to come back and show us why these allegations are completely off the field. And yes, I absolutely gave Mkhunu a benefit of the doubt on this one. Hence I say due process. Due process includes giving a benefit of the doubt. You can go back to all my videos from day one till today, and you will realize that at no point did I cross the line of due process. I only spoke about what the allegations were. And when we went live with Mkhwanazi for the first time, it was only at the end of day 2 or day 3 that I said, all right, guys, Mkhwanazi was not emotional. This deserves a hearing. And only after Sbiya and Mkhwanazi had 12 hours to say something did I then take a position that says the next step is these allegations are very strong, right? They've already passed the threshold of the lower threshold than below beyond reasonable doubt of probability. So they already passed the threshold of I'm only talking because they haven't come back. I'm not delaying them. They are delaying them. So it had passed the threshold of if we measure this by probabilities, everything we've heard is right. So it means we haven't heard enough to put people in jail because it has to be beyond reasonable doubt, but we've heard enough that if you think what Mkhwanazi said is not true, you are an unreasonable person. You have too much faith. You have too much faith that, you know, you have more faith than a reasonable person that no, Mkhunu receives texts and ignores all of them, even when they mention his staff members and the people who are really important. You are an unreasonable person. So at this point, due process says Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is telling the truth, right? Because the people on the other side have not. Whew! No, please make popcorn, get biltong, get a Coke, get off that chair you're sitting on, go to the couch, get off that laptop, put this up on your TV, close the curtains, turn the lights down, lock your door, put your phone on flight mode, and why has Mkhwanazi opened this can of worms? That's an interesting conversation. For my purpose and what I care about, which is for a prosperous South Africa, I don't care. It's a distraction. That's a distraction. We must face reality. Wow, okay, got you. Give Cele a bell. Yes, yo, DVD Mkwena. Hey, give that man a bells, man. I'm with you. Whew. Inunu islwane. Okay. So Inunu is a khoho. It's a monster. It's a monster. Okay, it's a monster, guys. So he called us monsters. So that's why I put Bheki Cele Confronts monsters. It's all of us in South Africa. He's asked pastors to pray for us to get Sodom and Gomorrah fire. I don't know what he was angry about. But yeah, he's also amazing to listen. Hey guys, I think the guys in parliament are also terrorized. They don't know what to do. Wow. We voted for a better country for everyone in 94. True. None of us deserve what we got with the looting and capturing for financial gain. Yeah. But it's because people fell for this thing of ignoring due process. When due process said it's time to vote the ANC out, do you know what they did? They started talking about 1994 and saying CODESA was maybe a compromise. So what did South Africans do? They dropped due process. Due process says if crime is going up, unemployment is going up, change the people in power. What did the people in power do? They said, no, CODESA was a compromise. Distracting people from due process. Because the stats were the allegation. And that's not what we followed, and then we got in trouble. Why is, oh, I know why. Forgive me, guys, forgive me. I was only talking because I thought they hadn't come back, but the parliament decided to change the stream. And so, wow, my humblest of apologies. You don't want to listen to me. You want to hear one person and one person only. His name is Henry Cele, Bheki Cele. So let's go. Bheki Cele, let's go. Woo.
I've met him before. So here.
Now, let's hear him. My. Okay. Oh man, Cele. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with Cele. I hope you're ready. We are back with Cele. Wow. Sing, Cele, sing. Woo, Cele, sing, Cele, sing. Sing that song. Come on, sing that song. Sing that song, Cele. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so they're back in Parliament. It's time that we hear lunch is finished.
Honorable members, thank you so much. Mbangazita, let me dissolve the caucus that you have with General Cele. We are resuming our proceedings. It's now 2 minutes after 14 hours. I'm allocating the SC 1 hour 30 minutes to conclude the questions. And then thereafter SC, we are going to break for 30 minutes between 3:30 and 16 hours. So when we come back at 16 hours, members should be ready, starting with members from the African National Congress. I will be allocating 1 hour 20 minutes for each of the, for the two speakers for each of the parties. That is inclusive of the full member and the alternate, 1 hour 20 minutes. So we will determine how far we run so that by the rise of the next day, we must have done a significant work. Thank you so much. SC, welcome back, General.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, General Cele. We were at the meeting at the high-end Beverly Hills Hotel when you met there with Mr. Mbongoshi and Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
So when you were asked by Mr. Mbongoshi to meet, or rather, let me ask you this: did he tell you that you were going to meet someone interesting, someone of interest, someone important? What did he tell you before you went to the Beverly Hills Hotel, or did you just go with him?
Well, he wanted to see me. He's a KZN boy, so it's December, I'm sure we're all in holiday. So I have met him before, Mabonga. So I have met him before. So he has I think he has not a private security company himself, Mabonga. And then he did come to me and said, look, you're out of government. If you're in Joburg, you can use my services to take you from here to there. Though I haven't used much of his services, but like a boy, I see, I've said yes, the once or twice. So Mabonga was quite easy, and we have been meeting with him.
So let me just.
So when he said you want to see me, no many questions will follow from me to him.
And he comes in his private jet, did you say?
Who now?
Matlala?
I don't know how it came about. Oh. I don't know how it came about.
Oh, I thought I heard you said he. Yeah.
I think it does have a private jet. I think it does have a private jet because as he speaks, he's a person that would not have hours of coming in
waiting at the airport,
yeah,
in a lounge or in the public area, like us.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Not like you in the VIP lounge. But seriously, did you know of Matlala? Anything about him? Or did you know of him as a businessman, business person?
Is exactly what I'm saying, that I read about him 2 weeks before I met him, and I was saying to myself, when I continue to engage with him and I see him and I see his records, I ask myself, how did he manage to fly below radar for him to know? Because most of his kind, one would know before there is a story about him on the paper and the money. I didn't know him.
But now that you met him, what was your impressions of him? I mean, you've been involved in the police. I'm sure you have a sense better than us ordinary citizens about people you interact with, and especially a sense of, what they're doing. Is it the right thing or the wrong thing, or you at least have a suspicion about something? What were your impressions?
There will be two matters here, SC. As I've said, that he has really managed to fly below the radar. As I've said, that I would know Keke, I would know people like BP and other those guys. I know people like Mashobane from Ashratsville and all that. So I didn't. Now I know him, I've spoken to him, I've engaged him. I had somebody being interviewed from Mamelodi saying he's a very good, kind person. They know he's a person that helps them. Looking at him from the very word go, remember, I've met here a person that I don't know has been arrested, has not been arrested. Looking at him, he looks a cool guy. As you definitely look at him, he looks a cool guy. Until you begin to hear, you begin to get records. For instance, I was looking at the withdrawn cases and all that kind of stuff, and I said, this one is too long. How does he manage to fly below all of us? Because withdrawn cases are done by courts, which means the police have taken him to court.
Yeah.
So, but as I've said, you begin to look him with a new eye than the person that you have ordinarily met.
Okay. Now, were you aware, or did you know, or were you involved in the award of this 360 million rand Tshwane contract? Because that tender was awarded during your term as Minister of Police.
Well, I think there are billions of tens that are issued from the police.
But not this big.
I don't know, but I wouldn't say it can't happen. We might come back to that. I wouldn't say it can't be that big. I think there could be big, but I don't know. But looking at the operations and things that are done, it could be some money with the tenders. For instance, I would guess that the tender of buying cars is big. I don't know how much it would be. But when police buy cars, they buy cars in a big way. I would guess so. I think the other tender that would have been big is a tender of laboratories. Once upon a time, we had a serious problem about laboratories, the DNA in South Africa. It was a mess. And you discovered that 16 contracts were not renewed. And I don't know how much it would take to renew those things. The IT is quite big. The IT with the South African police, the guns, the bullets. Remember, the bullets are not only chasing criminals. There's a lot of bullets that are used for training. So I guess that will be, but that does not reduce this. That is big, but I would not absolutely say this is the biggest. I guess they are big, but this one also, especially for the individual, is quite big.
So when you met him, you didn't know, or you weren't aware that he had secured this 360 million rand tender?
Indeed, after I've read 2 weeks before I met him, I knew he had this tender.
So you did some research on him before you met him?
No, it was an article in the paper that he is the guy that is got links with Tembisa issues has again won this big tender with another government department, which happens to be the police. So it was an article somewhere. I can't remember.
I think that was the article that appeared in News 24 about Matlala.
Well, I can't remember the publication, but it was on the media.
But didn't that arouse or raise your suspicions about him? Because that's what the article suggests, is that this is a person, this is a guy, who's connected. Forgive me, I don't know exactly what the article said, but if I recall, it suggests that he is not clean, that he's shady. And here you, as a former Minister of Police, you go and meet such a person. And we know that he's come to meet you to ask you for assistance.
As I've said, that when I met him for the first time, I asked if he's Matlala, and I was not told by Mabonga that who am I meeting. So, again, I have read that stories, but the stories and the man that is being suspected would have to be confirmed by talking and engaging after we have engaged, rather than to say, I read the story from you and then I run away. Especially in the environment that we work. Sometimes these stories you want to follow because you want to see what else can you do to reach the other elements of what you have heard, what you have seen.
Now, you say that is when he explained that he had been approached to fund a project by someone who aims to be the ANC president or deputy president, and the Minister Mkhwanazi's name was mentioned.
Correct.
And that Brown Mkhwanazi had met with him and Mr. Minister Mkhwanazi. Why would they have mentioned that to you? You are now, even as we speak, I don't think, are you still active in the political arena? Why would they mention this specifically to you?
Who? Brown?
Matlala. Yes.
Because he says my name was mentioned. To say, we'll work well with you so long you don't work with Zuma and Cele. In that particular meeting. So that's one reason he wants to see me. He said he realizes that it's being abused. But the second one is an affidavit that was to be prepared to arrest Sibia.
Yes.
Not Sibia. Kumalo. General Tumsan Kumalo. Too many because there are other Kumalos that were still coming. This is Tumsan Kumalo.
Just one moment, Honorable Malema.
No, Minister, I just want, just want you to confirm that you are still active, because the question almost suggested that you are no longer politically active.
No, politically I'm active. I'm still the member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, and still have some activities in the province where I come from.
Okay. So
Okay.
that part of the information that
Yes,
Mkhwanazi was funding.
SC,
Sorry.
just before we proceed, let me recognize the presence of the following two members of parliament, Honorable Kobe from Action SA and Honorable Slepe from the MKP. Thank you so much, honorable members, for giving yourself time to join our proceedings. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So that would be of interest to you. This is a bit of political information that that Matlala is funding the ambitions of someone in the party. So that would be of interest to you.
Well, surely they would, because as an active member, I would have my preferences. But this information was not invited by me. But I would not say I don't want to hear it.
Okay. So now you're actually meeting him for the first time, and you're getting this information from Matlala. Now, surely your impressions, your perception of him must be changing. What are you thinking now after hearing this?
No, there are no perceptions that are changing. I've met a person that I do not know, has given me this information, and there is an action that I need to take. The action that I need to take is that the court, Khumalo should not go to court, because Khumalo going to court is not genuine. Is to put him there. He loses the case and is disciplined, and I guess the aim is to take him out of police, especially having come from the person that I knew. They were not very close, him and Isbia. So I had to action that.
Now,
forward.
Minister,
SC,
you...
there is Honorable James behind.
Thank you, Chair. It is just a clarity-seeking question, because I recall posing a question yesterday to Minister Senzo, asking him if he had met with Brown and with Cat to discuss a certain project about a campaign for president or deputy president. I told him that that's part of your testimony, and he said it's a blatant no. So just clarity, because I heard you touching on it. Did you now say that Cat told you that there was indeed a meeting where Minister Senzo was present with Brown and himself?
They spoke about the project.
And spoke about the project for the ANC
Yes, it did.
presidential, indeed.
Yes, it
And
did.
the minister denied it yesterday.
Well, he really did tell me that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
May we proceed? Honorable James, are you okay? May we proceed? Thank you. SC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. General, you have so much of experience in the police portfolio. You're sitting opposite a very well-heeled person in a high-end hotel who's asking you to collude with him effectively to defeat the ends of justice. He's asking you for a favor to make sure that one of your best, maybe our best, police officers, Khumalo, must not conclude an investigation into him? Why didn't you get up and say, but I didn't come here for this. This is objectionable. This is outrageous. How did you respond to that?
Did I hear well when I said I spoke to Matlala to stop Khumalo investigating?
Yes.
No.
But I'm sorry, General, just so that you understand what I'm asking or putting to you clearly.
Okay.
What he's asking you is to break the law when he says you must do something for him. And he's telling you, you know, what Sabia wants to do. This involves very much the PKTT on the one hand and the Gauteng syndicate on the other hand, involving Molefe, Matlala, and he's sitting right in front of you.
SC, I don't know Matlala as we meet at Beverly.
Yeah.
By the way, Beverly is high end, but I eat breakfast every Sunday there. So to me, it's quite next door to me. Secondly, he doesn't talk to me about stopping him being raided or arrested. He talks to me being approached to do things so that Khumalo can be arrested.
Yes.
That's hence the affidavit to say Khumalo did not just raid, it was illegal, but not only that, the theft. Is Matlala working or through Sbia that is taking Khumalo to court? But Matlala does not want to face Khumalo in court because he doesn't want to jeopardize the relationship with the police since he has this tender from the police. It would be good, then Matlala realizes that he's being abused or used to achieve other ends rather than what was there as a raid on that particular day. So Matlala raises the issue that he would love that the matter that is going to court could be settled out of court, because going to court is not genuine. Going to court is to make sure that Khumalo is found wanting, that he will lose the case that he was unlawful. If then Khumalo loses the case, somebody who happens to be Sbia will then put discipline to him and be able to take him out of, or punish him or take him out of the organization.
Yes, General, it sounds to me, and I may not be alone in this room thinking like what I'm going to tell you, that he wants to draw you into a conspiracy to neutralize Khumalo. That's what it's about ultimately. Now, perhaps at the time, it didn't occur to you, or you weren't conscious of it.
No.
Because to be fair, because you then suggest, well, you must have a meeting with Khumalo, isn't it? Let me just read from your affidavit so that I don't put words in your mouth. You said, I advised Mr. Matlala that he needed to meet with Lieutenant General Khumalo to discuss the matter.
Indeed.
And the charges he was instructed to bring against him and the team that had raided his property on 6 December 2014. Now you, especially as Minister, of Police, former Minister, better informed than the ordinary person. It's at least alleged that he's involved in criminal activity. And you would expect, especially that Khumalo was involved in the raid on his house on the 6th of December. So you should have been more aware than most of us that Matlala is trying to induce you to do something which is not lawful.
Well, SC, maybe that's correct, but my angle is that at the end of the day here is Khumalo who's going to be last victim. And that is what I could not agree with. Hence, I got involved because if Khumalo loses the case that is going to court next week, is getting disciplined. But if the case, that's why Matlala meeting Khumalo is to brief him about what Sibia has conspired against Khumalo. My angle is not saying don't raid Matlala. My angle is that if anything, which I did not know that Matlala is being investigated and all that kind of thing. But I've got no angle of Matlala. My angle is this Khumalo who is put on a trap of going to court, understanding that it's taking somebody, and is not him, by the way, SC. It's not Khumalo that is taking Matlala to court. It's Matlala who's taking Khumalo to court for unlawful, which does not come from him, which has been pushed through. So my angle here is that we can't have Khumalo that will go to court and lose and then get out of the system. That's my angle on this matter. But I don't deny that looking at this under angle would have benefited Matlala on it. But my sole focus here is that nobody should take Khumalo to court, not genuinely so, but to make sure that Khumalo becomes a victim at the end of the day.
Well, it also relates to a huge tender, 360 million rand tender that had been awarded to him. And now he says, look, I don't want this award to be prejudiced or, as it turned out, terminated because of my involvement in this issue involving Khumalo, involving Sabia, the fight between them. So please help me out. That's the nub of this story here.
Well,
that's why you've been called to this meeting.
Well, two things. Indeed, if this contract is not cancelled, it will benefit, no doubt about it. But that's not my angle. My angle is that Khumalo, I don't know what Kholelo part is, but is not glued to the problem. Khumalo, that my angle here and my gist of here, I want to believe that if there was no Khumalo and him going to court about this matter would have ended there. Even if maybe it was a raid from other people that I do not know, I would not have pursued. The issue here for me, SC, is Khumalo.
But we know you didn't go and speak to Khumalo about it.
I did speak to Khumalo.
When? Afterwards?
Yes, I did.
Because I would have thought you would have said, look, hold it.
No.
Because now you only have one side of the story.
No, I did.
From Matlala.
I did speak to Khumalo.
Yes.
About his going to court, and going to court is this what Matlala says is planned with Sibia. Hence, Sibia pushes Matlala to take Khumalo to court. So I did. And Khumalo was going to raise it with his lawyers to see how it go about. Because the issue now was that him being taken to court is not genuine that he's being taken to court because of illegal, but he's being taken to court so that he becomes a victim and takes out of the system. But I did speak to Khumalo. What I do not know is that if Khumalo did speak to Matala, I don't know that. But the case was dropped and I guess lawyers did speak. But whether Khumalo did speak to Matala, because Khumalo would have known more about the raid and pursuance of Matala than me. Maybe without telling me, he would not speak to. But I did suggest that what Matala is briefing me about, he must brief Khumalo. I did say so.
But it's still, even after this meeting or this encounter, and after you had spoken to Khumalo, surely, or let me just pause at that point. After you spoke to Khumalo, after this meeting, did Khumalo not explain to you why the raid happened?
No, he didn't.
Didn't you ask him about it?
No, I didn't ask about the raid, and he didn't tell me about the raid, why they were raiding.
But I thought that was the whole reason why Matlala wanted you to intervene and speak to Khumalo. He's not telling you, and I'm reading from paragraph 69, you said, Mr. Matlala explained that Lieutenant General Sabia had written an affidavit on his behalf, alleging that during the raid on his home, Mr. Matlala's Rolex watch was stolen by members of the PKTT, seconded to the Gauteng County Intelligence Operations. However, the Rolex was in Mr. Matlala's possession and had not been stolen. So I thought you would tell Khumalo, look, this is what I've been told.
My angle here was that Khumalo was being lured to trouble. To say taking him to court has got nothing to do with illegality of the raid, but is used as a transit towards his being disciplined, because he will have to lose the case in court, and then his seniors, which happens to be, because he reports to this Deputy National Commissioner who is Sibisi, who is this interior motive of sending Matala. But Matala says, now I realize that I'm being used. So please tell Khumalo that it's not me, it's Sibia. So the case that is taken by Matala, he wants to drop it so that Khumalo is not taken to this grinding machine by Sibia through Matala. I'm saying the angle of me talking and entertaining this matter is that angle of Khumalo telling him that is not Matala, but there is somebody behind Matala.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just need some clarification from the General. I think if I heard him correctly, he said that Matlala made an indication to him that he is worried that if he continues with laying a charge against Khumalo, that might put his contract, or it might expose his contract to danger. Now, what I need clarity on, General, is what were you concerned about here? Were you concerned about Matlala losing a tender, or Khumalo being unfairly treated? I just need clarity on that.
Maybe let's repeat the words of Matlala to say, I don't want to go in conflict with the police because I don't want to lose, I don't want the conflict with the police because I have this contract. So I don't want to lose because I'm fighting with the police. I'm saying, Honorable Member, my consent was Khumalo issue being taken to this machine with an understanding that he needs to lose at the end of the day. But I'm not denying that Matlala himself could have benefited in that process of saving his contract. But that's not the main issue here. The main issue is Khumalo that is taken to court, and he must lose the court and that discipline and taken out of the system.
I'll pursue it during my turn, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. General Cele, did I understand you to say that you read this News 24 article about Matlala before the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now that article is at page 71, it's BC 8.
Page
70.
81.
Yeah, BC 8, 71 and 72.
'71.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm there.
So before you met with Matlala, you would have had some idea of who this is.
Yes, after reading this article.
And this article is what one can describe as quite unflattering.
Quite
Unflattering.
unthreatening.
Yeah. We're not going to, we've had a lot of the dictionary in this hearing so far. It's an article which is not kind to Mr. Matlala.
Oh, yes.
It portrays him as someone who is involved in murky dealings. Of course, I don't rely on this article for what's contained in it. But if I had to read this article before meeting someone, and I do meet him, even if I didn't know I was going to meet him, I'd probably jump up immediately and leave. I mean, this is just randomly look at the. It's about the Tembisa Hospital fraud investigation. He's now entangled in a case involving the kidnapping of a woman and a child. Then it talks about following a raid on his home. Then in court papers, so he's involved there, there's the 360 million. Then it talks about Kobile, Tikhale and her 9-year-old son were abducted. And then it ends with with a reference to the late Babita Diokaran, the late but famous whistleblower. But 3 weeks after that, she was killed. So the whole thrust of the article, quite frankly, portrays him as a dark character.
I agree.
You met with him?
Maybe, SC, we don't come from the same world of understanding matters. I said to you, the call comes from prison. It tells me that in a certain lodge at Ulundi, there are people who are sitting there with the AKs. And they are ready to kill this ex-Ingos. And I say, I speak to provincial commissioner. He goes there and says, he find the information as is. I could have said to a person who's calling from prison, don't phone me. Don't call me. And Inkosi dies.
Okay.
If there are few criminals, that you would know, they are top. If that criminal phones you, he phones me, and I know him, to say, SCRNs will be assassinated, and I say, look, you are a criminal. Don't phone me, don't talk to me about any other things, and you are assassinated. And I come to tell the story that, by the way, this criminal phoned me, and I did not do anything. I agree. There are meetings that you would do. Let me tell you one story of a person that I met who is a king of Zamazamas. Actually, there are two Zamazamas. One, I forget his surname, is a Soto guy because this guy, Zamazamas are mostly also run from Lesotho. I met him. Later, that guy is arrested, but he wants to meet me to give me information. Okay. The second thing that could not be made direct. There is a guy called LL. I don't know if you know a guy called LL. SC. His name is Louis Leuwenberg. He's a king of Zamazamas. He cleans diamonds and everything. He's millions and millions. He finds MKP. He maybe finds Baba and through him MKP because he paid 500,000. He paid 500,000 for the case for the private case to be taken to court. I think taking case privately, you pay. He paid that money. And he has been arrested. He's in prison as I speak for running diamond. He has appeared in court, and MK has been in court supporting him every day when he goes to court. Now, I don't know whether they don't know that, but the crux of the matter is that you can meet somebody and get later how deep that person is. But if you work in security, SC, you can't say, I can't meet you, because that kind of information from that person could be the lifesaver of many other things. So understand where I come from. By the way, I do meet criminals. I do. And the information can be broader used than not having met him. Others, there are those that are obvious, like the Cape Town one. Really, I can't meet Medoc. I can't meet Nassif. I can't meet those guys. But those, because you know how far have they gone, it might not help you. You can even, those guys say, meet so and so and send the officer to that person. But some of these guys will refuse to say, I am not going to give this information because if I give this information to somebody different, it might come back to bite me. But this is a world that we live in from the work that we are doing or we were doing, SC.
So, if because of time, General, if I can just move on. So, you met Matlala again several times after that?
Yes.
Why?
This question of politics, Matlala, me, and Mkhwanazi has come on play, because Matlala begins to feed me things that either Mkhwanazi or Mkhunu, they are fitting to him. Basically, some of them, they are targeted to Khumalo. I must come up front. I've worked with Khumalo. I've seen his work. I think I don't know his dark side, but he's one, if he does have one, but he's one corp that I'll protect. Khumalo is one corp that I'll protect. So, and it's like Mkhwanazi himself. For me, he remains a good cop. People have asked that he has spoken things about you. I said, separate a good cop to the human being, because that is a good cop. It doesn't mean he's a perfect human being. We can come back to that. But there are those people that I will protect, knowing very well how much are they contributing towards the proper working of the organization called the police, but also knowing very well that if they get hurt, it might hurt the organization. So if I have any way of protecting and helping on that, I will do. And Khumalo is one of those people. So Matlala kept coming with information about me and about Khumalo. So if he says, he calls and say, there is something new that has come up, here it is, I will definitely go and listen. That will include, I don't know if I'm going too far. That will include him telling me that he has been given an article, SC.
Yes,
He has been given an article that's talk about me and Masimula. That article is a 2012 article from a guy called Pandey. Pandey was arrested in KZN for the inflation of the accommodation of 2010 accommodation. So now it goes Matlala stroke Mkhwanazi. But the theory of them getting is that Matlala tells me that Mkhunu is preparing to arrest me for having got in the corruption of the 2010 tender. Here is an evidence. Somebody will have to tell me how does that article find its way, either Mkhwanazi stroke Matlala. But looks, the theory of it is that Matlala is being assured that Cele will be arrested. Remember, by now, it is known that by Mkhunu that Matlala links with Cele, but Matlala has been told that he should not mix up with Cele. So now he is told that this article will make me to arrest your man.
So why would Minister Mkhunu want you to be arrested?
You can answer that best.
Sorry, General.
You can answer that best.
But this is what you're hearing from Matlala?
Yes.
So he also peddles this information about Minister Mkhunu, about Toshan Pandey. So this is all part of this.
That article arrests me and Masimula because we were involved in corruption of 2010. So this is 2025. This article came in 2012, where this guy made the claim. Now it finds its way to Matlala stroke Mkhwanazi.
And you say in paragraph 74 of your statement that after that first meeting, there were several other encounters with Mr. Matlala in which he explained this project. Is that the project involving Mkhwanazi and Minister Mkhunu?
of him becoming
Yes.
a president or deputy president.
Yeah, which is working
I don't
on.
know which one, but Matlala also didn't know whether it's president or deputy president.
So you can't recall exact dates of these meetings or encounters?
No, definitely. Remember, SC, I'm not working now. I don't have the diary where these things checking. I'm no more working. I'm not in the government. I'm just a South African. So I'm not going to be checking the date. When do I see you? And I don't have any PA to ask. When did Matlala? PA is not even there to talk about Matlala. So really, if you want me dates, I'll struggle to get dates. When even this one of coming here now, I was reminded by my wife. So she still helps me. But I didn't tell her about Matlala's wife.
WhatsApp.
No, I didn't tell her about Matlala's date.
Okay. Now, or give us more or less, give us a month. January, February, March of 2025. You can't remember which month you met?
Meeting him.
Yes. After the Beverly Hills.
I think we did meet in January. I think we did meet in January.
Okay.
I think we did meet in January.
All these encounters?
No, not all these encounters. Not. The encounters were intense in January after we've met, the Khumalo thing, and at a certain given point, I don't know when, the issue of the irregular tender then comes. Maybe one major thing that happens here, Mabonga died. Mabonga, the person who links me and it dies, is gets shot at a place called what, Low, in Gauteng. Mabonga was a rash guy, almost close to the dead, and Bangazita would know his father. So was a very rash guy. I remember that I was told that the day he was shot, he was with 12 bodyguards. He died with 2 bodyguards in Sentin. So while I speak to Kat, Mabonga is part of facilitation of the meetings. Okay. Now, as Mabonga dies, I don't have number for Kat, and it doesn't have number for me. And the one question that was asked by the journalist is that Kat is my friend. He asked 2 things: that is my friend and a business partner. That is a News 24 journalist. I said to the journalist, I don't have a friend called the Cat. I don't know his house. I don't know his wife. He doesn't know my house. He doesn't know my wife. Doesn't know my family and all. So it can't be my friend. He's an acquaintance because we talk to him about issues. Secondly, the journalist argues that he sent the message to the management of Capitac, where he has this flat/penthouse, saying to the management, this is my friend, Bheki Cele is my friend and a business partner. If he comes there, please open the place to sleep. I must admit, SC, it would be nice to get a free place to sleep. It would be nice to go to Pretoria and sleep free when you don't work. Even if you work, you would have taken it, but then report and declare that has happened. But it's not true that I'm his business partner. I say to the journalist, that's an easy question to deal with. Go to the register, those people, property, and those register business. Pull where I've registered as a business partner and say, you are a business partner of Matala. So don't ask me something that you can prove very easy. So, simply put, I did say to journalists, he's not my friend, I'm not the business partner. So, I must raise an issue here about the journalist. I guess he's a good journalist, but I wonder if he's not having a narrative in this matter. Whatever narrative that comes from. For instance, the journalist phones me and says, you have phoned Matlala 10 times. I says, yes, I have. And he says, you have sent him messages. I said, no, I don't send messages. But the journalist writes the story of 10 times, he used terms frantic, whatever. But he also says, I have had 100 times encounter through the messages. When I have told the journalist that I don't send the messages, that's the first one that I begin to say, this journalist, and we had a problem because not as honorable member Cameroon. He was treating me like a schoolboy, this journalist. And we have a serious encounter. When the journalist come back to me now to write the story of the meeting with Kat at Zimbabwe, because I had a meeting with Kat at Zimbabwe.
You met him on the 18th of March?
Yes.
At Zimbabwe.
Yes, at
So
Zimbabwe.
you've met him again.
Let me take Honorable Malema. I think he has a follow-up on the statement that you have made, General.
Thanks, Chair. General, Mabonga, apart from being known as a child...
Come again, that...
Mabonga.
Okay, Mabonga.
Yeah, Mabonga.
Yes.
Apart from being known as a child of some taxi, what in KZN, he was a well-known thug in Gauteng, a criminal of note. Was that known to you at that time?
Well, I know that he has been arrested at some time. Criminal of note, not exactly, but arrested. Yes, I know that he had a criminal record, honorable member.
Proceed, SC.
Sorry, you met Mr. Matlala several times since. And you also were made aware of an email. Sorry, it's because you don't send WhatsApps. It's a WhatsApp.
Okay.
From Brown Mkhwanazi on the 22nd of January, where he says, and I'm just reading, it's on page 27 of the annexures. Sorry, it's in the body of your affidavit, sorry. On page 27. So it's Mkhwanazi to Matlala. Yeah. You'll see the name Dlamini, but that's also another name for Matlala. Yeah. So you'll see at are you okay?
SC, I want to bring in Honorable Nomvalo just before you start.
Yeah, no, I just need some clarification, Chair, because I don't want to assume that the minister meant what he wrote here on his affidavit, because he might write something and say something else which does not accord with what he has written here. When he was saying that it would have been nice to sleep in a free accommodation, was he actually confirming that indeed he slept in Matlala's apartment?
Yes,
or
I
flat?
did. Yes, I did sleep.
So, okay.
Yeah, I did twice.
Oh, you slept twice. Okay, thank you.
Are you fine?
Fine, Chair.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
I was trying to follow a sequence, Honourable Chair, and get there. But I was still, General, referring you to page 27 of your statement, which is this.
Page 27.
Yeah, WhatsApp from Matlala. This is a WhatsApp from Mkhwanazi to Matlala on the 22nd of January this year.
Page 27
Yeah.
on my main statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see in that WhatsApp you are mentioned there several times. In the first paragraph, there's reference to the 26 million tender, and they state here, it must be a mistake, but it says current Minister of Police Bheki Cele's signature is on the tender approval documents. But your signature is on the tender approval documents right at the end. But on the 25th of January, you weren't the current Minister of Police.
No, this document is when I was a National Commissioner, not Minister. Is when I was a National Commissioner in 2010,
sorry.
dealing with the accommodation of the police for 2010.
Thank you for correcting me.
I
Yeah.
was signing documents as a National Commissioner, not as a Minister.
Yeah, and because they go on to talk about in collusion with the current National Police Commissioner, General Masimula.
Masimula
Yeah.
was head of policing, visible policing then.
Let me rather jump to the end of this WhatsApp, which says Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. So just explain what this is all about. Is this
Read
the
there,
2010?
What is happening? Can you read again?
At the bottom of the WhatsApp, Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. It was during this meeting whereby they all struck a deal that Balushan and Perumal will make all the aforementioned cases to disappear, as well as Cele will be protected from prosecution for the 2010 World Cup tender corruption.
Where is Cele this time? Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Where in his references? In his
Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Yeah, no.
Now Cele from suspension, runs from suspension to come and put pressure on the acting national commissioner to work on this thing.
No, it appears that they are reviving this issue of the 2010 tender, which you're aware of.
I'm aware of
You're
it.
aware of that tender, but they're reviving that, and this is what you say in your affidavit at at paragraph 76. I understand that this was the text message that was to be used to try and bring charges against me. I do not know why bringing charges against me was part of the project discussed by Minister Mkhwanazi and Brown Mkhwanazi with Mr. Matlala. Since I'm no longer involved in government, I suspect, however, that it may relate to my continued involvement in politics in KZN, which is relevant for the upcoming ANC election.
I affirm. That's my statement.
But isn't the real reason why they, if it is the case that they want to draw you, suck you into this by reviving 2010 stuff, that they wanted you to put pressure on General Khumalo and his ongoing investigations into, amongst others, Matlala, Molefe, Mkhwanazi, this whole syndicate?
I said, don't go too far. I don't know Mkhwanazi, I don't know Molefe. I know Matlala. So if you pull them together, I might get confused because I don't know.
But you know, you've met Matlala. And
Yeah.
yes, and he's telling you that.
But I don't know Molefe.
Yeah.
I've seen him getting the bail now and again. I've read that he has been arrested in London, but he still gets the bail after bail after bail. So, yes, and stories how he gets the bail, that somebody was paid for the bail and the police knew that he was going to pay so long he pays that person. So I don't know. I don't know Mkhwanazi either. I only know that he comes from Mahikeng. This thing, it might be an issue, remains a suspicion to me, that is got to do with the processes of the African National Congress conference. But a person who can affirm what's an issue is a person who wants me arrested using this 2012 and sending these things and promising Matlala that I'll be arrested soon. So that's a person that can explain.
Yeah.
Mine could be the suspicion that maybe the suspicion that I'm not supporting the cause of somebody becoming a president or deputy president. Maybe I'm supporting other people. That one is mine. I'm not going to tell you.
They say you must disclose that you're under oath. Okay, let's just move on. But you meet Matlala again in March. On the 18th of March, you meet him at Zimbali Estate, also in Durban.
Indeed.
And then you go on to say at paragraph 77, initially believed we were meeting at his residence, but I later learned that Hlangwani Morgan Maumela owned the property. Mr. Maumela is currently the subject of an investigation by the Hawks and the SIU concerning the extraction of 2.3 billion from Tembisa Hospital.
Okay.
At the time you say of the visit to you were unaware that it was actually belonged to Mr. Maumela. I received numerous queries from a journalist, Jeff Wicks, concerning my relationship with Maumela. I can confirm that I do not have any relationship with Maumela.
I meet Matlala because now we're engaged on this presidential thing and me and all that, but talk other things. One thing that took me aback in the meeting of Zimbabwe is when I saw his protection guys. And I began to say that looks like there are faces I know here. What nearly made me fall down is when he told me that some of those guys, 23 of them, has recruited them from Special Task Force of the Army. I said to myself, what is this? He has taken 23 of the Special Task Force of the Army to guard him.
They're even recruiting some of our best, highly trained officers.
Let's say I'm giving you the story that scared me. Why I'm scared of this story is because I've spoken to Nhlanhla earlier on and gave me the information that we have lost 56 members of the Special Task Force of Police to the taxi industry. 56. Now, I'm told that to train one member of the Special Task Force is 1.1 million to be all-rounder. One. We have lost 56 to the taxi industry. Maybe there where I threaten you of knowing. But I've got two issues here. That I can't have such a production to the private security. That's the first fear. The second fear is that looks like we're increasing the capabilities of the private security versus the state. Because I don't care how many you send, there will be a serious battle between 56 guys in the taxi industry with the 20 guys you send of the Special Task Force. So it is something that must be,
Yes, General?
is something that must be corrected, Chair. Indeed, Masimula and me, we engage the taxi guys in KZN to say, bring back our men. They say, we pay them better. We pay them better. Talk to them. I say, guys, can we go back home? They say, Minister, we love the page. National Commission, we love the page, but we don't eat the page. Maybe that's one thing that we'll have to see what we do with our people that have high capabilities so that we keep them in a proper way. Maybe that's one case that as legislators will deal with. So I go back, Commissioner and I will go back and we discuss. We say, Commissioner, we have a leeway here of dealing with this 56. We had 3 meetings with them. The last meeting was in HR where we were preparing to bring them back. Not all of them that came back, but a big chunk came back. The leeway was that special task guys, both army and police, they have a special allowance. The special allowance started same level, both of them, at 6,000 some years ago. Soldiers have moved to quite a high, I don't know whether to say the figure where they've moved. They've moved there as a special allowance. And the police have stayed there at the bottom. So we agreed with the National Commission that move them up where they are, which is more than 20,000 from 6,000. And then agreed, and they said, Minister, with pleasure, if you're taking care of us, we'll go back home. By the time I left, so they were being processed, quite several of them, they were going back to the police. Well, I heard Minister Mkhwanazi said he has fixed the matters of the special forces. No, that process started when Cele was there. But it was going to start with special forces, goes with the NIU and the CATs. CATs are not too many, and then goes to the TROT, that few that are still there. Now, with that process, SC, comes information that 23 of the army now are in the payroll of a private guy called Matlala. Anyway, I began to see them at the funeral, Honorable Malema. I began to see them at the funeral where we were together. I said, I know these voices, but at that funeral there were more guns and flowers.
Which funeral is that?
That was Mswazi, the guy called Mswazi Mnisi, who was a taxi guy. So there were more guns and flowers, and I said to them, "What is everyone you were hitting?"
It's Guns and Roses.
Maybe guns, but there were more guns. So because it was a big guy in the taxi industry. Many of taxi guys, they came with helicopters in that funeral. They did not drive. Honorable Julius will remember there were many helicopters. I asked some of them, why did you use helicopters? They say no, because he was buried in his farm. You had to drive through the bush. So it was not any other thing, it was to make sure that they go there. So you could see that this private security is taking the capabilities of the state. So somebody had to do something with it. And Matlala is part of him increasing his own private capability. I don't know where that is arrested now. I don't know where those guys are that have left the special task force of the army. Remember, while they train similar, but when chips are really down, those are the guys that you bring in. And they're in the private hand.
Yeah, so General, what you describe is most disturbing, isn't it? It's high level crime, sophisticated, even buying off or inducing some of our top police and army, specially trained officers, to actually employ them on their side. And obviously they're involved in what is clearly a criminal enterprise. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't have that evidence that they're involved in what is criminal.
For what purpose would they want these people to be surrounded by people that's heavily
they call
armed?
them their protectors, but it's not only them here, SC, that could be blamed. The state also must take some form of responsibility. You can't train those people. I usually call them human machines and don't take care of them. I blame them for going and all that. I don't know what are they taught to do in the private arm, but the state will have to look at them. You train me highly, you keep me highly. Simple and straightforward.
So just to continue, what I think, what emerges from...
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarity from the witness. The cat Matlala, you said you met him in Belleville Hills in December last year, if I remember well.
Correct.
And then you say at the funeral, if I hear you well, hence I'm looking for a clarity from you. There were a lot of guns than flowers. And was Matlala there?
No, I didn't see him.
So the security company, you don't know what security company was there?
There were many taxi guys. These guys are split. Those taxi, they just take. I think they pay them well. But they are not taken by one taxi boss. They're taken by many. So a person that, and I'm sure you know the person that was being buried there.
Yeah, I know he is.
Yeah, I'm sure you know him very well. I'm sure you know him very well. I'm sure you also know a person that is at war with.
Yeah,
you know him too. So that is buried. So all these guys, they come because I guess everybody that is in the taxi industry knew in that particular day who was buried. I was there in the funeral. The Honorable Malema was there. Honorable Fikile Mbalule was there. And the three of us, we spoke at the funeral. We all spoke at the funeral. So it was a very high profile. I haven't checked, but I might suspect that Matlala could be there, but I don't have that information, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
You may
So-
proceed, SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So, Minister, you seem to suggest that it's understandable that some of these initially or former police officers, military officers, highly trained, at 1.2 million rand a shot that taxpayers spend on training them, that it's understandable that they cross the floor and go and work for these syndicates because they get more pay, and that, are you saying that we should, to stop this, we should pay our officers more? Is this one of the ways in which we can stop this criminal activity? And why do you, I think you also mentioned that that you went back to actually negotiate the return of some of these officers back, to integrate them back into the police force.
I would not agree with you.
A huge risk.
I would not agree with you that they work for syndicates. Especially the police task force are recruited by the taxi industry. Those are not syndicates. There might be a lot of criminality there, but to call the taxi industry syndicates, having not have that information, will be a problem. There is one thing I know with the taxi industry, is a lot of death and a lot of guns on it. I said I was a provincial MEC for transport. I spend a lot of time dealing with them. So I would sit with you here, SC, have a meeting, and then I say tomorrow we'll come back and finish the meeting, and your chair will be empty. Next day, your chair will be empty because you are gone forever. So that's what happens with that industry. Anybody who understands that industry is a brutal. There is a question they ask there. If you want to buy taxis, do you have a stick to protect the job? That's a gun. So if you are going to be in the taxi industry, you must have a gun too. That's how it goes. So I would not then say taxi industry are syndicates, but I wouldn't say that those recruited by those that are associated with syndicates like Matala are not abused and used for that. But I would not sit here and say taxi industry guys are syndicates.
May we take Honorable Malem.
Minister, you'll agree that there is a difference between personal protectors and inkabi. Because when a person is employed to look after you as a high profile or a taxi person, that person does exactly that. And there are people who are hired to kill people. And that is the purpose of hiring inkabi, for that purpose. Am I correct?
You are correct, Honorable Member. But it does happen that the very same protectors are used sometimes as inkabi and come back to their job. But there is a pool of people that are there just calling their price. There is that group of people. So that's why, and there are people that genuinely protect their principals. They call them their principals, even in taxi industry and all that. And I would not call those people syndicates.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't generalize, I certainly don't or didn't intend to portray the whole of the taxi industry. They are organized. We know here in Cape Town anyway, where I stay, there's two, Kudeta and Kudesa, and the two organizations. So they are organized. But obviously it would be irresponsible to say they're involved in organized crime. They are ever involved in a fierce battle, but they do also a great public service transporting our people. But it was more in the context of this picture that this narrative that comes from your evidence, that you meet this high-powered guy in December, a guy, you know, just knows about this raid with one of your top, when you were minister, one of your top policemen, General Kumalo, wants you to do a favor, and then you meet him. You've read this article about him, and clearly I think you had agreed it doesn't paint a nice picture about him, at the very least. Raises suspicions.
I would agree. That stands.
And then you go to a funeral, and then you go to Zimbabwe, and then you didn't know that this is another, well, according to the media anyway, notorious person's house. So Minister, you either you unwittingly, unknowingly are drawn into this web of dark criminality, or you go in there with your eyes open. Which one is it?
Let me again put some light on it. Funeral has got nothing to do with Ket Matlala. So I didn't go to the funeral because of Ket Matlala and all that. It was Mr. Mnisi, called Swazi, who died in hospital. So because I have worked with him in dealing with the problem of taxi industry. So as a person I know. So it's got nothing to do with Matlala at that particular time. Though I have learned SC and Honorable Malem, that his security has also looked after Mswaz of Ket Matlala, which puts a clash between Matlala and Joe. I'm sure we know Joe. And Joe, it comes from there, and they all come from Mpumalanga. They all come from Mpumalanga. That's why he knows them. He knows them very well. And there would be issue, and there would be stories about them, and even the Honorable Skosana would know these stories. But we still meet them. But we know the stories. We know the story of Ucho Nsibanyon, that everybody talks, but we still meet and we still talk. But I want to go to Zimbabwe, because the article says I went to, who's the guy, Maumela, yeah. He says I went to the house of Maumela, and then Maumela gave me the code. I don't know why would you dramatize having a code of entering Zimbabwe, because in Zimbabwe you enter with code. Now, why should it come as a secret weapon that you had a code? Anybody who goes to Zimbabwe enters through the code of the owner there. And then I go there to talk, and then I'm in this beautiful house, the beach house.
It looks like you, since your retirement, you're living it up.
Not necessarily.
You in high-end Beverly Hills,
I saw it
Zimbabwe.
once. No, Zimbabwe, I've been there several times, not because of, I've gone there to see many people. Minister Nkosazana sometimes stay there. I used to go there. The king has stayed there. I've gone to, so it's nothing wonderful about seeing cat at Zimbabwe. I have been in Zimbabwe to see people. I've had conferences at Zimbabwe, one of the top hotels and all that. But the story I want to make, the journalist leaves the message to say, I went to see cat at Zimbabwe, which is not a secret. It's not a secret, it's got nothing to secret. And then he writes something to say the house was Maumela. I didn't know. The house, cat told me that he had 2 houses in Zimbabwe. So this is one of these houses. So I heard it from the journalist that the house was Maumela. But the journalist accuses me. He writes the message and he says, the journalist says to me, I don't want to talk to you. I still have those messages. I don't want to talk to me. Write down. I have told the journalist before that I don't write. The journalist is trapping me. He wants me to write. I told him that I don't write, but he says this time, I don't want to speak to you. I'll not write. I don't write. I phoned the journalist 10 times. I phoned the journalist 10 times. He's got 10 missed calls, which are dramatic with Matlala, but he doesn't write that I phoned him 10 times, not finding him, the journalist. And the journalist goes to point 3, raised 3 points. Point 3 says, he is aware and the fact that I have benefited from who's this guy? Benefited from Maumela. I've stayed in his house. I was in his house. I've been driven around. I don't know Maumela. I go back, after I came back from the 10 calls, I go back to say, why do you say I know Maumela? Said, I didn't know that you don't know, so I retract that. But he has written the story. He has written the story, the journalist. Okay. Maybe Mkhwanazi is correct on that one, and I concur with that. Journalists, they develop some kind of narratives that they want to be there. That journalist, he knows the journalist, what he has done. And ever since, he has not written the story, has not come back to me. But he didn't write the story. He sent an apology to me. The journalist sent an apology to me to say he made a mistake to say I know Maumela. He meant that I know Matlala. And that journalist knows long time ago that I know Matlala. Why would he make that? He believed that I'm not going to answer and was going to write the story of me moving around with Maumela, creating narratives.
Thanks, Chair. General, you don't write or you can't write. You are just unable to construct a paragraph. Both. Okay.
No. If you say I can't write, no, I can write, but I can't write the SMS message.
Okay, thanks.
Julius, Honorable Julius only knows that Massimula can't write the English. So
it looks like it's a general problem in the service. We need to look at it on how do we give support.
It's not a general problem, it's a problem of generals. Honorable Mali.
General, we're not a teacher at some point.
Yes, I used to teach.
So you are a teacher by profession?
Yes.
So you used to write?
At the blackboard.
At the chalkboard.
It was green that time. I used to write on the green. So there were no gadgets during my teaching.
You can only write with chalk, with a crayon.
Yeah, the chalk
on
and
the board.
the dust and all that.
Yeah. I have given you until 4 now. Yourself, until 4.
Uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted.
General, can we just deal with some of the further allegations against you in relation to Mr. Matlala? Now, you say at paragraph 78.1 that you left government in June 2024, and of course these days like you already said at the outset here today, any travel and accommodation is at your own expense. But that, so when Mr. Matlala offered you the use of his penthouse when you were in Pretoria, you took up his offer.
Yes.
But that was when you were now a private citizen.
Yes.
Not in your, when you were still
I've
Minister of Police.
long left the government. I left the government June, this is January.
How many times did you visit his penthouse?
Twice.
Stay twice. So at paragraph 78, you say that it is reported that Mr. Matlala sent a message to the staff of his penthouse on 27 January 2025. As you said yourself, everything seemed to happen in January, in which he stated the following: "Good day, can you do me a favor? There is a friend of mine who's also a business partner. He is former Minister of Police Bheki Cele. When he's in Pretoria, can you please ask management to inform the staff at the front desk to grant him access to my penthouse?"
Well, I think I've spoken to that, especially the journalist did ask me, because this is from the journalist. The journalist did ask me of being a business partner. I said to the journalist, that is the easiest thing to check. You go and check the registration of the, you register with who? With intellectual property, blah, blah, to be business. Check that if there is any business registered in my name. And come and show me that. Don't ask that from me. And I said, I don't have any business that I run. Secondly, I'm not a friend to Matlala. I met Matlala in December. So he is my acquaintance, but a friend in December and already a friend in January, that would be taking it too far. We are not a friend. I know him, acquaintance. There are matters that we talk about. I don't know his house. He doesn't know my house. I don't know. I only know him. I guess he only knows me. So friends would know more than that per that person. So I deny. I don't agree that he's my friend. He's my acquaintance. I will stand by that.
We're going to add the word friend now to the lexicon of the ad hoc committee.
Immediately.
Immediately.
No word will
comrade,
be, no
associate,
word,
friend.
no word will beat immediately.
So, so General, just on the Medicare 24, contract, I think we covered much of it already, but that contract, or that, the tender was awarded on the 18th of June 2024, and that was shortly after your tenure as Minister of Police ended.
Correct.
But you had no role in the award of the tender.
I know nothing. Not only that, I know nothing about supply chain matters in the South African Police Service.
I mean, you don't sign off on the award. It's the National Commissioner who signs off on the
It's
award.
the National Commission.
And that's after evaluation,
Yes.
adjudication,
and
the
all that,
award.
yes. Ministers don't sign on tenders.
Then, just second lastly, the allegation that you tried to push out Lieutenant General Khumalo In his evidence before the Matlanga Commission, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alleged that you had attempted to persuade the Divisional Head of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, to resign from SAPS to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation and internal disciplinary processes. And these allegations are outlined in an article which is annexed as BC 11. BC 11 is on page 89 of the annexes. It's headed, Mkhwanazi Cele tried to push crime intelligence head out of SAPS, Matlanga Commission.
Interestingly, when Mary speaks of the Khumalo that didn't know anything was in the ORS, he meant that Khumalo, who happens to be Jablan Khumalo. This is a researcher. It can't differentiate between Tumsan Khumalo and Jablan Khumalo. So this is Jablan Khumalo, who is a member of the Special Task Force. As a brigadier, he came to head ORS after Mkhwanazi has been promoted. After Mkhwanazi has been the acting national commissioner, so he came here. So there were issues that were raised, by the members of the Special Task Force to say things aren't going very well. They say they were not assessed, they were not getting training, or raising things. I took them to the National Commissioner, who happened to be Stole at the time, to say, Commissioner, for me it's a serious matter when this group of people complain so much. This is not the group of people that needs to complain, because when chiefs are down, those are the people that you revert back to them. So, but they were complaining about Kumal and all that. I must say, in my stance with police, both as a national commissioner and the minister, I've buried one member of the Special Task Force. SC, by the way, that's one thing with the South African police. You bury every weekend. Those guys are dying. Police are dying. The sad thing, they die young. After establishing this SAPS Education Trust, it was after the funeral I attended at Kraaifontein as a national commissioner, where a police officer we're burying was 23. The wife standing on the open grave was 19. In her arms was a three months old. I said to the management, let's do something. What happens to these kids? Look, this guy is only the year. To accumulate anything in the South African police, at least you need to take 10 years. They die zero. It is on that score that the management also has agreed, SC, to give what we call a special death grant, so that there is something that the junior you are, actually it goes to the juniors, it doesn't go to generals, and it goes, because if you die first year, second year on the job, your family have just said something good is happening in this house, and boom, they don't know how to bury you. So we came that with that policy in the South Africa to say, junior you are help, so that there are funerals and all that they take care of. But the kids, it's that if you die on the line of duty, they must take you to school. That education trust must take you to school at least until the junior degree. That's what happened. I think there are close to 2,000 kids now that have been taken through We wanted to make it independent, that not to be run by the police. Hence, its first chairperson of the trustees was Mkhwanazi, Smangaliso Mkhwanazi. We wanted eminent South Africans. Was Smangaliso Mkhwanazi, was Judge Mohoro, was Chaka Chaka. Those were the first person whom Pierre came and fired them. Okay. As she claimed that he started the subset, she didn't. She found it there. Now, I think I don't know much now, but I know, Chair, that is a certain prominent business person in Jaka. I don't know if people they know Jaka. He's a business person in South Africa. So, because we want it to be independent, and they run the thing. So it comes from there. It comes from there that we must be able to take care of ours so that they are focused on their work going forward, SC. And I hope that everybody contribute. I saw the Mkhwanazi social media inviting people to the Gulf match so that they can fundraise for that, and he has been good on that one.
General, you didn't answer this aspect arose.
SC, let me take Honorable Malim.
No, Minister wanted to tell us about businessman Jaka or something, and then you left him in relation to this fund.
He's a chair of the subset now. Yeah, he's a chair of the education trust of the money that educates offense of the police. He's on that Congress.
Thank you. So perhaps let me just remind you what your response was. The allegation by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi that you tried to get Lieutenant General Khumalo to resign in order to protect Lieutenant General Khan.
Let me respond to that.
Yeah, you said that the allegation is without merit. The Premier of Gauteng approached me to see if I could recommend someone from SAPS for a key high-level position in Gauteng related to safety and security. I considered Lieutenant General Khumalo because he had worked well together and I was well aware of his capabilities. I approached Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to inquire if he had any difficulties with me approaching Lieutenant General Khumalo concerning this position. The insinuation that I sought to approach Lieutenant General Khumalo to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation is unwarranted. At the time of my discussion, which took place after I was no longer Minister of Police, I was unaware of the internal processes within SAPS and that Lieutenant General Khan was undergoing disciplinary processes. Moreover, there is nothing sinister or unlawful about me inquiring whether Lieutenant General Khumalo would be interested in a position in the Gauteng government. You confirm that's what your response?
General Mkhwanazi is a good cop, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have faults.
Yeah.
There is no human being that is. Some of them serious faults, but I guess will be genuine faults rather than criminality and all that. Khumalo, well, maybe the statement there is not full of what General Mkhwanazi said. He said he was disappointed on Minister Cele and never spoke to him thereafter, if you finish the statement that he said. Panyaza, the Premier, having created Amapanya, I'm sure they were condemned yesterday. But I know for sure that those Mapanya were given certificate by the Minister of Justice. I know for sure. But he is also, him and Premier of KZN are also MECs of safety in their provinces, both of them. Now, Panyaza says, Cele, I met him in Pretoria, in Apache, not in place of cat. No. So he says, I want you to work with me to coordinate all security agencies in Gauteng to fight crime. I agree with that because there are 4 provinces that gives us sleepless night when it comes to crime in South Africa. 3 full KZN, Western Cape, Gauteng, and half Eastern Cape. They give us nightmares. So if anybody says, I'm prepared to put more resources in my province, Gauteng, that will help us a lot to deal with it. So he approaches me, but he says, I say to him, look, Premier, it will be good to work with you, but I'm not an operative. I'm not. Though I was a national commissioner, people saying this national commissioner who is a civil. I'm not a civilian, by the way, I'm a soldier. I'm trained fully, heavily so. So I'm not a civilian. Don't talk to me as a civilian, I'm a soldier. So I know the mentality of the armed forces. And I've been, all my life, by the way, I've been a commissar. And I can give you the prescription and the job of the commissar. I've been a commissar in the camps. All where I've gone, I've been I've never been a commander, but I've been a commissar all my life. So I then said to Premier, I'm not a commander. We'll have to get a person that will command and coordinate all the forces.
Who was your commander?
When
you were commissar, who was your commander?
Was JZ. all my life, Julius, I was commanded by Commander JZ. In exile and inside the country, that's my commander, Commander Zuma. So now he says, invite a person that will do the job. I say, I know there is a Khumalo. He's a major general, not a lieutenant general. He's a major general. He was at Tugela district at the time. And I knew that he was at Tugela because I worked with him very closely dealing with the taxi industry together with Mandla Kaba and all those dealing with the taxi. There were low high rate of murder around Lady Smith. So I knew him, we worked with him all the time. So with the respect that I have for Mkhwanazi, I don't phone Khumalo, I phoned Mkhwanazi to speak to Khumalo. And then, good, he said you speak to. Khumalo says he said I'll speak to him, he loves the police, he's not going to leave the police and all that. By the way, it's not a crime. If you come to Western Cape Province, there are so many police officers that have been taken from the South African police and are working for municipality. Recruited. So somebody used the English, I think was one journalist, that I lured Khumalo to Gauteng. Those that understand Zulu, to is not to kheha. If I lure you, those that know English, they can explain. But if somebody said, I've lured you, so I'm pulling you out of your way so that I can mess you up. That's the word, lure. I did not. I recruited him. I approached him. He says, I love the badge. I'll stay here. That's fine. And then I went to Lusofe, the premier. So Mkhwanazi did not come back to me. I hear when he makes the presentation that he was very angry with me and disappointed he never spoke to me. As we speak, it was somewhere It was somewhere last year or early this year. But it's not true that Mkhwanazi never spoke to me thereafter. The last time Mkhwanazi sent the message was June this year. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. He sent me the message about the murder that happened in Newcastle of, I think, Rafferty, the farmers that were killed there. So I phoned and we spoke. I asked what happened to that case. He sent me the message to say those people are arrested. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. Aye, we did speak.
Can we just round off, General?
So I'm rounding off by saying, Khumalo has been interviewed. The case, Mkhwanazi said, I did not like Khumalo. I'm not in business of liking. I'm in business of working with you. Khumalo, I would not have approached a person that I don't like. I said I work with Khumalo with the taxi and all that. He's a capable commander that would have come. That's why he was approached. If he feels I don't like, as Mkhwanazi feels I don't like him, so they can give me the measurements of liking. So how high, how deep it goes, the liking. But I don't work with you because I like or I don't like you. I work with you because you're capable of doing your job. Thereafter, I approached another officer who is a brigadier. I spoke to commissioner, to say national commissioner, because he runs the projects of Western Cape and the project of Mangoes, to say, can we request, he's a brigadier, and the brigadier says, I love the police, I'm not going to leave the police. There was nothing sinister about recruiting people. And remember, we are still recruiting these people to government. We are not even taking them to the private industry. We are recruiting them to the other level of government. So I don't know what was a big deal about it.
So just lastly, General, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also alleged that you directly linked to suspicious money transfer from Matlala into a third-party bank. Sorry. Is it related to this? Can we just received a message which I can't read now or understand. Can we take the break and come back and then just allow me a few minutes to clarify it when we return?
We're taking a 40
Sorry,
minutes.
General, it's
A 40 minutes break. Yeah. Yeah. Is there too much for you? Because I want to check if you are ready, because when we come back here, I'm taking questions from you. So I wanted to give you time to rehearse your questions. You are ready? I'm reducing from 40. If you are ready, I'm reducing from 40 to 15 minutes. I'm giving you a break immediately. 15 minutes. Can we break immediately? immediately. Yes. Yes. It's towards Friday, yeah. Even if you say one letter, you stop because your time would have expired. So now is 26 minutes after 16 hours. So it means we are going to take 4 speakers between now and the next break. Yeah. So I want us to start exactly at 4:30. And then it will be Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. So if we start at 4:30, we are going to run until 10 to 6. And then the next set of speakers will start at 10 to 6 and take their 1 hour, 20 minutes. Is it very clear? That is going to be Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo. We're taking a full member and an alternate. It's 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yeah. Is it very clear, honorable members? The 4 members who will be starting, is it very clear to you? Okay. Honorable Breitenbach, can I?
I'm explaining to the members that the time period is a limit, not a target.
It's 1 hour, is 1 hour, 20 minutes. If one person speaks for the whole time allocated, it means the time would have expired. It does not matter. The second speaker will no longer have any time left to speak. That's what it means. It's inclusive, it's indivisible. Honorable Sons.
Chair, may I check how versatile your directive is? If as a party we make an arrangement of saying that today we only give full members, then tomorrow an alternate, will that cause any damage to your directive?
No, it wouldn't be a problem. Remember, alternatives speak on the discretion of the chair. So you'll have to check with me what is the time allocated to the alternate. The time for the alternate is 20 minutes. Yes.
Yes. I'm not denying
Remember,
that, Chair.
Yesterday we were allocating alternates 45 minutes.
Yes.
So today we have reduced it to 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can we make our own arrangement as a party to say today it's only full members who are going to ask, then tomorrow the alternate will use his 20 minutes. 10 or 20, whatever that you allocate to an alternate. Are you versatile to that extent, Chair? Or you strictly say today you must use an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, I want us to use an hour and 20 minutes per set of speakers.
Okay, no problem.
If you decide that you are going to use your hour tomorrow, it's okay. But now it's 1 hour, 20 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah. And the more you postpone, we start at 7 o'clock tomorrow because it means we will have a longer list of speakers tomorrow. Yeah. The African National Congress, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair.
Let me not bore you.
Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's separate from this. I just wanted to have the House note and the nation note that today is the birthday of Jocelyn Smith, the little girl that was kidnapped and trafficked, and her mother, together with other accomplices, are found guilty of kidnapping and child trafficking. We hope that she's still alive. I just thought it's important to just mention that for noting. Thank you, Chair.
That is so profound, Honorable Souls. We welcome that message. South Africans are receiving it, and we hope that the police will continue to probe the matter until the truth is revealed. Thank you so much. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to you, Ndosi. Looking at your appointment of General Sbiya as the Deputy National Commissioner, taking it back, because when General Sbiya was, you'll bear with me, I won't have I'll say general, no lieutenant, no brigadier, all general. When he was appointed by the city of Johannesburg, whereby he was going to assist the city of Johannesburg in gathering and intelligence equipment, he left the city of Johannesburg under a cloud of being accused of corruption and fraud. Then Mr. Mesuli Mlandu, who was also serving in the city of Johannesburg, an executive director, wrote a letter to you on the 20th of June, 2022, regarding his concerns of the eminent appointment and the employment of General Sbiya to this Deputy National Commissioner of South African Police Services. Are you aware of that letter?
I can't remember the letter.
You don't remember a letter written by Mr. Mlandu alerting you or telling you about General Sbiya? You don't remember it?
No, I don't remember the letter. I have seen now, as we discussed, but I don't remember the letter coming to me. I don't know if I can expand on that one. Because who is Mlandu?
He was working in the city of Johannesburg.
As what?
An executive director. He once worked in Eastern Cape, then he went to work in the city of Johannesburg. Also, in the city of Johannesburg, he was suspended. Then he wanted to alert you about the fraud and corruption during the era of General Sbiya.
No, I don't know what level he was, but it's pathetic. To start with, is a manager, writes the minister. Instead, he doesn't even know who employs the police. Ministers of police don't employ the police. He should have written the national commissioner. I don't remember, I don't say I didn't receive, but what could have happened, Honorable Member? There would be letters that land in my office, and the chief of staff look at them, and they realize that they don't belong here, and they take them where they belong. And what level was he? This Mlandu? Was level what? 14, 12?
He was a director.
That's level 12. He should have approached his manager to write the national commissioner so that things are proper. Otherwise, level 12 somewhere in Gauteng, he thinks can write the Minister of Police in Pretoria about the things that he doesn't know on it. Maybe if I finish, the commissioner employs, commissioner deploys. Commissioner did come to me about the coming back of Spear. It took some time, and Commissioner Spear was a victim of those people that were paired off by Pierre, which is Mkhwanazi, Masimula, Libya, Dramat, Mafume, Spear, Cruiser. It just cleaned. It's part of those people. So when then it goes there and it comes back, I remember that he was cleared by the mayor, and mayor was the lady doctor. The mayor was a doctor in Gauteng.
Oh,
Mpo. So I remember was cleared also by the SSA, which is a custodian of intelligence matters. So then he would go to the National Commission. National Commissioner would then suggest to me as a concurrence that we are taking his beer back. That's what would have happened. But for this guy to as a director somewhere and write the Minister of Police when he's got the mayor in his office, the manager, and indeed he wanted to be managerial, he could have written the National Commissioner. So maybe the letter, I don't remember the letter, maybe the letter got lost in the confusion this guy caused.
Okay.
Thanks.
The letter didn't get confused on the way. It had the minister's stamp. But, Minister, I do get your point, because the letter can come to your office and is stamped, or the letter was given to the National Commissioner. But when you are going to employ the deputy of the National Commissioner, surely you were talking with the National Commissioner. Are we going to employ this person with this or a cloud in English over him from the city of Johannesburg? Then you say, no, let's get on. That's what I'm asking from you. If were you alerted that General Spear had that cloud over him from the city of Johannesburg?
It's cloud from Maputo. Huh? He's cleared by the mayor. He's cleared by the SSA. I think was cleared by the court, the labor court. All who says the court even went further to say reinstate him. So who I am to say to the court, well, I'm not. And not necessarily directed to me. And then the commissioner says, remember, the commissioner will go through to it, that comes to the minister as a concurrence. By the way, he's not forced to look at it. So maybe these three institutions, honorable member, they weigh heavier than Maputo, who wrote the letter. The office of the mayor himself, the SSA, who said the gadget was not illegal, and the court, who says reinstate him. So I'm sure, as the proposal is made of concurrence from the National Commission, we would have taken that one on board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, General, I'll say General even to you, or former minister, looking at General Spear, you have employed him, having that cloud, then also, if we are looking at the links that he had, one can say that, allege, in fact, that he had links with criminals based on the evidence that were given yourself by Mr. Matlala to say that he tried to make it a point that General Khumalo is arrested. All the story you were narrating. Can you say that, was it a correct appointment for General Sbiya to be the National Commissioner? Looking back to all these things, starting with, I know you are saying that he was cleared in everything, but now having the recent information and adding to what previously he had, that dark cloud I'm talking about, could you say it was the right appointment for him to be the Deputy National Commissioner?
Definitely there will be a concern, Honorable Member. Remember, Matlala is only just yesterday when this guy has been doing the work as issues raised. But it's a point I made with the members and the meeting to say, I find it problematic that at the level of the Deputy Director General, National Commissioner is the only person that takes decision. And I would have recommended that, like all other DTGs, we follow the same pattern. What happens when the DTGs of other departments are employed? They are interviewed by the panel, serious panels, and then this information is taken to the cabinet, Honorable Member, and the cabinet endorses or they scrutinize it and they send it back. One other thing that is a must is a security clearance, but usually when you come for first 6 months, you are giving about preliminary, and then they say you give the real one in 6 months' time. So if we follow those patterns, I hope it will help with the police. But the question, looking back on him and the matters that are raised, while it's not my place, but I would say I would agree with the processes that have taken by the National Commissioner to relook at the matter.
Thank you. Then coming to Matlala, you said you didn't know Matlala up until you met him when you were going to meet Mabonga Mpongose, who happens to be the son of your acquaintance. Mr. Mpongose is dead. Then now you have Mr. Matlala, who came to that meeting at that Beverly Hills hotel. Can you share with this ad hoc committee, what were you going to meet Mr. Mpongose about? Or was it work-related, because he is the son of your acquaintance's daddy?
Well, his name is Bongani Mpongose, so they call him Mabonga.
Yeah.
He's a KZN boy, so it's December, everybody comes home. He used to call me Timer.
Oh.
I'm sure you understand that language. What does it mean, Timer? And then I'm down home, I want to see you. And instead of seeing me, he brings Matlala. So he had wanted to see me without giving me the agenda of meeting him. But it was clear that the agenda was Matlala, as we met Matlala and engaged.
Then out of that first meeting at Beverly Hills with Mr. Matlala, going to the next one, meeting with Mr. Matlala in Mr. Ngwan's house at his Zimbali estate. Can you say Matlala now became your friend or also your acquaintance, or what? How can you describe him now that, because, you know, he told you things that maybe some of them you are not going to gather outside. As you have already said that in order to know the information in the work that you are doing, you had to meet other people so that you'll get and sift out of that information you were given. Now that you met Mr. Matlala, how would you describe him to you?
He's definitely not a friend. I'm sure yourself have got the definition of friends. This is March, or this is January, meeting him in Pretoria again. After meeting him in December, he can't be a friend by then. Indeed, I said, I was interested in this tripod of Minister Mkhwanazi, Matlala and Mkhwanazi, whom in their meetings, either correctly or wrongly, either true or not, they found the space of discussing even my name, even sending this information so that they can find something out of me. So I would then listen and have an ear for that. But that did not make me a friend of Matlala. If I was a friend, we could have maybe taken some few drinks together. I could have visited his home. I saw late that he's got the white home in the mountain, beside the house he has in, I know the house that was raided was in Waterkloof. So I could have seen, the place where we met. It would be more on the business because this penthouse is in Capital, in the hotel in Pretoria, rather than his house. Indeed, I would say is an acquaintance in the lack of explaining any other thing, but not coming close of calling him a friend.
Thank you. Surely, maybe if he was not jailed now, when we are coming to this ad hoc committee, maybe for argument's sake, he was not in jail, would he have called you or call you after the ad hoc committee?
Chairperson, through you, Honorable Member, when I met him, I didn't know that he was carrying this kind of except what I read, but did not give it to me as a person that the police were to arrest for these things. I did not have the list of his withdrawal of cases, which are quite many and long, and what he has for. If he's not arrested, but I've received that information, I would have changed my approach to him, having had that information. Now, he's arrested. I'm told he's in CMX in Nkosi Mapuru. Definitely, if we were a friend, I could have paid a visit there. I haven't. I know that some people have gone for statements there. Myself, I could have taken a statement there if he was my friend. So that is there, is arrested, that cut off. Never again spoken to him, never taken a statement for him because we're not friends. And that gave me a better understanding of staying away. I'm not saying that I will never speak to him if he comes. We do speak to people that have been in prison, have criminal record. We mix with them. Others are our colleagues, and they have been in prison. So it will be lie. It will be lie to say I won't speak to them. But things that I understand have changed my perspective at how I look at him. I definitely don't look at him as the first day I met, and now understand what he has been accused of.
Thank you. Lastly, because you know what I like about you as a witness, you are straight, you don't hide anything. Former Minister, what is it? Oh. A directive of the 31st December 2024. You said that you did call the current minister, that is Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner. Didn't inquire about what is happening. You saw that because it was on the media space. Immediately it was issued on the 31st. You didn't inquire when the minister said, no, he will deal with his job. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner, being worried, of course, about the escalation of the crime, whereby PKTT has reduced it. You didn't try and call him at least and advise him.
Advise who?
The National Commissioner.
I've got nothing to do. I've got nothing to do with the National Commissioner.
Being the former minister.
I've got nothing to do. That will be serious interference, and what they term ruling from the grave.
No, talking on a friendly terms.
Absolutely.
For instance, you can't talk with anyone saying that, hey, now that this PKTT, are you having plan, knowing that you are talking to a person with whom you have worked? Surely you are communicating now and then.
Honorable member, don't tempt me. You know, I sit home, I gym, I come and see TV. There are so many things on TV that are wrong about the police. I can talk to them every day. I must just accept that I've come and I'm gone. A person that I spoke to is a person that I've had a political umbilical cord with, who happens to be the minister. I did not phone him. We spoke face to face in a meeting that was somewhere, I think we were in Joburg, in Lekgotla. This is January. It is even after I've had the issues of Matala. But this was the issue I wanted to enter, but we will also speak about Matala things. And the minister had no time. He said, the letters that we talk about from, you hear them, or the other thing that I suggested is that we speak to the Peace and Stability Committee of the ANC, where I am the member because of the NEC, he is a member because of the NEC, and also is a member because of the minister, to talk those things. And he said those things could go and talk there, but he continues with his decision when it comes to the letters. And unfortunately, that meeting too did not see, and then I sat there and I got rot and until things continue. But I could not tell the National Commissioner what to do. That is what you call ruling from the grave.
Okay.
And I don't have a grave at the present moment. You can see me.
Thank you for that, because I was going to ask you, you are from KZN, Minister Mkhwanazi is from KZN, the former minister of SAPS, he is the current minister of SAPS. Then this decision that has been taken, because I was going to ask, how do you relate with each other? as Minister Mkhwanazi, but you have already talked to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Finish.
Thanks, Chair. Let's start where you have left, General. How is your relationship with Minister Mkhwanazi in all fronts of life?
All fronts, eh?
Yeah.
I've never taken a drink with him. Unfortunately, I don't drink, I don't take alcohol. So I've seen people on the social media say Cele was drunk when he called people amaNunu and all that. So I don't just take alcohol. I don't even dine in wine. I just don't. So
Honorable Sangoen.
Thank you, Chair. No, I want clarity. So is it the reason that Minister Cele, when he was minister, would have then gone and taken all the alcohol from the people of South Africa during COVID?
What is your comment on those?
no, I never taken anybody's. I never taken anybody's alcohol. I just removed the crime from the scene. That was not alcohol. That was crime on the scene.
Yeah.
Because if it is sold without license, if it is sold at 4 o'clock when you're supposed to close at 10 and all, that is a crime scene. Is no more a tavern. So we remove it from the scene. But let me go back on that one.
Yeah, go back to Honorable Ngola,
Yeah.
but look, I can tell you, your knife cuts too deep, yo.
Okay. Honorable Ngola, if I stand here before you and I confess, Mkhwanazi and I, we have been in the same faction, if there is such a thing, politically all life. I've supported him when he was under attack from the previous people, as with premiers, all that. I supported him as we go for secretary, where I was beaten by ACE and all that kind of thing, all that. So politically, we have been on the same side. I just don't know where and when, because even briefing him, the effort came from me. I phoned him 3 times to say, can I come and brief you? It's unlike Mbalula, who phoned me to brief me. Mbalula phoned me to brief me. I phoned my successor to say, can I come and brief you? We took 3 hours. I said, as I opened the door, I said, Lendlelina meva. This is hard one into police. Pick up the phone, and let's talk when you think we can make a contribution. I've never received a single call since ever that day I held the door handle. Not once. I mean once. And then that relationship where we have been working together on political matters, I don't know what happened to it. But political front, until this saga happened, I think we have been fine. Even socially, when he lost the mother, I visited the homestead, I spoke there. When he visited the father, we were sitting. When he lost the father, we sat there when Msholozi spoke and all that. We have been quite cordial and not very distant. His wife's name is Temberga, my wife's name is Temberga. They call each other Bizo themselves and all that. So I don't think it's a very hostile kind of relationship overall.
Okay. I'm asking this because there is a strong accusation of you doing what you have just said you can't do now, of leading from the grave. And I'm asking this because part of the evidence that was submitted to the ad hoc committee, I think a bundle 3 of the minister's evidence, had got an article that speaks about you actively participating in the affairs of the SAPS even though you are no longer the minister, being involved in everything that is happening, insinuating that you may have a role to play in what is happening.
Article written by who?
Beg your pardon?
Article written by who?
I just can't remember the article, but it was attached in bundle 3 of the minister's evidence.
That's a problem, because the minister should have consulted me when he sees that and asked, what is this? But more than anything, it would have better to consult me, because anybody, journalists, they write what they like. And you can't hold me responsible that there is an article written by me, whatever that means, whatever that happens, and all that kind of thing. So, but if I can tell you, I've tried to stay out of the lane. It can't be true again that I don't talk to the police. But mostly it will be at the high level so that I don't have the problem. A few weeks, CIC, there was a clash of students at Edgewood of the student command, EFF and SANSCO. Students phoned me. Now, I'm not going to say, yeah. What you do, you pick up the phone, and I phone Deputy Commissioner Makoba. So when it happens, when fire, I'm sure you know fire here, who killed the lady that was a CPF, he was given the bail. She phoned me to say, Minister, I don't know what to do. And I phoned the provincial commission to say, there is this matter, can you look at it? And indeed, I can't say, when people phone and they raise the matter saying, we are under attack, can you help us? So the next thing I will do, I will phone the police. And I don't think that it will be so much of irresponsible for me to say, look, I'm no more the Minister of Police, let those people come and shoot you.
Okay. During your tenure as both the National Commissioner and the Minister, which is before 2011, as the National Commissioner, and the 2 terms you have served as the Minister of Police, have you noticed some deep-seated divisions amongst the top generals of the South African Police Services?
Maybe the word deep does not operate. But these are old people having their opinions and all that kind of thing. There will be issues here and there. And then one job of the executing authority is to make sure that your structure functions proper. There would be issues here and there that one thing that I would do, I try by all means, honorable member, to stay above their problems, not to be sept in and become the part of one of them or the group of them. So I'll try. But if the matter is raised, for instance, one matter that was raised very sharply was the exchange between Mkhwanazi and Sibia on the matter of briefing about the arrest of AKA. So I was sent that, I looked at it, and I did speak to both of them that you are all not together, but I also speak to Mkhwanazi, who even apologized to say, Minister, I went overboard and all that. So I would, if I think things are going wayward, and say, that's not the way, guys. We have a target is to work on crime, not against each other.
Okay, so the last date, let's go back to the IMC. The last date of the meeting of the Interministerial Committee was the 6th of September 2023, which is effectively 6-7 months before the 2024 national and provincial elections. So one would assume that the reason of not sitting in the period after December 2023 is that everyone was out preparing for elections. Now, has the end of the 6th term marked the end of the interministerial committee?
No, present.
So, even though the 6th administration ended, the existence of the interministerial committee continued to the 7th term.
Honorable Member, there is precedence to that.
Yes.
This committee was called and put there by the President in May 2018, which is the tail end of the 5th administration. And the President puts ministries there, not ministers. This was not an inter-ministers committee, was interministerial committee, which means are ministries that come there. And the ministries have incumbents. The first meeting that met there was Cele for police, Masuta for justice, Duba Letsatsi for intelligence, and Mapisa Ngagula for defense. So as we go for election, this committee meets. Who meets? Is Cele, Lamula, and Kodwa, because there was no minister of intelligence at the time. It was Kodwa, deputy in the president. And Mapisa was still there, but later Modise comes. So those people are there. So there is a precedent. And there was no new announcement by the president to say, Nyakubeka njalo. So we continued until this September, and indeed, I agree with you that after September they would be busy. But also, there was then one activity of the committee when the president instructed them to or approach them, especially with that one with the Minister of Higher Education now, with the problems that was happening in problems happening at Forte. I can take you through when there was time what was happening there, but huge, 173 million of that university was misused by that process. And these police, they stopped the misuse of 173 million, that PKTT. And then when they briefed, so one felt that it would be good if they briefed the president. I think they briefed the president on the 7th of March, 2024, almost 2 or 3 months now before election. It was still there. President quite impressed with them. I even joked to say they need some award to the way they were doing things. I hope that's not a problem of the award later when the award changed seats at some place. But it would be known. Maybe not cutting deep and cutting there. Mine will be simple. Call the interministerial committee. If you believe there is no interministerial committee, go to the committee that is related with the JCPS cluster, and you are a co-chair with justice. If you don't believe that that's correct, go to the president to give you the way. I hear that after the letter, the president was briefed 2 months after. That is not consultation. You should tell the president that I've done, you can see what to do. Okay. So for me, that is procedural wrong, but I've heard people saying it's unlawful, it's illegal. I can't say that, but right, no. For me, it was wrong the way it was done.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually coming there on the 7th of March 2024. That the political killings task team meets the president in Durban to take him through over the 430 battle. And the president is impressed and urges them to continue the good work they are doing. So the evidence we have received in this committee is that since 2022, the PKTT's existence was irregular. But besides that, 2019, there was a new designed organizational structure of SAPS that excluded the existence of the political killing stars team because there was an intended establishment of a new division of murder and robbery and all those things, which was later reconfirmed in 2025. Now, you have got this, that from that period until 2024 in March, the understanding was that this is irregular existence. But the head of state then comes later and say, you're doing a great job, please continue. It gives us a lot of some contradictory reactions in terms of what then becomes the status of the PKTT as things stand.
Chairperson, Chairperson, the structures and the organograms of the police, they are very old. They did not come with this new dispensation. Now I've signed them when I was a National Commission. I guess JQ would have signed them. I guess 5 of us would have signed them. But at no stage where there are no task teams, with all those organograms, there will be forever task team. One famous task team, people coming from this province will remember, was a task team that was dealing with Pagat. That was a task team dealing with Pagat. But others will be done in response of the agency that can't wait to work under the structure, but also give the extra. And there is nothing illegal with that so long it follows the pattern. As it happened, the interministerial happened with the information note signed by then Commissioner Chole and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't matter how many times you have the organograms, but there will be always some task teams and some operations as they are. I've counted several of them now. The other one that was put there because of the problem was anti-gang unit. Anti-gang unit, it still exists. I hope it has been found, has been put under the structure. It was in Cape Town alone. It has spread now to other places where there are gangs. There is just one connotation I don't like about it, that is a colored unit. That is not. There is a lot of that here in Kailisha working there. There are no colors staying in Kailisha. So is an anti-gang unit which was launched by the president, but its existence might be found on the way by the structure and put on the structure and comes after the big umbrella that is called as a visible policing under the component. There is a component that will be called ORS, and that component will fall under the visible policing and all that. Other one that was put as a special was TROT. We did not fix the organogram. TROT had to respond to the crime of cash heist and all that there and then, which really was reduced. So that 2019, I really wish if ceased to exist, what was the process, what was the document? On the 6th of September 2023, we are communicating the decisions taken on the 5th of September 2023 by the interministerial, where the last resolution from one of the members says this team must continue. I haven't seen and heard where people come together and say this team cannot continue.
Okay. Thanks, General. I'm sure you are better experienced to respond on this part of the organogram and stuff, because you have both been the National Commissioner and the Minister. Do task teams necessarily get to be part of an organizational organogram?
Task teams are temporal.
It's not divisions.
No, not divisions. They are not units. They are temporal. They are issue bound. They are both time bound and issue bound. Like this PKTT, you go there. Initially, it was 4 months, but if you finish your mission in 3 months, definitely it will cease to exist. But also, if you go beyond 4 months or 6 months that is given, and that problem has not been resolved, you are not going to pack and go home and we say, you can kill yourself now, our time is finished. So they find the way of extending it. So they are both time bound and issue or stroke mission bound, the task teams.
Okay. As the inaugural chairperson of the IMC that established the PKTT, you say on the 5th of September, you have taken, September 2023, the IMC has taken a decision to extend the existence of the PKTT. Now, it brings us back to the argument we have been having as the committee with witnesses from the beginning of the ad hoc committee. Who has the power to extend the PKTT existence or term of office? Who, given the context of the manner in which it was formulated, starting the president, IMC, PKTT, and all that process, who then has the power to de-establish the PKTT that was established by the IMC, and IMC that was established by the president, who then has got that power of extending one and also de-establishing?
Let's look how is it established. The president makes an announcement in Maritzburg and comes to Parliament about the formation of the interministerial. And these ministers goes to KZN, get briefed by a provincial team that has been existing there by 3 generals and brigadiers, Chiliza, Makashalala, and the head of intelligence. You realize that there is zero work here. And then you give the report back to the president to say, Mr. President, we'll have to find the way. Let's get, or maybe one thing that I can say, Chair, there is a problem in the police of working of the local police on matters. Hence, most of the communities, they're making the call to say, we must exchange the police all the time because they get consumed on the local issues. So that was detected in that team that they've become some part of the problems. Hence, dismantled 8 of them kept and then invite more others. But as they come, are not called by the ministers. The minister called their DGs. There was a list, there was a big meeting of DGs. And this DG brings this DG brings this. The South African Police DG, by the way, National Commission is a DG. The DG of the South African Police goes and he says to his people works with, develop here the note so that I can be able to sign. And then it's developed by the provincial commissioner and all other commissioners up to the deputy, who is Masimula and Stole, they sign. But it's not only them that they go there, they go back with 6 prosecutors that they work with them. It's not only them that they go there, they go with provincial and national head of correctional service so that they can implement what is supposed to happen in the court. They go there with the DG of justice so that they work on the special courts. So indeed, IMC would have said, DGs, do we have the job or not here? They say we don't have the job. And what is your recommendation? Is that dissolve the thing and then come to the interministerial, and then interministerial goes back to the president. As it went down, that's the same way that you'd have to cap up or vice versa. But nobody, let me tell you, there is no minister of police there. There is a chair of the interministerial. You are there because you are a chair. There are ministerial things that are done by the minister alone, like the border in Mozambique. But this is interministerial. Interministerial, as you have seen these meetings, interministerial would say, you go and communicate. So nobody could have communicated having not mandated but the interministerial.
Okay. The ad hoc committee received evidence that at the heart of the decision for de-establishment is the fact that the PKTT is now becoming expensive but less effective, which forms the center or the heart of driving towards the decision of de-establishment. Now, you are disputing that and making an example of two projects you think that are most expensive than the PKTT. You speak about Project Thunder, you speak about Project Lockdown and that. So are there still task teams or projects within the service that you are aware of that are still in existence and expensive more than what we're discussing now?
One of the most expensive is Operation Valumgodi. Operation Valumgodi, we put a lot of money on it. Well, the source, I did explain that it comes from Kara. But honorable member, I will not sit here and deny that there was question of money or cost that was in there. This is not the cost of the party or dancing. It's the cost dealing with the human lives. This committee is sent to investigate, stop and arrest those that have done that, and deal with unresolved cases, which means you go and stabilize. That is the mandate. Your measurement is that one councillor has died, so the area is stabilized. I'm saying until late, all councillors of Nongoma were sleeping at all political parties without fail, all, EFF, ANC, NFP, everyone, everybody. They were sleeping at some hotel somewhere in Richards Bay. They have come back now. I'm told that they've come back because of the arrest of Izinkabi and the people that have funded them, which means there is this resemblance of stability at Nongoma. But I say to you, the councillors at eThekwini, I don't know other places, especially the ward councillors, are guarded. You know, one dangerous thing in the politics of councillors, honorable members, is to be a councillor on the safe ward of that particular part, because they know if they kill you, whoever kills you will come in. It's not much a problem with PR. The problem is with ward councillors. I'm saying big. The number I don't know, but not less than 50. So you are not going to call me that is stability. You must go and remove those conditions that make those councillors to be guarded. And then you talk about stability. Because That's the second. The third one, we're going for elections. The history does tell us that local government election, there is a flare-up. Always a flare-up. You can see the statistics. You can go and look at the statistics. There's a flare-up. Then it cannot be going towards that and you say you remove. But the last point, please, use the path you came to go back. The path are those 3 steps that have happened. Deal with those paths and then reach your final stage.
You, in the 31st December 2024 letter, amongst the central reasons that which has led to a establishment of the PKTT is that the assessment made is that it's no longer adding value to the policing in South Africa. Now, as a person who presided over the affairs of the political killings task team from 2018 to 2024, what value would you attach to the PKTT in respect to the crime-fighting efforts against political-related killings?
To start with, who did the assessment that it has no value?
The letter of the minister says it adds no value.
And the attachment, the annexure?
There is an annexure that speaks about dockets, some are in court, some they were
By who?
convictions, the PKTT. But I'm talking about, these are 2 different periods in those. The period that led to the letter is from July 2024 to December 2024. So I'm talking about a person who has got a long spending with the PKTT from 2018 to 2024. Then, in your experience with having presided over the affairs of the PKTT, what value would you attach yourself to the work that the PKTT has done?
There is only one source that I know has a problem with PKTT. It's Aunt Mary. That's the only source I know. But if you ask me about...
So when you say Aunt Mary, you refer to Professor Mary
Mary Tihas.
Okay.
When it comes to the PKTT, I don't have figures, Honorable Member, of the people that have been arrested. With the high-profile cases that we have lived with without being resolved. There is another myth to say they are pursuing cases that are not political. You see the World Office in Kabi, hitmen, they go across the board. They don't only hit politicians alone. They are hired to kill on the taxi world. So if the PKTT finds a person that kills a politician at Nongoma, called Taminyembe as a councillor, and they realize that this Ntuli has killed other tax people, and there are 6, they will pursue that. They are not going to say, stop, don't check now, because the next people they've shot is not a politician. They'll pursue, which helps that we are eating on the world of Izingabi coming from this angle of political violence. So without really going detailed and giving you statistics, those are there. Maybe we will invite the people to give you statistics. For me, it was one of the biggest good decision that this team was formed. They did not let anybody down. They did the good job. And I believe that even they're taken to other places now, it comes out of their job. And that this thing that I heard somebody in Mafeking coming at these Zulus, what are they doing, these Zulus here? Let me tell you one thing. South African police jurisdiction, because it looks like there is an issue with this going to Gauteng. South African police service jurisdiction is South Africa. It's not province. jurisdiction in South Africa. The minister only signs when they leave the country. But when they move to the next province, that's a jurisdiction of the South African Police Service. If they do it in Gauteng, they're at home. If they do it in Galashiwa, they're at home. So for me, they cannot be accused for things that are not breaking the law. PKTT, nothing wrong if assessed, but I haven't seen any assessment. And people that have assessed and they said that is needed, they must go back and assess and give the report back to somebody who says, you go and fix it. Otherwise, for me, it's done the good job, and I guess that job is not done.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just want a question of clarity on the response that the General just gave. General, I understand you saying that the jurisdiction is South Africa, but when you are a provincial commissioner such as General Mkhwanazi, is there any authorization or anything that is required for you to go into different territory? There was within another province, go to Gauteng. There was a testimony that was put here, I think it may have been by the minister, who seemed, I don't want to put words in his mouth, let's say perplexed, that, you would have law enforcement officers sent from KwaZulu-Natal to operate in Gauteng. I'm not talking about the G-Ops or whatever that thing is called, but is there anything wrong or any additional authorization that is required for General Mkhwanazi's officers to operate in another province such as Gauteng? Or they can just go because their jurisdiction is South Africa? Thanks.
I think at that level, the National Commissioner will have to know. But nothing legal that stops them going to do that. I have been in places where there are provincial commissioners visiting and doing the work and all that, awards and all. So, but National Commissioner will have to have something to know about it. The other that people, they raise the problem is that those police that come from other places for operation, they must report it to the station commanders. Not always, because it could happen that the station commander is a problem. You report it to the station commander goes and tells these guys that, look, not today. So it will be fine if they jet in, they deal with that. What I would argue is that they can go then and report that we had operation here, because is a fact. We have a lot of local police having a problem in working with wrongful people in that particular area. But the answer is no, there is no breaking law on that one, but follow procedures, report.
Okay. Now let's go to Beverly Hills. You meet Mr. Matlala for the first time, which is after you are no longer the Minister of Police then. He requests you to help him mitigate what he says it's the infighting of SAPS generals that want to use him and drag him in between. But was it not your concern that you are also being dragged to it to mitigate a possible tension or conflict which arises from whatever it is within officials of SAPS, particularly given a background of allegations of you attempting to lead from the grave? Was it not concerning you?
Well, it is a concern that I'm drawn in. But more of my concern and what will really have made me feel bad all the time, should anything bad happens to Khumalo when I knew that it could happen and it could be helped. So that was my main take here, that Khumalo could not have been allowed to go to the doctrine.
Okay. The evidence received by ATO committee suggests that before December 2024, the minister would have indicated that he would have indicated the intentions of terminating Mr. Matlala's contract with SAPS. Now, you meet him in December 2024. Did he ever suggest that you must go and put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated?
When did the minister make the suggestion?
It's before December 2024 because the preliminary report, the National Commissioner says they submitted in January 2025. So the intention communicated to the high officials of SAPS by the minister intending to terminate is way before December. So did he, so when you met Matlala, this is what I'm trying to show you. When you met Mr. Matlala
for the first time, he already had problems of his contract facing some termination. So did he ever request you to put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated? No, it didn't. But I think it will have to be checked when that discussion took place. But there was nothing on the air about the termination when I met Matlala for the first time in Durban.
Okay. So, when did you gain access to his penthouse?
And towards the end of January.
So you have known him for less than a month or a month?
A month, yes.
Did it not concern you that someone, a stranger, offers you to live at his place freely? There is no relationship, there is no association, there is completely nothing. You only met once or twice, then there is this hospitality towards you, given these problems that he has presented before you, given your experience in the police service. Was there no concern that what might be at stakes here, that I'm given this hospitality by a stranger? Was a person you have known for a month. It's probably a stranger where you don't know much about that person. So did it not raise some discomfort and some concerns that you are really offered this hospitality by a stranger?
No, I took it. I took it. I'm not in government, so if I'm in Pretoria, I pay my money. There is a hotel that I spent. Years I'm in Pretoria and I'm not paying, and I took it. And if I were in government, I would have gone and declared, but I declare to nobody now.
Okay, that's fine. So your evidence is that General Shadrach Sibiya presided over a ploy to oust General Khumalo, to an extent of going to write himself, as General Sibiya, an affidavit on behalf of someone else to allege the involvement of General Khumalo in wrongdoing, which I think it has got its own legalities that as well. General Mkhwanazi came to the ad hoc committee and presented to us that the arrest of General Sibiya is a project, is a well-coordinated project to specifically stop investigations.
The arrest of General who?
General Khumalo.
Okay.
To specifically stop investigations in Gauteng that are involving criminal syndicates and drug cartels. So would you say the actions by General Sibiya of going to an extent of ensuring that he himself writes the affidavit are actually part of what General Mkhwanazi calls a project to oust General Khumalo?
Well, my understanding of the problem of the PKTT comes from Professor. Yes. So the other one that comes with General Mkhwanazi and them is on the other side. I have no information of it, so I can't deny or agree on it. But it would be interesting to me why General Sibiya would want Khumalo out of the circulation. I'm even tempted sometimes to say maybe that end of cartels, Auntie Mary knows it. They link that I'll do it on the academic side and do it on the criminal side. So I sometimes I suspect, but I didn't have that evidence, except that in talking with Kat, did say that Sibia sometimes runs with the people that are doing drugs. So I was not taken aback when Mkhwanazi says so, but I did not have evidence that does happen.
Okay. You say in your witness statement, you did not even know that Mr. Matlala has got a project in SAPS. And the project was signed and granted to Mr. Matlala during your tenure as the minister. Now, General Mkhwanazi attested here, or testified here and said, a project that is of the value of 10 million and above, the minister must sign.
Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
Which other blonde?
I don't know where does he get it, but that is the evidence that he adduced here in the ad hoc committee. So it would automatically, if correct, or it would automatically mean that if that's the case, then the minister was Mr. Bheki Cele, who would have signed the contract, because the contract value starts from 10 million and above.
I'm unlucky of knowing both the worlds. I stayed in the police as a minister for 6 years. I never signed any contract. 6 years. I never signed any contract. I never knew that who runs the contract and all it. Even those contracts, for instance, one major problem I once faced in the police was the question of laboratories. When everything came to a standstill, I spent all my life going to laboratories with the National Commissioner, with those people who work there, and telling that these contracts, 16 of them that made the laboratories not to work, I would sign, but Commissioner, when are you signing this? And nothing comes to minister to sign. Maybe it's one statement that the Commission will withdraw, because no minister signs that.
Yeah, part of what becomes a responsibility of the ad hoc committee, based on the basis of being an ad hoc committee to investigate this, but beyond that, based on being a structure of parliament that is obligated to make laws. You are raising a lot of frustrations in your experience with SAPS, with bail, which is in section 35 of the Constitution. And amongst of the responsibilities that we have here is to check if there are systematic gaps as a legislative arm of government that we can learn from in this process and make necessary amends. So are there any propositions the General wants to leave the ad hoc committee with in respect of section 35, who grants every accused person bail? How do you think a legislative arm that is empowered to make laws must navigate through that to assist the police service to attend to bail-related issues?
Just to remind both of you that it's 5 minutes left.
No problem, Chair. But are there any propositions, General?
Chair, I'm told that the laws are there. I have heard of Section 6, Section 5, Member Bregenberg has gone, but there are lawyers here. I'm told that with the schedule, is it 5 or 6, You can't repeat the same thing and be given the bail. So, can people implement the laws of the country that are there to stop the crime? And if it needs to be, enhance them, because I can assure you, with bail supplied like we are a Father Christmas, criminals, they go all the way to repeat exactly what they've been arrested for. And the police, there are police that are shot and killed by the people that are on bail. We bury them. So I would say if there is, but work with these laws maximally, but enhance them if you can to make sure that life is difficult for those that break the law.
Okay, thank you. The people of South Africa said, I must tell you that they have forgiven you for destroying their alcohol and for calling them amaNunu. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I get indication? Who is starting? Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening.
Chairperson, can I request that Honorable Nomvala is behind the head of Mkhwanazi, so I can't
obstructing.
I can't see him.
Yeah. Good evening, General.
It's up until 10 minutes past 7, your time expires.
Noted, Chair. Sabona, General.
Sabona, Honorable Member.
You have made, there's a statement that you have made today before this ad hoc committee, which left me with many concerns. You said that you made an assumption that there might be an attempt to arrest you because you do not support a particular perspective towards the national conference of the ANC. You said there's an individual that you don't support for being a deputy president or the president of the ANC. Now, should we be worried, General, as citizens and as members of parliament, that state institutions are weaponized to circle political scores, and in particular towards ANC conferences? I'm not saying this because I'm offensive or I'm obsessed with the ANC, but you have mentioned the name of the ANC, hence I'm making a reference to it. Should we be worried that state institutions get weaponized to circle political scores towards ANC conferences?
Chairperson, I have no evidence that this person was talking the truth, but he did talk about it. But my worry would be why that statement from Pandey would be sent to this person. That gives some kind of weight that these things might happen. So if it is so that the state apparatus are utilized to settle a political score, that is a danger that should be really dealt with and make sure that is eradicated. It cannot be.
Yeah, maybe let me put it like this, General, because the fortunate part here is that I'm not talking to a person with no experience of how the justice cluster operates. We have massive experience. You've been a national commissioner, a minister, and so on and so forth. Do you have experience of state apparatus being misused to fight political battles? During your term, have you ever experienced that?
No.
We have never experienced?
No.
Now, what inspires an assumption that it can happen against you? From what angle are you drawing that inference? If it has never happened, if you have no experience of it?
Well, nothing inspires me except that it was said so. The question, is it truth or not? but the said, I'm going to arrest Mkhwanazi on this statement, and indeed this statement is sent to that person. So it comes from there. It does not come from there. So I'm not, nothing that inspires me to believe that way is because of the statement. Whether the statement is true or not, then is another case, but the statement is said to me.
So the ANC is going to its national conference, I think in 2026, right? 2027. So we should not have any concern that state institution, or there is a high possibility of weaponizing state institutions to settle political scores. So we must allay our fears. That is impossible based on the experience that you have.
No.
Can you give that assurance to the committee?
The experiences are time bound. I'm not going to give you the assurance about the time that I won't be there. I can give you the assurance about the time that I've been there.
Okay.
So in future, I wouldn't say no. But previously, I would say it did not happen.
It has never happened.
I'm not sure about never, but it has not happened that I know of as I was there.
No, but you were in a position to see it if it happened, when it happened.
Not at all.
Because you were a minister, you were a national commissioner. So you can easily detect when such is prevalent.
I told you, I don't know if you were here, honorable members, that I was taped I was a national commissioner, what I was taped from December until March. I didn't know. It was illegally done until one member of the counterintelligence came to report that such thing happened. So I would not guarantee that I will know everything, including those that touch me. As I'm saying to you, I didn't know that I was taped by the people that I work with. So it's not guaranteed that I will know everything.
You have a meeting with Matlala for the first time. You don't know him. He is introduced to you by this guy, and he tells you his problems. And he asks for your interventions. And you acted as per his request. Am I putting it correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. And then he tells you that they are trying to persuade him to lie under oath against Khumalo. As a national commissioner, you know that lying under oath is perjury. It's a criminal offense.
Yes.
You know, General. Now, it means this guy, Sibia, was attempting to commit a criminal offense. Am I correct? Had he succeeded in his attempts to influence Matlala to lie about the jewelry that was stolen by the police, he would have committed an offense. In fact, both of them, because Matlala would have signed the affidavit under the influence of Sibia. So that will be perjury. And Sibia succeeded.
If that is true, happened that way, I would concur, I would agree with you.
Don't you think, General, that you became irresponsible and reckless by making an intervention on a matter that required the police to act? Because my view, if you can ask me to advise you after getting that instruction or that request, I would say tell Matlala to report the matter to the police so that the police can investigate. And indirectly, by your intervention, you helped Sibia to escape, because had you allowed Sibia to do whatever he wanted to do and trap him, maybe he will be behind bars today for trying to break the law. So you made a political intervention in a legal matter which required an investigation by the police. Don't you think you were a bit irresponsible and reckless?
Two things on my mind, and I've mentioned it before, honorable member, that I could not have allowed Khumalo to be made a scapegoat. Second thing, I did say to Matlala must go and speak to Khumalo. You say I should have told him to go and speak to the police. I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. What I've said here, I don't know if they did speak, but I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm saying to report a matter. Remember, it involved Khumalo.
But Khumalo,
I'm saying, General, to advise him to report or to open a case so that the police can investigate. When you tell Khumalo, it involved him. So he couldn't open a case. To say, Matlala, as a former minister of police and as a former national commissioner, I know the law. I think this is the best way we can approach it. Now, you invited your participation unnecessarily so by making political interventions in a matter that required the attention of the police. Today, if what you are saying is anything to go by, we are sitting with a person who has not been punished for attempting to commit a criminal offense, Sibia. He has never accounted for what he attempted to do because of your political intervention that you did. What is your comment on that?
My comment is the same answer, that I did tell Matlala to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police. So Khumalo would take advice, but I did advise. I didn't say that he must go and speak to the magistrate who. I said go and speak to Khumalo, who is the police. And Khumalo would have then synthesized what to do with that information. But my advice was speak to Khumalo, who happens to be a police, a very senior police.
Now, General, after having this meeting with Matlala, the meeting was in December, right? Am I correct? The first meeting?
Yeah, was in December.
It was in December. Then in January, Matlala offers accommodation to you. Between that meeting in January, were you communicating with Matlala, either telephonically or physically? Have you ever met between the first meeting and the date on which you slept in his apartment?
Yes, we were communicating, but the communication was coming from Mabonga. These snapshots, or whatever shots, were coming to me from Mabonga, that this what has been sent either by the minister or Mkhwanazi. I guess most will come from Mkhwanazi. And that the one that will make me even communicate further is the one that I know of Pandey, where I realize that this thing is getting escalated to the level that I need to sit down and discuss it.
So during that period, you were talking about the same matter that he introduced
to you. It would be
you.
that matter and other matters. For instance, the other matter would have been the Subia and minister having to deal with somebody that has sent somebody to prison. Now is a good time. Somebody going to the KZN, those would be short snaps that would be sent. That is a communication. Which communication that needs to deal with Khumalo, especially Khumalo and the Mkhwanazi. So the explanation and the discussion will be around understanding further on those matters.
So when you get there, On the date where you were offered accommodation, who do you find there? Was Matlala there in the apartment, or he sent somebody?
It was Mabonga.
It was on the date where you were given accommodation to sleep. So Matlala gave an instruction telephonically that they should let you in, correct?
Telephonical to who?
No, I'm asking General. I'm not making a statement. That is why I'm saying correct. I want you to correct me, to give me the correct version.
Now I want to know, he gave instruction to who? To me or to the hotel?
To the hotel.
No, I think he sent something, he wrote something.
To the hotel?
To the management, yes.
To the management.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what he wrote to them, the content of the
It
message?
was read here.
Yes.
It's the one that says,
He calls you,
he's my friend
he's
and
your-
the business partner, if we could give them the access.
Okay. So you sleep there, and then after sleeping, you slept for 2 days, right?
Yes.
And then you never met him. You left having not met him
On that particular
during
day.
that particular period.
No, we met because the issue was to speak about these new things, to expand on it. That's why I slept there, because we had a meeting to further explain about these shots that were sent to him.
Yeah. You said, General, the statement that you have made was suggestive of a person who is remorseful for
Person
having
who is
met, remorseful for having met Matlala. You said you wish awuzange uhlangane naye. That's what you said. I think you have put it in Zulu. You said you wish awuzange uhlangane naye.
That comes late when I know who he is.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
but initially, when he has not been arrested, when he has all these things, a normal person, no, I don't regret the time. But it was information as we go on to say, it does look like I met the wrong person.
So you meet this person, General, for the first time. He gives you a delicate instruction which involves operations in the police. After that, he offers you accommodation. But still, you don't make a research of who this person is and what are his intentions. So you just...
What information, delicate information? The information is about me.
No, not about you, General. You said this person told you about many things, that is being used, that there's influence, that he must write an affidavit and lie about Khumalo. That is delicate. That is sensitive.
No, that is first meeting,
Yes,
member, yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying you meet this person. He offers you accommodation. You don't make a research.
He didn't offer me the accommodation.
Not on the
first.
same day, General. I'm saying on the next occasion. On the next occasion in January. You met for the first time in December. He offers you accommodation in January. Correct? I'm asking, you don't even bother to make a research of who this person is and what intentions does he has.
Research for what?
To know the person.
Because it's giving me the accommodation.
So it's enough for you, General.
I'm happy to get the accommodation.
So
I'm in Pretoria, I'm not going to pay.
Yeah, General. I know it's easy to downplay it, but it's more complex. It's more complex than that. So for you, it's easy to meet up with a person for the first time. He discusses sensitive things with you. You don't know that person. You don't ask where he comes from. You don't even bother to drill down his history and his standing in society. You just take instructions and implement them. Because where I'm worried the most here, General, that you are a police officer, even though you're retired. But the skill is still there of a police officer. Now, are you easily accessible like that? That you can just meet a person, take instructions, he offers you accommodation, still you don't bother to drill down the history of this person, their credibility in society, and their standing. Are you easily accessible like that?
Don't mix things. I meet this guy. He gives me information. My worry is Khumalo. So I work on that. But then continues to let me to know things that would be about Khumalo and about me this time. That warrants me knowing the meeting, knowing the issue of me getting involved. Then I go to Pretoria to talk especially about things that are said by me to be arrested. What is that? Can you explain? So I'm in Pretoria. Then I realize that is got the place, instead of paying and sleeping, I'm offered on this one. So I just do that. It has been the journey from December until January, end of January. I did not see this guy and went to sleep on that thing. And the information that given to me is information that I use to stop whatever could have to Khumalo, but it moved beyond Khumalo. It came to me to say, by the way, you are not spared yourself in this process.
Yeah, no, General, I think you are not, I'm saying exactly. The sequence of events that we have outlined is exactly what I was saying. And I said to you, where I get worried the most is when you take instructions from a stranger, being a former national commissioner, being a former minister of police, and implement those instructions, because you implemented the request of Matlala. He asked you to intervene and you intervened. And you implemented the instructions of Matlala without even verifying the credibility of Matlala. You relied on a version of one person, of Matlala. That is what I'm saying. Before we even go to January, where you went to his, when you went to his accommodation.
Chairperson, maybe I'm not understanding, I'm not making you understand well. The angle for me has got nothing to do with the comfort of Matlala. The angle for me here is that Khumalo is in danger of being lured and made to go to court, not for genuine reason, but to make sure that they grind him and all. So there where I come from the angle of Khumalo. If Matlala benefits for that, good luck for him. But I did not go there and make things on Matlala. I went there, hence I spoke to Khumalo, and I spoke to Matlala to speak to Khumalo, so that Khumalo is not put in this problem of going genuinely to court and only to find that he's going to court to be looted and taken on the other side. So my angle is a safety and protection of Khumalo, Honorable Member.
Yeah, but General, had Matlala not approached you, you were not going to go to Khumalo. You went to Khumalo because Matlala asked you to do so.
It didn't ask me to go to Khumalo. It told me about the issues that are going to happen. And then I say it will be better if speak to Khumalo and then this thing doesn't go to court, because it's not the question of going to court, it's a question of Khumalo being sold out.
Okay. When President Zuma was the president of South Africa, when you were the national commissioner, did you...
Honorable Malema.
No, let me understand this. So, Mabonga calls you minister, and then you find Matlala, and then Matlala gives you information about Khumalo. Then you say to Matlala, you have to talk to Khumalo about this information, which is potentially going to damage him or destroy him. Did you, out of that conversation, did you go and talk to Khumalo also, that I came across this kind of information?
I did speak to Khumalo.
So you called a meeting and met Khumalo?
Khumalo and I, we met, two of us.
Yes.
Yes. And
out of that information of Matlala?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Can I proceed, Chair? General, when President Zuma was the president of South Africa, you were the national commissioner, right? Did you have access to him? even outside your working hours?
Yes, I did.
Now, you are saying Balula and the former minister, Natim Tetra, may his soul rest in peace, came to you to give you an instruction which you never agreed with, that you must get rid of Tau. And you did not implement that. You took Tau from one position to another.
Shabalala.
And they said, Shabalala, and they said to you, they are acting on President Zuma's instructions. Did you approach President Zuma about that? Did you tell him that Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Natim Tetwa have approached me? They are saying this is an instruction we have given them, and they are saying I must implement it. And these are my reservations about what you are saying, if you said it. Did
No,
you
I
make
did not.
that attempt?
No, I did not approach President Zuma. After I've been approached and told by the ministry, both the minister and the deputy, I really realized that it was serious, but I realized that it was wrong, could not be implemented.
Chair, I don't know if Honorable Skosana wants to speak. His hand is up. So, you acted on a hearsay because at the end of the day, you implemented the instruction, but not as is. You did something else. So you acted on a hearsay.
What is a hearsay?
A hearsay is being told that so and so said this.
Told by who?
By the person who came to you.
Who is that person?
You say Mbalula came to you, Natim Tetwa came to you. They said
what is their position?
they are minister, deputy
Yes, and
minister.
deputy minister. There is no hearsay from the
No,
minister and deputy.
but you'll have to lower your temperature down, General.
Like yours too.
Yeah, no,
Yours
it's
too.
not up.
Both of us.
No,
we
no,
must-
it's
we
not
must lower
up.
it.
You'll have to lower it down. Anger is
If it
not
goes
going to
up,
help.
it goes up.
No.
If it goes down, it goes down.
Anger is not going to help any
General-
of us. Yeah.
General Cele, we welcome you here as our guest. Honorable Nomvalo, we have a duty to be hospitable to our guests. So what South Africans want to see between us and our guests is a conducive environment that helps us to resolve the problems that we have. At all times, let's try to avoid altercations between Parliament and the guests that we have invited here. If you can calm your nerves and continue, especially that you come from one province, show us the way. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Minister, General, you acted on what you were told is an instruction by Mbalula and Natim Tetwa. You acted on the basis that you were told that it's Zuma's instruction, and you never verified if indeed President Zuma said that.
It would be good if you give the titles to Mbalula and Mteto.
Yes. Minister Mbalula and Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Mtetwa.
Yes.
Yes.
Not just Mbalula or Mteto somewhere.
Yes, I've
This
corrected it.
is a minister, Mteto, Minister of Police.
Yes.
And there's Deputy Minister of Police. They are speaking to the DG of the department that they are sent by the president. Well, for me, that will be enough to believe that those people can come with a hearsay, both of them at the same time. So indeed, as my ministers, and I'm their DG, I had to listen to that.
Okay. If I can summarize to you the reasons for the decision of the minister, the suspended Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi, for disbanding the political killings task team. The first reason is that A, he had constitutional powers to do so. That is his version. B, he had budgetary concerns. C, he received a number of complaints from members of the public. D, which is the last one, there was a work study which introduced a new organogram, which was signed by the commissioner, by the national commissioner, this year in May. Now, let's go to the third concern of of complaints from members of the public. During your time as a minister, did you ever receive any complaint from members of the public?
Yes.
Can you disclose the nature of complaints? Can I give you one of the complaints that he highlighted before this committee? He highlighted two complaints. The one has been deliberated on. A complaint from Mary de Haas and a complaint from Patricia Mashale. Now, for Patricia Mashale, he attached Facebook post by Patricia Mashale, in which Patricia Mashale was making accusations about the abuse of money in the secret account of crime intelligence. He was accusing many people, accusing Kumalo, General Kumalo, accusing General Masemula. Did you ever receive a complaint of that nature?
No, I have not. But if I had, I would take that information to the IGI for verification. I would not just take it from the Facebook. To start with, Marshall has got nothing to do in understanding and knowing the things of, is doing a criminal activity herself. That he gets that information. But from my side, I would have gone to the IGI rather than taken that from the face value. And there's been the IGI here. On other matters you have raised, Honorable Member, you raised that it was within his constitution. I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
No, I'm sorry for interjecting you. I want us to deal with one reason, and then we'll go to the other when we're done with this one. Can you share the nature of complaints that you received? Because you said you also received some complaints.
But Chair, the Honorable Member raises 4 points, but he wants me to deal with one, when he raised them simultaneously. Can he raise them one and I respond one? If he raises 4, I'll respond to 4. Simple.
Yes, General. No,
Yes.
we will go to others, don't worry. For now, we're dealing with complaints from the members of the public. I want us to deal with that aspect adequately. Then from that one, we'll go to others. I'm not going to deny you an opportunity to give an explanation. With regards to complaints from members of the public, did you ever receive, can you share the nature? Because I want to identify if there are any similarities between the complaints that he received and the complaints that you received.
Okay, I'll do that. But Chair, that was not the first point. The first point is that it was within his constitution. So I don't know whether to start where you started or I start second.
Chair, may you assist me? I'm saying to the General, I was making a summary of the grounds for the minister to disband. And then I made a request to him that let's first deal with one aspect of the grounds of the minister. We will go to others. We will go to the constitutionality, to the work study. But I want us to finish this one first, then we move to others, General. We will go to the constitutionality, don't worry. Can I repeat the question?
No.
Or you got it?
I had it very well.
Okay.
I have received the complaints from the members of the community. One was that the police have not acted as the case has been reported to them. They can see that a person that has committed the crime is still roaming around. So they would phone and say, police are not arresting the particular person that is suspected to be. That is one of the complaints which have received from the members of public.
Okay. Then let's move to another one. We will attend to all of them, General. Another one is that there was a work study which was established in 2019, if my memory serves me well, and later signed by General Masop Semula in 2025, this year, May. Now, this is the logic of the minister. The minister says, the work study made the PKTT to cease to exist because of its scope of framework. It had a unit which was a permanent structure which was dealing with murder and robbery. So that unit, by its nature and design, nullified the PKTT because had they coexisted, there was going to be a duplication of responsibilities and tasks. Does that make sense to you? I'm asking based on your experience, and I think you can enlighten us more.
You say that is logic. That is illogical logic, not a logic. Task teams are done outside the structure. Task team, honorable member, are done outside the structure. They are issue-based, and usually they are directed by two things. They are directed by time frame and the accomplishment of that particular thing that has happened. There are many, I don't have long list of task teams. I can mention few I remember. One of them is this one that we talk about, the famous one. The other one is a taxi violence task team. I'm sure you have heard of it. The other one will be task team deal with nicotines. There's task team dealing with illegal. If there is a long list, while all these are not put under the structure that is created all the time, all the history, created when there is an issue to be dealt with, finish it and go home, based on two things, time and accomplishment. So I would say this logic is illogical.
Okay. Let's move to a third reason. The minister said he had budgetary concerns. Did you share the same sentiments when you were still there as a minister? Did you ever have any budgetary concern regarding the finances of the PKTT?
No doubt that the budgetary concerns were not there. They are always there with other several task teams and projects. I have said here, the most expensive one is Operation Valumkot. Police alone on that one were budgeted 1.2 billion. That money came from Kara. I've explained what Kara is. The other one is Operation Mkot Wemvubu, up there. The other one is this one. The other one is the Western Cape one, Operation Thunder, which ended up as an Operation Lockdown. So they are all expensive, and indeed it would have helped if there is any cheaper way. But they are also measured with the life and loss of life. Their mission is to stop people dying and create the stability. Indeed, they pay money for that. At no time, personally, I hope you'll support me on that, that will begin to measure the cost vis-a-vis the loss of life.
Okay, no, let's move to the last one, General, the one that you have been yearning for, of the Constitution. But I want to put it this way, General. In your view, is establishing and disbanding a task team a policing policy issue or an operational issue, in your understanding? I'm trying to simplify it, General, so that you don't accuse me of asking you questions which require a response of an expert. In your understanding, based on the experience that you have.
Is the same question or same roundup on the constitutional matter?
It's the same question, but put in a different way.
Okay. Can I ask the portion of constitution?
Yes, you can.
Well, I'm not a constitutional court, so
Yeah.
I would not know if the matter is constitutional or not constitutional. That needs to be tested, and there are mechanisms of testing that. It can't just be me, and I guess it can't just be you to say is your constitutional, unless you are advised, legal and constitutional, so to say, here is an advice in my hand. It would have been good for the minister to say, I disband it because I've been constitutionally advised, and here is a constitutional advice from me. So I would not argue things that I do not know, and most of us, we don't know, including the minister on the constitutionality of the matter.
Honorable Sangoni.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to get your attention, but maybe when the general finishes, I just wanted to get clarity on that.
The second one, honorable member, if this is a policy matter, this is a matter called by the president to the ministers, and the ministers call on their operators, which are DGs and all that. So it's both. So if anybody needs to take decision about it, he needs to walk all the paths of both policy and operations, since it was taken that way. I have said the way that we have come down, let's use it to go up. It cannot be that is taken by president to ministers, to DGs, to the team. And when the team goes, you just go to one place and you say, here it is. That would be wrong. What I would not argue here, I would not say is illegal or unlawful. Those that are better placed to say so, they will. But for me, it's unprocedural and wrong.
Okay, when the PKTT was established, oh, okay, no, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you can rule me out of order because maybe I'm not seeking clarity. I'm saying you rule me out of order if I am, because now that I think about it, maybe I'm not seeking clarity, I'm following up. But I was going to ask on the question that Honorable Nomvalo asked about policy versus operational matters. The General went to a great deal of length to explain why the minister should have consulted IMC or JCPS cluster. Now, if he were minister, would he, if he wanted to close the PKTT, could he have, by consulting IMC and JCPS, or even seeking permission for the president, does he think it would have been in his authority to do that? Thanks, Chair.
General, what steps would you have followed if you wanted to dissolve the PKTT?
Let me start with the contradiction. If I'm not mistaken, the statement has been made that since 2022 there was no interministerial. I think I have heard that. If there is no interministerial, then there is no chair. What authority do you have to dismantle things that don't exist as you argue? That's the first one. But on this one, this structure is not done by one department, which you are member of it. Basically, there were 4 core departments. Others would come. I remember that Home Affairs would come, attend, and all that kind of stuff. But there were 4 that were core. That was Justice, which was together with the Correctional Service. I know now they are splitted, which means now we would call both Justice and Correctional Service. Secondly was Defense. Then was the State Security. For me, if it's not clear, unless you say there is a legal advice that has been given to you that there is no interministerial. If it is not, I'm sure it will be a respect to go to the colleagues to say, there is this thing. I'm not sure what next to do. I'm part of you. I'm one of you. I'm not thee. I'm not thee. I'm one of you. This interministerial, there is the Minister of Justice, there is Minister of Defense, there is Minister of State Security. Invite them. And they say, look, we don't know what to do about this matter. Maybe a person, if you all don't know, some would say we continue as it happened. I did say, Honorable Member, there was precedence that 2018, this thing came 2018, after election 2019, there was continuity after that. Maybe if then you are not sure, you say, somebody here came with idea of the interministerial. Let's ask that person. It happens to be a president. Maybe even you go to the president, can we put this matter of disbandment to the structure that we know exists with the JCPS cluster, where all these ministers, they sit on it. So some kind of consultation, some kind of walking the path should have happened, Honorable Chair. Should have.
Can I proceed, Chair? Okay. Now, there is a task team, General, that was established in terms of the evidence that has been adduced here, which was established before the 2018 task team. Do you have knowledge of that task team? Which was in existence before the one that was produced, and that the one that was established by the IMC.
Which IMC?
The Interministerial Committee.
No, there was no task team established before by interministerial.
No.
It was established by the provincial commissioner.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, General. Okay. My question is, the 2018 task team was established by the IMC. Before that one, there was a task team that was in existence. I don't know who established it. Now, the evidence that was put before us is that that task team was dismantled because it was not functional. It was not efficient. It was not producing any tangible results. The result of which they established this new task team, which is multidisciplinary in its formation, which consisted of all the stakeholders that we have mentioned. Now, what criteria was used to identify police officers in this new, the 2018 task team?
You say this was dismantled. Let me add, after it has been met by the IMC, it was not dismantled telephonically or through the letter. It was met and discussed and assessed, and everybody agreed that it has produced zero work. I think you see that difference, Honorable Member, of meeting by the IMC now. And the IMC, we need to change the lane here. One thing that was identified in the meeting, because we had information out of the meeting, was that there were many members of the task team, which happened to be the police alone. It was not multidisciplinary. There were many members that were consumed on the violence that was going on. Therefore, the problem was not going to be resolved. So those members had to be taken out and bring the members coming from the different provinces that have no roots and understanding of the people that were there. That was criteria, because the major problem was that those members were themselves involved. Hence, at the later stage, quite several of the members there were arrested because they were part of problem.
Okay.
But that information derived from the meeting rather than writing the letter. IMC could have written the letter to say we're dismantling you, but did not do so. It went there, met those people and discussed.
So is there any founding document that was establishing this task team, which was giving guidance on how it must operate, or it was a resolution that was made followed by a media statement? Is there any founding document?
Interministerial called their departments, and then their departments had to send their people. The police have to send their persons. From the side of the police, yes, there is a document establishing that, Honorable Member.
Okay.
There is a note establishing it.
Okay. Now, the NPA was accounting where? Was accounting to the NPA
No,
for the work of the PKTT.
was accounting to interministerial.
Okay.
They could account separately, but procedurally they had, because their minister was sitting in the interministerial. All those departments, there was this team of DGs, Honorable Member, that were there, who would then come, and then the ministers come and listen to them as they account. I would not deny that maybe the prosecutors might have briefed the head of or DG. I would not. But framework was that they report to the interministerial.
Okay, so in the media statement that you made on the, let me see, on the 3rd of August 2018, you made these remarks, open quote, as a way of progress, we have taken a decision to change the members of the task team that were responsible for the investigations into the killings. The new project team has 118 new members plus 8 members from the previous task team. So you took 8 from the previous one. And why did you take them? They were more efficient than others. Is that a correct assumption?
After the discussion, that's what we discovered. After the discussion, I hope the discussion really helped.
Yeah. Now, there are cases which were withdrawn, General. There are cases, I remember at some point, the case of Makaka, the arrests which were made in 2017, if my memory serves me well, between 2017 and 2018. Now, General Mkhwanazi made an averment here that in the previous task team, they identified some elements of criminality. Ipso facto, they decided to establish this new one. Now, was there any collaboration in terms of the assessment that you made between the police officers and the NPA members, the prosecutors, which led to the withdrawal of cases in court? You would remember how the first arrest happened in Cindy Somakaka case. The accused were arrested. I think they spent about a week or 2 weeks in jail in Pietermaritzburg. Later charges were withdrawn. Was that as a consequence of an unethical collaboration between the police and the prosecution? Or it was just a genuine withdrawal, there was no sufficient evidence?
I have no authority to say it was so. but they might have suspicions of other things, like the prosecutors and magistrates. Remember, this team was it was given 4 months, and it would be extended maybe another 3 months. What was key and happening is that the case will be open, honorable member, and postponed and adjourned to the immediate after the expiry of the term of the team, which means if it expires, would have gone to ordinary kind of investigation that was there. So that kind of thing, it did tell us that there's some collaboration here. There are some methodologies, some methods that are used to tire this team, because we know that after 3 months it's going. So it will be 2 days after the team is expected to go that then you can come to court. On that score then, that's, by the way, another thing that informed the decision of the DGs to say we're not going to give the timeline now of when it ends, so that they deal with the matters that are there. But also it was raised with the leadership of the NPA that we suspect that there is a problem in terms of prosecutors and the magistrate. Evidence on that, I don't. But evidence, the thing that I can put on the table is that there is that timing of this team postponement and coming to it. So what happened to those suspects you talk about, one of them I think is dead, may his soul rest in peace too, was withdrawn, but most of us were very much happy. We're very much unhappy about that withdrawal. So when then you are briefed is that there is insufficient information. When the information is sufficient, it will be reinstated. So you can't do anything about that.
Okay. So my assumption is that you decided to establish a new modus operandi, this multidisciplinary approach, because you wanted all the components of the value chain of the justice cluster to be involved, so that there will be no complaint. There's a general complaint by the police that we arrest people and they get bail on the following day. You have also made a mention of that. So you brought all these role players together so that there can be a link and a proper handover to say police who are here, prosecution who are here, the prosecutor will account for progress, judges are here, and so on and so forth. So did that kind of arrangement make any significant impact or any significant progress as compared to the previous one, the previous arrangement?
Huge impact, huge, very big. Maybe when you see the statistics and what happened, it was not just big, it was huge.
Okay. Now, General, do you have a friend in a taxi industry? A friend or friends?
In the taxi industry,
Yes.
a friend.
Yeah.
I don't have friends.
So you don't have a friend who is a taxi boss?
No.
Do you have people that you speak with at a personal level, in a taxi industry?
What do you mean personal level? Hey, how are you?
I mean people that you don't speak about business or work.
No, in the taxi industry, most people that I speak, it comes from their business, especially on violence. And there are quite several people that I would speak to them in terms of trying to resolve problems. One of them would be Mandla Kaba. One of them would be Mswazi. One of them would be Ujo. I've recently spoken to Ujo, and there will be others. And by the way, it's not new. The many of them that I've spoken to them, but it will be more on relation to the work they do.
Okay, so was this PKTT, because I'm trying to establish here whether a narrative that was put out there that the PKTT was no longer effective was correct or not. Was this PKTT able to go to the root cause of political killings in KZN? And can I share you a perspective? I had also put the same perspective to General Masemola. That my observation, General, is that because of a decline of a profit margin in a taxi industry, the former taxi bosses have crossed the floor. They have crossed from taxi businesses to tenders. And their anchors in a tendering system are councillors or are politicians. Now, to safeguard their interests, they make sure that their people are always in power because it's their people who give jobs to them. And they do anything in their power, including using the same modus operandi that they used while they were at the helm of a taxi industry. They use the same modus operandi of eliminating people who appear to be a stumbling block to their business interests. So I think largely that is what contributes to a scourge of political killings. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with my perspective?
No, I don't.
Are you willing to go further, General, or I must go to another?
Well, the question is, do I agree? I say I don't.
Okay. Do you have any perspective which opposes mine?
Chairperson, the taxi industry problem is old. It's very old. I would suspect that it might be older than you, Honorable Member. I don't know how old, but to me, we don't look that old. Especially under the special dispensation. I think there was much. This perspective, if you come, does not come from now, if it is there. There was an industry that was not regulated from the very word go. I don't know where were you when taxis were valiants. Do you know the car called a Valiant? Yeah, okay. Honorable Skosana would know that one. So there where they started with a Valiant, a four-seater and all that kind of thing. So unregulated. So it was an easy kind of business where mostly black people could come because others, there were no opportunities. And indeed, it was allowed to go unregulated and then became the survivor of the fittest some time ago, not now, some time ago. By the way, there have been commissions after commissions working on this industry. What is a problem on it? But at the later stage, there was the entrance of big criminality on it. One of it, people that have stolen the money, special cash heist, they came in this industry, Honorable Member. Some of them, they came here because it's easy to wash your money. You work with cash and every day. In the early years, I think 96, I remember Ndebele was an MSc for transport. We tried to to work on the program called recapitalization. That recap, you had 6 forms to sign. 2 of them was blue and yellow. I can't remember which was yellow. But the other one was say, write your criminal records. And the other one will say, write your SARS history. And those, as they fill those forms, the filling will end there. They would not come on it because they wanted to continue with cash, and cash helps to money laundering, clean, and all that. So those elements, they came on it. So indeed, I would half agree with you that they've been floor crossing to tenders with some of them. But what we would not agree is that this criminality entering this industry is new. It has been evolving. Taxi, cash heist, robberies, tenders, politicians coming on. It has been evolving all the time.
At the center of these political killings is a fight for tenders. Is that correct? At the center. People are not necessarily fighting to be councillors, but they are fighting for tenders. Is that a correct narrative? That's a big statement.
I'll have to be given that information. I don't have that information. I don't have that information that people die for tenders. In KZN, political killings come from very far, come as en masse, where it would be political, though the political issue was a front, it was a system that was killing people. There were no tenders there. There were no tenders. When people were dying in numbers, at 1 year, honorable member, there are 52 weeks in the year. 52 weeks. I spent 47 weeks burying people dying in numbers. So, absolutely, that was even before the election, so there were no tenders. It could have been evolved, and then you say it will be tenders. But the matter, the matter of Shoba and the people that were killed on the Christmas day, there were no tenders for that. They were not killed for tenders.
Okay, not that. Thanks, Makai. I think this is my second last question. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said when he appeared before this committee that he thinks General Khumalo has been a target for a very long time in the SAPS. At some point, there was an attempt to assassinate him in an airport, and there was an attempt to unfairly link him with a murder of Sindiso Makaka. Do you agree with those sentiments?
That he has been a target?
Yes.
I agree.
Now, I made a follow-up to that question that is he in possession of evidence which suggests that he has never been involved in a murder of Sindiso Makaka? And he said yes. And I know that during your time as a minister, they were also accounting to you for progress that they've made in some cases. And the case of Sindiso Makaka was one of the most popular cases.
I don't have that information.
You don't have that information. Thank you very much. The chair has indicated that I'm running out of time. Thank you, Chair.
You know, Makaka was a good friend of mine.
And they refused you going to the funeral.
They refused me to bury him, but I pay for school fees of his children now.
That's good of you. I was at the funeral, though I was not in government then.
It is his time.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Ndosi. Ngiyaphila Nkosi yami.
Siyaphila lo ngelihloniphekile lo.
Siyaphila.
Leshamthetho sikazwelonke.
Asithembe baba sithembe. Nkosi yami ngicela ukubuza la. Ekuqaleni kwethemu yakho obuminister suke kugcina until ekugcineni. Did you know of any of the allegations lezi ezikhulunywayo ngoGeneral uSibiya zokuthi eGauteng wayethenge equipment engekho emthethweni to nanokuthi uMr Herman Mashaba weAction SA bafihla information from ulokhunja from former public protector mayelana necompetence yakhe ukuthi akayiphasile base bemqasha?
I knew a problem about the equipment, the gadget. The competence and all that I heard from you for the very first time. And I was surprised. I didn't know about that. But I did know that there were problems about the question of gadget.
Okay, kukhona wakwenza mhlambe kulelo banga lelo mphathi.
Khona engakwenza?
Yeah, kulento ema gadget. Mhlambe wakhuza wathetha wenza.
Ngingenaphi lapho? This is municipality. I'm a minister of police.
Wambuza kodwa.
Uba.
Yena mhlambe uSibiya mhlambe kwalithola ithuba lokuthi umbize.
Was not a police. Usibiya was not a police.
Angithi ngibuza ngoba mhlambe mase sebenza endaweni ephethwe wena mhlambe kumbuza indoda nje bososebenza la kumina kunecala elithi ngapha kwenzakalana.
I could not have asked him because 3 institutions had already cleared him, and I've mentioned those institutions. But when this was raised there, I was a minister of police, not a mayor. I'm sure the mayor could have done better to ask him.
Okay, no ngiyabonga kakhulu ba. Kule ndaba le 360 million tender yakaKhet. Ngiyazi ukuthi awungeni mhlawumbe endabeni yokuthi alithole itender. And ngiyayazi procedure yokuthi tender lihamba kanjani ukuze litholwe. But I just want to know ukuthi wena as a minister, because it's alleged ukuthi politicians, specifically ministers, have influence. Did you have any influence ukuthi alithole leli tender mhlawumbe uKhet Matlala?
I didn't know anything about the tender, let alone influence. I could not have influenced the tender that I didn't know about.
Ubudlelwano bakho no General Khumalo bunjani boma babunjani?
Muphi Khumalo?
Khumalo lo boshwe.
Uno General Jabulani, uno Dumsani. Muphi.
uDumsani.
No.
Head of Intelligence.
Ubudlelwano bami is good. Wa okay, wa good.
Buke balimala phambilini?
Lutho.
Kaze.
Lutho.
Nalo omunye uJabulani? Jabulani Khumalo ngoba usomfakile ngisale ngikubuza.
Okay. I'm not very close to Jabulani like Khumalo. Khumalo work quite closely. The Jabulani SP, Utumsan, we have worked very close, especially what put us together are these things of political killings. He has been a special task force, Jabulani, so he's more on the operation out there. But that we are enemies or I hate him, it would be a ridiculous statement to say. No.
Ngikubuza ngoba ngifuna ukunderstand la mphathi ukuthi lokukhubhana kwalabo general lephezulu ngokwakho ucabanga kubangelwa yini kwasuswa yini futhi makuthi khona ozophumelela between these two parties uyowina yini lelwelwayo lapho ngokubuka kwakho use umphathi as a minister?
Mabengahubhani ngisekhona. Bahubhane manje sengihambile.
Manje sohambile.
Baze bahubhane ngkhona nawe ukwazi uzwa.
Ngokwakho ukwazi yini inkinga mphathi?
Ngeke ngazi ngoba ngikho.
Lutho. Asibeke phansi kahle kodwa ngijabule kahle. Ngiyabonga.
No,
Minister,
but kunjalo angikho so ngizokwazi kanjani?
Angifuni ukuxabanisa nawe ngibiza nginunu manje ngithi angibaleke lapho. Minister, uformer minister Mkhunu ukhulume ngendaba yokuthi Ungihlolile kahle kahle enkulumeni ye recording, ye voice recording. I just want to know from you as a minister because ngibonile mawucala ukukhuluma ukuthi cha indoda eqotho uyibeka nje into enjalo. Pertaining ukurecordwa komuntu efonini ungamtshelanga noma ungayitholanga permission. What's your take on that? Is it correct makathi?
That is illegal.
Kumele ube khona kwesithathu.
That is illegal.
As a minister, is it a criminal offense to do that? If we are a minister, the question is that.
You see, you phone the bank or they phone you, they say, we must warn you. You could simply say, I'm dropping it now. Or any other people, they would say, I would warn you. This one, I thought it's illegal that I speak to you and you are taping me. Whether it's a criminal offense or whatever kind of it, I can't tell. The learned friends can tell on that one. But I would suspect that is, maybe saying is illegal is a strong term, but I don't think it's permitted that you can tape me without my consent.
Njengomunye wayephethe amaphoyisa in the minister's position, cela ukubuza as a citizen. Ubaba uMchunu ufike la wathi ke yena uyena onikeze according to me uthe instruction yokuthi abomrecorder Mkhwanazi uMr Mchunu uMr Nkabinde but ugcine sethi ke kube umbono wakhe. Do you think as a minister unikeze umbono o illegal noma u exempted from ukuthi wenze iphutha?
So I don't think it's a correct thing to tape somebody that is not. I'm trying to avoid using legal teams or legal, no, unlawful and all that. I don't belong there. But I would say I see nothing right about it. I guess it is wrong. If then the wrong thing, you can't come here and boast that you have stolen, but it's me who gave you you the instruction to go and steal. So you would have told me that, but especially for understanding. By the way, Nkabinde is a cop. He's a police, Nkabinde. So he cannot be given by a civilian an instruction when he's a police himself and has worked as a police and worked in the IPIT and all that kind of stuff. You cannot. The Constitution and legislative is very clear that you can't take the wrong instruction. Even the Constitution says so.
Were you aware of the alleged unethical relationship between the former IPID head, or Robert McBride, and Paul O'Sullivan?
Well, yes, I have heard they are quite close by Zwana, but I don't have the evidence. How far does it take and all? But I've heard so that by Zwana, even M17, I was told with Basizan.
Njoba usuthi ke uNkabinde beyiphoyisa kuchaza ukuthi uyamazi umbuzo wami ozoba ukuthi did you know uNkabinde lo server as the chief of staff manje, but on record do you know him? Just for the record.
Yes, I do.
You do. Do you know why yekela kwa IPID?
I don't know why, but it looks like it was a clash between him and one of the seniors. I can't remember who that senior was, but looks like there was a clash. I don't think it was a voluntary kind of resignation, but it looks like there was some clash with the senior people, which I really can't remember very, very well.
In paragraph 2 of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's statement, he claims that information he presented before the ad hoc committee was based on personal knowledge, relevant document, and discussion with informed officials. But we've been informed that the error occurred and he'll be writing a senior statement on that matter. So I wanted to ask a question on it, but the question is it true that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stopped communicating with you after you persuaded him, after you persuaded him to ask General Khumalo to resign from SAPS.
It's not true.
It's not true. Wagcina nini ukukhuluma naye?
Ngicela ukukhuluma naye I think I spoke in June and he sent me a message in July. So sending a message out, guess, is a communication.
Awukaze umcela ukuthi aphushele uKhumalo ukuthi mhlamba resign SAPS.
No, I did speak to him about Khumalo coming to work in Gauteng. We did speak about that.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Bengifuna nje ukudlulisa lapho. Ngithathe enkulumeni yakho ukuthi lento yamahearsay awuyithandi. So ngifuna siyibuke la. Do you know ukuthi who funded the ANC with CR17 campaign?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. You said MK ufandwe uLiebenberg or ufande uBab Zuma. And I think the MK party would maybe write and talk to that matter if they wish to do so, or even uBab Zuma. So if you don't know ama funders were CR17 documents that were sealed, what intelligence did you use to get the information MK found Liebenberg?
It was a public information.
Ibingasilwanga.
No, it was a public information that Liebenberg himself did say he has helped Umsholos to pay 500,000 for him, for his case to be enrolled.
Confirm
yes, I have confirmed it.
How did you confirm Leo Malele?
Because it was in the court papers, and then the matter was then enrolled.
When as uBab Cele uyayiconfirma leyo mali unabufakazi bokuthi ayiwayithola ngempela le mali.
Ayike uLiebenberg, having said that publicly, that is information. I might be lying if he lies, but if he speaks the truth, I'm speaking the truth.
Okay, uthathi here and say wayiqhupha.
No, I go on here say. It's from the horse's mouth.
Thank you, Bab. uLiebenberg lo khuluma ngaye uyena lo wanikeza unkosikazi kaBaba uPaul Mashatile iring ye-diamond.
Yes.
Uyena loyo.
Not a ring.
I-diamond.
A piece of diamond.
Piece of diamond. Uyena yena loyo.
Yes.
Okay. It's very clear.
So impela uyena.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu bengifuna nje sidlule lapho. uMatlala ukhethe njengoba usuvumile ukuthi uyamazi.
Angaze ngiphike futhi.
Ngiyabongisa baba wazi amadoda amakhulu. You said uMatlala wanted to fund the president yakababa uMchunu. Siyavumelana.
What did I say?
You said uMatlala wanted to fund the presidency yakababa uMchunu.
Matlala told me that he was requested to fund. That he wanted, I'm not sure. But that he was told, I'm told.
You are told. Ngisahamba kule amahearsay ne. Lamahearsay ongawathandi.
No, it's not a hearsay. It's a horse's mouth.
Sho njalo.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think kunawo umthelela lokuthi ithenda kaMatlala icishu ize ivalwe lokuthi mhlawumbe akafunanga ukufanda ubaba uMchunu?
That will be hearsay. And I don't want to get in the hearsay. I've never heard it. It will be said by me, and when I will be hearing a hearsay from me. I have no information either told or read anywhere that is the case. So I really don't know about that.
Kule horse's mouth yaka Liebenberg yemali ekhokhiwe ku-MK yayisikhona yini MK makungena le mali okhuluma ngayo?
That's why my statement is stroke, either Msholozi or MK. So if it is not MK, Msholozi.
Oh, Sengiphelelwe isikhathi kanjalo. So lento ekhulumayo
But can I add on that?
please ba. Mhlambe usa-add ungichazisele ukuthi ushongo ukuthi mhlambe yangena nini or uyayicabangela nje uyifaka nje ngoba mele ingenile.
Ayangena.
Yangena.
Sungacheka wena ukuthi
Sekusho le nkulumo yangena nini?
ini manje
Imali baba. Before iMK iba khona or after iMK ibe khona angibuzeli ukuthi ingene kuZuma ru MK sengibuza ukuthi isiphi isikhathi salento oyikhulumayo othi awuyizwanga endleleni awuyidobhanga ndawo uyizwe kuye ngithi usasikhumbula mhlambe isikhathi oyizwe kuye lo muntu eyikhuluma ukuthi kunini
ngisikhumbula kahle isikhathi but I would not remember whether it was before or after MK but I could say that there would be really clips and videos where MK is on the platform supporting in court supporting
Abanguthi siyeke mphathi ngoba sikhuluma into
siyekela nje
awunasho
no that one is sure
ngani baba ngesikhathi
ukuthi when
Your time has unfortunately come to an end.
How much time did I have, Chair? Bathe ngino 20 minutes, right? Usho wena, Chair. So that means our 20 minutes, Changit. So our 20 minutes ayipheli manje. Kodwa phela ngideleli, Chair.
We must not argue about the allocation. We must not argue about the allocation of time.
No, Chair, athi mhlambe nguhloniphe ngivale, Chair.
We allocate 1 hour 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. 1 hour for the member, 20 minutes for the alternate. It has been that with Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. They finished 3 minutes before their time. You benefited from that. It's now after 10 minutes past 9. Past 7.
Unenkinga la, Chair. Uyaziva ukuthi uthini?
Honorable members who are coming back at 8 o'clock were breaking immediately.
Chair, kunenkinga la. Chair, even uFairwood wayengenje. Wayelalela abantu yazi, Chair. Chair.
informs the decision that you take in that particular time.
Thank you. My next question, I guess, is the reverse, and that is, would you allow someone that you met once or twice to stay in your house when you're not there?
In my house, if I'm not there and there is nobody else in that house?
Oh, you could be there as well. It depends, I guess, how much you like them when you met them once or twice.
I would.
You would. Okay. You say he's not a business partner. So I want to understand, and I know it was said earlier, but that's where the language barrier came in. I didn't understand everything that Honorable Shongwe asked, so I might be repeating something. You specifically said earlier that you didn't pay for any of these. It was free accommodation, correct? Have you ever had any other business dealings or any kind of financial interest with Mr. Matlala?
Zero, nothing.
Zero, okay. You claim that you didn't know about the criminal allegations or any of the tender controversies regarding Mr. Matlala. But I want to ask you, as being the former police minister, is there no kind of due diligence? The reason I ask this as well, it links to what I asked General Sabia last week, is that surely before you meet with someone, whether you're in office or not, that experience that you built up over the years with contact in the criminal justice system, surely you do some kind of due diligence.
That is what you call political interference. If, as a minister, I want to know intelligence matters are not for ministers, are for operatives. Because intelligence run programs. They might be running a program about you as a minister. So we have no business. It's a clear operational matter. Unless they come to you and it's got some political issues that you need to communicate as a minister. But that's why they don't need, intelligence people, they don't report mostly to ministers. They report it to National Commissioner. One other person that they can report to is a president than the minister.
So I want to understand this because from my point of view, by that time, if we look at specifically at Kat Matlala, I mean, it's not political interference to use Google. He was all over there. If you look at, for example, maybe I shouldn't use News 24 as an example because it was clear to me earlier that there was discomfort with some of the things that they wrote. But just on that platform, Mr. Matlala had been there a lot. Do you not check who you meet with? Is there, and there are many ways of doing that without interfering in any form of legislative interference. I mean, let's use Facebook as a silly example.
When I was a minister, my support staff, sometimes they would meet. I mean, they would check for me before I meet for the personal safety and other things. But for now, I check nobody. I meet whoever wants to meet me. I'm a free agent. I'm a free South African. If you want to meet me after this, we can meet.
No, I'm all right. Okay. That sounds bad. I don't mean it that way. We can maybe have a coffee tomorrow.
Actually, we own one meeting and to be more civil to one another, you and me.
Yeah.
It could not be now, but some other time.
No, but I think, and we spoke quite a bit today, so okay. I don't think there's any reason for hostility.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to the Kat Matlala discussion a little bit more, and this touches again on what the discussion held with General Sabia last week. The reason why I keep on asking the questions regarding association is that here we have someone who's the former Minister of Police, or I'm not comparing you directly to General Sabia, I'm just showing how the questions are similar. And we have a General Sabia who is the Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, yet he has these brief breakfasts with Brown Mkhwanazi and maybe touches a bit on Kat Matlala and so on. does that association not bother you in any way? Is it not problematic to you, or and I mean, you can say we're allowed to agree to disagree. Does it not bother you to have that association?
Honorable Cameron, is a huge difference between the police and the Minister of Police in terms of operational matters. Worse for a person who's responsible for detectives and intelligence. The question, I was taken aback, and I must say here, I do not believe that he did not know things about CAT as at that level and that position. If it's true that he didn't know anything, it does not deserve to bear the job. Does not. Because he's the last line of defense. Really. From him and his information, that information must be operationalized. If it is not known there, nothing right will be done by the people that are on operations. For him to say so, I was taken aback, and I said, that can't be.
It's a fair answer. Your personal relationship with Mr. Matlala, or your relationship with Mr. Matlala, did you, and this is just for the record, did you in any way ever participate or influence or advise on any of the decisions or the processes relating to the 360 million rand Medicare 24 contract or any other related procurement in SAPS?
I did not even know about this 360 until I read about it, as it was compared and exposed that is the same person of Tembisa. So I didn't even know. So I had no access to it, so I could not have influenced him when I did not even know about the processes. By the way, it's generic, honorable member, that ministers don't know. Officially should be so. I would not but stand here and say all of us we don't know, but the generic ministers should not know about supply chain management issues.
Then I want to move to a just something that I want clarity on regarding your communication with General Mkhwanazi. Is it true that General Mkhwanazi didn't take any calls from you since the Major General Khumalo matter, and that PSS Brigadier Shabalala, you know Brigadier Shabalala knows this, and that you started talking again after you approached General Mkhwanazi at a car wash in Durban later on in the year?
It's true. It's true that for some time we did not talk, but I did not know that it was because of General Khumalo. And unfortunately, I did not either take it as malicious that we are not talking as issue. Okay. Until, by the way, it's him who sent Shabalala, Brigadier Shabalala, to find out and erase the issues that there were problem. So in the car wash, we spoke, but it would be rich to say I approached him. We're both in the car wash. So we approached the car wash, and then we spoke at the car wash.
Maybe that's where we should have our cordial discussion next time, is at the car wash.
And now it sounds like I ran to the car wash to approach him. No, we met it. And we spoke at length, by the way, until we were told to move our cars from the bay because we were blocking. We spoke for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to a question, and I know you said were not directly involved with procurement matters. This touches on questions that I asked Minister Mkhwanazi yesterday. Did you know about the fact that the supply chain management head, or Lieutenant General Fani, who came from National Treasury, had a questionable background with regards to his appointment? It's a double-barrel question. I want to know, were you aware of the SIU report that implicated General Fani amongst others before you left office?
General Fani, I think, is a lieutenant general.
Correct.
He's a TTG. It's the same argument I've raised, Honorable Member, that I have a problem with appointment of DDGs. Because those that are appointed, they are checked and checked thoroughly. But if Fani comes, General Fani and the other Fani, Masimula, they just meet and they employ one another, you wouldn't. That's that. One would not know the thing. But worse with him, because he comes from treasurer, you would expect people coming from treasurer to be clean and schoon. So you would not really expect that there is a problem when they come from that department, when they come from treasurer. So I didn't know anything about his shenanigans.
Did you know anything about the SIU report once that was, I'm aware that I think it was presented to legal services, but did you know anything
No.
about the SIU report?
No, I didn't.
Not. I want to move to the next few questions. I want to touch on the KZN matters. Just in terms of communication, did you have any form of private communication with General Mkhwanazi before his 6 July press briefing?
Private communication.
Any communication, it doesn't necessarily have to be private. Maybe at the car wash.
I think I would, Honorable Member, especially that province, there are a lot of problems that people, they still phone me like nobody's business. I say, but I'm not the minister. They say, but you know what to do. Most of the time, if I'm phoned about the particular matter, then I'll phone two people. Rather than going to the station, junior members, I usually phone two people there. Makoba, who's a deputy to Mkhwanazi, or Mkhwanazi. So I can't remember. But mostly it will be on those matters rather than before, when I would pick up the phone and say, can you do this, can you do this? But the other thing I want to tell you, Mkhwanazi, there is no provincial commissioner that I've communicated more than Mkhwanazi, because we are there, but they are there. But what I have made a habit is that he must also report, or I will report to the national commissioner that we have communicated. For instance, you would see me in many operations there. You remember when the big bust of drugs at the port and all that. I don't know what you know, but I would not hear from somewhere else that there's that bust. General Mkhwanazi would tell me, and I'll go there. When police are killed, and I remember Mazibuko, when he was killed, I was on the crime scene. Fortunately, I was just landing in Durban when he phoned me. I said, I'm in Durban. He said, to come and all that. So, but most of the time, if not all the time, we would manage to say to the national commissioner, we are communicating, because I did not encourage this thing of people bypassing the national commission coming to the minister.
Just a question of clarity regarding Mr. Maumela. You mentioned that you met Mr. Matlala, the property that you later found out belonged to Mr. Maumela. We know that he's linked to the whole Tembisa hospital fraud scandal. And I want to ask you, and I think I know what you're going to answer, but as someone who's experienced or trained to a certain extent, you've had years of experience in contact with the criminal justice system. You said that you didn't know whose residence it was. How is it normal for you to visit houses of people that you don't know who it belongs to? I'm trying to put this in layman terms where I don't imagine just going to someone's house whom I don't know who it is. I'm struggling with this association with certain controversial figures.
Well, you argue that I'm trained. I'm not just having the experience. I'm trained on the military combat work. And that is intelligence on the work that I used to do. But if somebody says to me, meet to Hamilton Road, number 212, I'm not going to ask whose house is that.
But that one's named after you.
No, I'm making an example. So I'm not going to ask why do we meet in that particular house. I'll just go to that house and I appreciate that this is a good house. And as I said, I thought I didn't even think that was somebody else. I thought it was his house, of which he confirmed that he had 2 houses at Zimbabwe. That was one of them. But I have met people in many ways, maybe coming from my days of underground, honorable member. So you'll be given an address that meets somewhere there, and you go and meet there. Sometimes you realize that it's a dangerous place and all that kind of stuff. So I really don't take it as essential if Honorable in Cameroon phones to say we meet at Cameroon Street, number 222. I will ask him, whose house is that you are meeting? And you tell me, and then I will come. No. We just go and I have met people there, including the king, by the way. I have met the king there. I was given the address at Zimbabwe, given the code, open and go there. I did not even ask. I know that the king doesn't have the house at Zimbabwe, but I was not going to ask the king, so whose house is this? But these things happen.
I want to move to your relationship with Mr. Timmy Marimutu. Do you know Mr. Marimutu?
Very well.
So you've obviously met with him, spoken with him, communicated with him. What's the nature of your relationship with Mr. Marimutu?
Mr. Marimutu used to be a police officer, I'm told, arrested for drug issues, I'm told. But when I went for transport, I found him at the transport department doing some work. He was specializing on the rural access roads with his contract. That's how I began to know him, that we're working on transport matters. So the talk will be around that. But at the later stage, I did realize that he was quite close with intelligence people. How I did know that is that my relationship was really on a hard rock with Mdluli. And he spoke to me and organized the meeting between me and Mdluli. So I realized that this guy is not an ordinary contract guy, he must be having some. But at the later stage, there was that accusation, which they put me on, of which I did not know, that he has put his relatives, most of them, in the crime in intelligence, of which Mdluli signed. So that's a kind of talking, and that's a kind of relationship that I would have with them.
And do you still speak frequently, or is that in the past?
I think it would be more than 2 years that we haven't spoken.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, you touched on the appointments in crime intelligence, but were you also aware of the Hawks investigation regarding allegations of human trafficking and or trafficking specifically for sex allegations linked to Mr. Marimutu's family? And you've already said that you knew about his connection with crime intelligence.
That information I've only got it from the papers, from the newspapers, but I'm aware through reading it.
I want to then understand, and we did touch on the taxi industry, so I'm not going to go into the taxi industry now. I think we've covered a lot of that. I want to understand, during your time as police minister, what safeguards did you implement to ensure that you were not exposed to proximity risks or conflicts when interacting with figures from the taxi industry, dangerous figures? Did you put certain mechanisms in place?
Well, besides having protectors, there is no special mechanism that was put. Mr. Honorable Member Cameron, that's a dangerous world. A dangerous world.
Which one?
The taxi industry. It's a dangerous world. Too many people we have lost there. People die there. As I was saying, you sit here, I talk with you like this, and the next day you are gone. Whenever you get involved on it, you must have a little bit of a prayer, because yourself, you don't know what next will happen. You, again, going back to General Mkhwanazi, well, he spoke about the Katomena team. For some reasons, I love police, and I don't know how I fall in love with them, because I was one person that was messed up by the police. I was messed up big time. One person that I didn't like in life big time is General Poison. I didn't like that man. When he came to investigate the matter, massacre of Shoba, and I chased him away. And then they sent Pushy Engelberg. I don't know if you know Pushy Engelberg. I chased him away until the minister, then Mafumati, spoke to me that, you know what, you go investigate this thing yourself. Because I was chasing everybody away as this person, as an activist. I must be careful again with the word activist. It gave some trouble here. So, as an activist, I had a problem until Bush was allowed. I don't think there is a police officer like Bush Engelberg today. The job he did. But slowly but surely, human beings are dynamic things. You get to know one another and all. One person that were close and friends today is Poison. It's Poison. We're fine, we're good and all that. One other thing that put us together was to work on the taxi industry. Because that unit of his, even today, taxi industry people themselves, they still complain. Why don't, they are called Kito. Kito is a Zulu word coming from Kato crest. They ask, why don't you bring them back and fix the thing? So the one major thing happened, there was the killing of Colonel Kongo. One good human being and good police was shot and killed by the taxi industry. I was mad. Poison was mad. Poison did not arrest anybody. Anybody that did thing to Kongo was permanently arrested. So they put so much effort. At one time, the cash heist was zero in KZN. Zero. I mean zero, because of that unit. Whoever killed that unit is guilty of increasing the crime in South Africa and in that province. That's how I forever look at it. And the reason why Mkhwanazi and Mthethwa, they took that path of killing that thing, I don't know. But what I knew is that Mthethwa was may his soul rest in peace, Mthetho was on this thing of reversing things that have been done and working. It was not only him reversing things, it was with his president. He's a president of one organization today. But he was with his president to reverse things. You know, we built a solid police. As your chair, you go and check your crime stats, Honorable. I'm sure you have checked your crime stats. Yeah. Look at 2009, look at 2010, look at 2011. From 2012, what was a concord?
It shot up.
Was a concord up to this point. You know why they were concord sometimes? Because all structures were dismantled. The management that was found there was dismantled. Could not be Mkhwanazi on this one. But RIA gave the man the bells. Give the man the bells for the destruction she caused in the South African police. Give the man the bells.
I want to understand, and just briefly, what was that destruction? You've touched on it a little bit, and I didn't even write this down, but in your opinion, what was that destruction that Ria Piecha caused?
Destruction?
Yeah.
First thing, everybody that I worked with dispersed him. It took Masimula to Limpopo as a deputy. It took him Mkhwanazi, highly decorated, because people, they think I can change. It's a fact that Mkhwanazi is highly decorated. Took him Mkhwanazi and told him to guard the buildings. Mkhwanazi was guarding the buildings, property, the offices. This, you know, there is a competition of the special forces that usually takes place at a place called Dubai. At one time when Mkhwanazi was there, it took place in France. The Special Task Force of South Africa was number 4 in the world. We were number 4. Under Ria Piecha, we were number 40. She added 0.
I'm trying to be serious here. You're making it very
I'm
difficult.
serious. I'm serious. We're number 40. Last time there, I was invited. I was invited to go and receive the award for them. I think they were number 14. I said, I can't receive the number 14 award. But in France, I did go and I received the number 4 in the world. In the world. So that thing went down. But the real mess that she did, was to kill the TROT, Technical Response Team. You know, just a little bit of a minute how it started about. People, they call it Bheki's police, Cele's police. I don't know why they don't call other units about people that they started. When I joined the police, honorable member, in Pretoria, the 3rd day, there was a cash heist in the city of Swane. As I came there, 2 police were shot and killed from local station. And I found Mercedes-Benz C-Class, I don't know if it is an advert, C-Class and GTI, and those were getaway cars for the criminals. Police came in a Corona, 1.3. I said, even if they find these guys on the scene and chase them much, what is this C-Class 28? And then I said, from now on, 2 things we're going to do. We're going to buy police cars. The GTI, the police, and BMWs came that time. That's when we bought GTI in the police. That's why every police drives GTI today. and Focus and all that. But the other problem that you had, these elite elite units, 2 of them, that's your Special Force and NIU, were geographically placed. They were only in Gauteng, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. So other provinces didn't have them. So the TRT was built for them to hold the fort as we were waiting for these guys. But TRT did not hold the fort, they did the job. TRT moored the Cassius guys. They moored them goed. Now, that was the first one. The second one of their job, that time we had cluster. I know you have had interest in the police. We have cluster policing, where 5 stations to 7 will be together. We said every station will have about 10 members of the TRT, Amaparet. So if there is an incident there, they will converge and respond. But if not, they will patrol their precincts. That's why crime like pickpocketing, crime like housebreaking, because those guys, they saturated and took over policing every street, every township. Even today, if you move around here, people are asking, where are the pirates? Ask Ria, Pierre, where are they? As she come, it dismantles them. It took their cars, it took a veto that they were using and give it to the police, to the station commander. How do you take a veto and give it to the station commander to go and buy milk? So that's it. But one other thing is to displace people. Your Hawks, Dramat was taken away from there. Everybody was taken away from there and all that. So it was a systematic kind of dismantlement. But the big one, the numbers were allowed of the police to dwindle from 195,000 to the population of 50 million, dwindled to 187 to the population of 62 million. Hence, we had to really fight hard with the Cabinet 6th to say, Mr. President and Mr. Kotongan, give us some money. We managed to get the training of police 10,000 in the circle of 10, though we had a problem because the colleges were few to accommodate all these people. So we went to ask the accommodation from the army. They gave us their base in Kimberley and they charged us R1 billion for that.
Sure.
They charged us R1 billion for, so we had to go to small numbers because we did not have R1 billion to pay for the army. But that was a big thing to dismantle. And as we came back, it took a lot to re-establish the police. I don't want to go much on that. But one other thing that we did was to create the Operation Chanela. Operation Chanela, I can explain about it and all that kind of thing. I hope it's coming back. But I must say, I am really sad. I think the working of the police has been really disturbed by this kind of a thing. It might take longer again to put the police in a fast lane.
Well, I want to just move back slightly. Why do you think they closed Cato Manor, the squad?
Mkhwanazi is still there. Maybe when he comes back, ask him.
Okay. You mentioned earlier today that, we know about it, that there were members who tapped your communication. They listened to your calls. Do you know who those members are, and if so, are they still in the police?
You know, the other one is who is Patayasho Peruman, the one who arrested Kumal.
From IDAC?
From IDAC is one of them.
Sure.
That guy, 3 guys were arrested. I think one is Cele and can't remember, and Puruman. So they were made sacrificial land by Moodley.
So Moodley was also involved?
Hayi kancane, not small time, big time.
Yo.
Moodley.
Was, sorry I'm interrupting, I just want to get clarity. So Moodley, was Khan involved in any way?
No, I wouldn't tell if Kanye was. I don't have that information.
Okay.
But Moodley, yes. And then, who's this? Patayasho Peruman, this guy. He has been in crime intelligence. He has now moved to IDEC and is regarded as a top investigator. There are no investigators in CI. Since when has become a top investigator? That he has, his first job is to arrest Khumalo after he has written a letter by Nkabinde. Because Khumalo was arrested after the letter has been written by Nkabinde. So where it does come from? But the other thing, the husband of the head of the IDEC works in the CI, and they're not friends with Khumalo. And they're not friends with Khumalo, and he works in the CI. That's my home girl. That is the head of. What I would love to know, when this law came, you would know that there is a structure that oversees police. That is your iPad. You would know that there is a structure that oversees Hawks. That is a Hawks judge. Who oversees IDEC? Who oversees IDEC? Or are they law unto themselves? You can't have a powerful structure that does as its wishes and nobody looks after it. Hence, we have a judge that looks after the Hawks. That judge is there. You report to the judge, you go to IPIT, either they weak or what, they exist. I guess these lawyers sitting there, there can be a structure that you can take to them if they get out of it. There is a structure where you took to, whether correct or incorrect, but where do you take IDEC? When they arrest somebody for hiring somebody. Well, it's a disaster to have such a structure that nobody oversees it. Maybe the legislators can look at that as the time goes on.
What do you think, and this is also, I'm going off the list that I made today, but what do you think the reason is for that specific group targeting General Khumalo?
Ask Nkabinde. It's Nkabinde who wrote the letter there. I don't know if somebody sent it, but I'm told it was written by him to say act. So I don't know. I don't. But Auntie Mary has serious issues with Khumalo and Cele. I hope ITEC doesn't come to knock on my door again one day. But has a serious issue with Khumalo and all. But I don't have a reason why they would have a problem with Khumalo.
Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, the General keeps on repeating a letter written by Nkabinde. Maybe if you can be clarified which letter is that, so that we are able to even check if it's part of the evidence that we have. Thank you.
No, it's not the part of the evidence. But there was a letter from him to IDEC to say IDEC must act on the crime intelligence people. Maybe at a certain given time, the letter could be found. I hope.
Thanks, General. Chair, because we're going to have IDEC, so I think let's just take it as it comes. We're going to pursue it. Thank you.
Honorable Cameron, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one or two last questions. You mentioned, and this is, I might come back to crime intelligence again, but you mentioned earlier the Judge Tulare judgment when he spoke about the alleged infiltration of parts of the judiciary, etc., by certain gangs or criminal groupings. Why it feels there have been many calls regarding the Colonel Kinnear report, that there were very specific SAPS members implicated in that. Why is it that even during your time, many of those members are still in SAPS? What was the struggle? What went wrong after the Kinnear report was finalized?
You remember, or you were not here, Kenya report was finalized and classified. So ministers don't classify the reports. Reports are classified by those people who had those particular structures. I must agree. I don't think that Kenya really received a fair kind of procedure. I fully don't agree. So I always feel supportive to the wife when she's angry. And personally, I would say maybe all of us could have done much better to deal with the issue of the murder of one of the good cops that was dealing with that situation. And that's a part of what the judge says. But Western Cape is one of the area when it comes to policing, prosecution, by the way, that has been problematic. I'm sure you'll hear one day that there is an inquest. There is an inquest in the death of Moses Tembe's daughter. Honorable member, police did the investigation and they believed that that daughter was murdered. They believed. They went time and again to the prosecutor for the things to be enrolled. They would say, go back, dot the I's and cross the T's. Until they said, if you can't do it, give us a certificate. I went to the president personally. I said, Mr. President, your Minister of Police is going to do something funny. Is going to support the private prosecution. And the prosecutor refused to give certificate. So he can't prosecute, he can't give certificate. So you are stuck in the middle. But now I know that inquest, the magistrate that is there now is asking the question, why this thing was not enrolled, because it's an obvious case. You should ask the prosecutor that did not enroll it in this Western Cape.
Chair, I think that's an important note for us as an ad hoc committee. Is just regards the two things, and I'm sure former Minister Cele would agree. The integrated justice system, the fact that we don't have that yet. So very often the police get the blame for things that they shouldn't be getting the blame for. So we need that system to really pinpoint where the issues, the real issues are. That's the one thing. The second thing is I think something to zoom in on with all of this is to really sample where the prosecution crisis lies. Justice Chair can lead the way for us. He says he doesn't have much work, so he certainly can. Chair, that's it from me. No more questions. I'm glad we've ended this discussion better than we did previously. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, we'll see that at a later stage. But we won't go back there.
You must stay with that commitment. I can see that you are getting closer to each other now. Honorable Tlapa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, former Minister Cele. It's been a long day for you. I don't have a lot of time, so it won't be too long. I want to go back to Kat Mklala, because it seems with the interactions we've had over the past few days and what you read in the media and in the testimonies, it seems everybody had some interaction with him in some form, way or manner. The meeting that took place in December, where you had a meeting with Mr. Mklala, he told you that he had an SAPS tender and that he was willing to make false and criminal allegations against generals to protect his own interest. Did that not immediately raise red flags about his integrity?
Meeting of December?
Yes, you mentioned in 2024, December 2024.
So what happened with the tender?
He told you about it.
No.
In your
On that-
paragraph
on that meeting we
71,
did
it
not
says
talk
he also
about-
expressed concern about being caught in the crossfire of brewing conflict within the police.
Yes.
And that he did not want to lose the health service tender awarded to him earlier that year.
Yes, he didn't, because he's put in conflict with the, in that
Correct,
context.
yes.
In that context.
So
you're
that's where he
correct.
told you about the tender.
Yes.
All right. And my question is, did that not raise any red flags with you? Because he was telling you that he had a tender and that he was going to, or he made false allegations against generals to protect his own interest. Did
I
that
knew-
raise red
by
flags?
then
to
I
you?
knew that he had a tender.
I believe so. That's in your discussion here on this meeting.
The same answer. My interest and my angle was not with Kat, it was with Khumalo.
I'll get to that, sir. But I'm asking you, did it raise any red flags to you that he was telling you this?
No.
Do you say you admitted, he admitted, to fabricating serious false allegations of theft and corruption against senior officers? I would go so far as to say your own people, people that you came along with in the police service. Why would you rely on a man who, by your own account, had just confessed to committing perjury and obstructing justice?
Rely on him on what?
Say again, sorry?
Rely on him on what?
Well, so you said you kept chatting with him, he kept speaking to you, even post this meeting. He brought information to you about the 2010 corruption.
I'm not relying on him, I see. I see the things that are sent to his cellular. I'm not, his message, I'm not relying on him. He shows me the thing that is not supposed to have, that are sent by either the minister stroke Mkhwanazi in preparation. So I don't just hear him, I see it.
No, whether you see it or not is irrelevant. What I'm asking is that he raised serious red flags. The red flag that he raised, which I understand, is he told you that he committed perjury. He told you he was making false allegation against the police. You advised him that he needs to go speak, and the case was eventually either thrown out or settled out of court. That was what you said. So he's
Are we talking about the same story?
Yes, it's on your section 72.
That he told me that he committed the perjury.
Well, he says to you that he was lying, he was going to make false allegations.
Did I say so?
It's in your testimony.
No. You didn't listen very well.
No, I'm reading your testimony.
I said he was pushed by Sibia to do that.
I understand. What I'm saying is, I understand.
You
sir.
absolutely don't.
No, I do understand fully. You are saying he was being forced to do it.
Exactly.
To protect his own interest. No, regardless of what his reasoning was to do it. He was doing it to protect his own interest, whether it was forced by Sibia, forced by whoever.
Honorable Tlapa and General Cele, I request you to cool down.
Oh, no, sorry, Chair. My apologies. I
just
no
want
intention.
just want to give you one moment to take a breath in and take Honorable Skosana and Honorable Maliam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get clarity from General Cele. Because earlier, General Cele said when they met at Beverly Hills Hotel, there was no discussion about the tender. He was never told about the tender. He was told about the issues of the problems within the top.
The matter is not related to what Honorable Thopa is raising.
No. My follow-up meeting is what he responded about that. He asked him twice. That was the tender discussed in that meeting.
Okay.
So hence I'm saying, initially he said there was no tender. Cat never discussed any tender with him at all. So I wanted a clarity that on that day, did they discuss about the tender which he had, that Media 24 thing with the South African Police Service? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I've said it time and again to say he realized that he was being played and did not want to be in conflict with the police because he has just had the tender contract with the police, so he did not want to fight the police, especially on the false pretense that he arrest that Khumalo must be arrested after he has been told by Sibia what to write so that it implicates Khumalo. I'm saying it's the same answer. There was never a time when he sat down and write the statement against Khumalo. Sibia, according to him, comes to him to say, look, let's implicate Khumalo on this one. Add that it was not just the raid, but they have stolen. So then it doesn't become the liquor raid, even if you have a warrant. You can't take the watches and all that kind of thing. So for me, that he committed perjury, and him being this powerful police telling him what to do is completely two different things.
Thank you, Chair. Can I proceed?
Are you?
I'm fine, Chair. My time will come. Thank you.
Let's go to Honorable Malem.
Minister, I understand now you've got this information, like he's saying, you've got this information about Cat that he does tenders and then he wants to serve his own interest by giving information and all of that. Then the question is, why do you keep this person close to you when you know he's got this many other issues? Now you are aware. So my understanding is that you kept this guy close to you because you were sucking as much information as possible from this guy, because he was showing you information, not just telling you, showing things that are being planned about Khumalo, are being planned about you, and all of that. Even if he's got these other things, but for as long as he's giving you this useful information, you kept him close so that you can get as much information as possible.
I was not going to let him go with information.
Thank you so much. Honorable Thopa.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Please proceed.
I will proceed. And apologies, was no heated moment. I think I just speak loud on this mic.
No, it is human, don't worry.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you basically answered the next question, sir, because I wanted to ask, wouldn't that make him a potential criminal collaborator rather than a reliable source? But you said you would keep him around for that information. So despite all of this, you've stayed overnight at his penthouse. And I will move on to the next line of questioning because I understand where you're coming from and what you've explained, and I don't think there's need to further press on the issue. I would like to find out, when you left office in June 2024, was the PKTT funded? Was it funded? Was it properly funded?
Well, Commissioner can answer that better, because the funding of operations and all that is not the ministerial issue, it's an issue of the accounting officer.
I understand that Minister Mkhwanazi had claimed that the PMFI was breached because the extension of the PKTT was never granted, and if I understand your version correctly, you say that is not the case.
Well, he's lucky to know that.
Pardon me?
He's lucky to know that. What I know is that the life of political killing task team was continuing, and I know that there was money requested and the less money was given with the advice of the CFO. But remember, in companies, there is a CFO and there is an accounting officer. At the end of the day, the rest of it doesn't lie with the CFO. It lies with an accounting officer. If the accounting officer sees the matter that should continue, we'll sit down, and I'm very sure that the accounting officer, who happened to be a commissioner, they did talk with the CFO. I don't know who briefed the minister about the concerns of the CFO, but it does look like there was this bypassing of the national commissioner, and the deputies and the lieutenant general's briefing, instead of going to the commissioner and the commissioner going to the minister.
Thank you. You mentioned that you had a meeting on the 5th of September 2023. Were these formal meetings, so this was a formal meeting?
5th, not 4th, 5th.
I think 5th of September, yes, 2023.
There was a minister there of Justice and Correctional Service. There was a deputy minister of the police. There was minister. Definitely that's formal. We could not have met for tea there.
And
was meeting in Durban from Pretoria.
Was the PKTT an extension, the extension of it, a formal item on the agenda for the day?
Well, the interministerial on this matter could not have met without discussing the activities of the PKTT.
And it must continue as one of the resolutions that you took. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
And these minutes to these meetings?
They are meeting.
Are they attached to this one?
I don't know, but they can be found. They can be found. I think even myself, I have them.
I just want to find out by you, and it's. I just want to find out what is your understanding and your version. There's many scenarios that have been impressed on us, and I want to find out, do you think that this is an operational transition gone wrong? Do you believe that the disbandment had to do with financial irregularity cleanups? Was the disbandment political in nature? And if it was none of these, what's your opinion? What do you think it was?
Well, finances, I'm totally literate. The Auditor General will help us there. I know nothing about finances. What I know is that this structure had to save lives that were lost because of the political office across the board. There are quite number of councillors that were killed. I have mentioned that from ANC, from IFP, from NFP, from ACDP, from DA, and from EFF. So then you are putting the stop on the thing. But not only that, you must also put the stability so that there is no reversal on that kind of thing. For me, if you ask me, I would not have dissolved it. Even if I had any wish of dissolving it, I would have followed the steps that we have followed to establish it. One, why so many steps to establish it and no steps to disestablish it? For me, that would be a question. If that is illegal or unlawful, I don't know. But is it correct? No, it's wrong.
Minister Mkhwanazi is your predecessor. He took over from you in 2024. And when you were speaking earlier, if I understood you correctly, Minister Mkhwanazi never contacted you after you briefed him. I think you spoke about a 3-hour meeting. You said not even once. Is that correct? You didn't talk again after that?
Not once.
All right. And then in paragraph 50 of your statement, you say you attempted to discuss the disbandment of the PKTT with Minister Mkhwanazi. That was, I would take it after the disbandment, somewhere in January.
Yes.
And I think you were discussing the Mary de Haas letter, I think, and he told you to stay out of the matter. Is that correct?
That could not be the words, but I was told that the disbandment dissolution will continue. Whether those letters are not there, and it's not going to discuss those letters, but the dissolution will continue.
All right, thank you. I just want to find out, you mentioned in your statement also that you appealed to the President on the 8th of January to stop the directive or hold the directive to dissolve the PKTT. Correct?
No, I couldn't instruct the President
No,
to
not
stop.
instruct. You spoke to him.
I couldn't tell him. Have you ever spoken to the President? I can imagine telling the President. I requested the President that if he could facilitate the meeting, maybe if he has a way that this disbandment is halted until 3 of us, him, Mkhwanazi, myself, we have a meeting, or he facilitate, because I felt, reading the letter, Honorable Member, I realized that the genesis, the starting point of Mkhwanazi was wrong about 2019. There is no 2019 in this thing. By Morane Commission, there is no commissioner. So I thought it could be a space of taking him through what really happened. So, and better understand, because the genesis is wrong. So he is not going to act correctly if your genesis is incorrect.
Thank you. Sir, I'll put it to you that in your own statement, paragraph 50, the last sentence says, the Minister informed me that I should stay out of the matter. 51, I also discussed the matter with the President at the ANC's January 18th celebration that took place in Kailicha. I asked the President to ask the Minister to stop implementing the disbandment of the decision. That's what I asked you now, and you said...
Well, those are verbatim words, but the content, as you can listen, is the same. Maybe, and I'm not an English speaker anyway, but I think the content and context is the same. So you are dealing with verbatim, and you did not say, I must be verbatim. You should have said so.
No, sorry, sir, I'm reading your witness statement.
You should have said, quote yourself what you said on that day.
No, sir, I'm reading your witness statement as what you gave it to us. That's what I've got in front of me. It's all I can rely on. But it's fine. I respect your answer. I'm not arguing your answer. I'm just reading what I can read here.
That one is very clear. If you want me to be verbatim, say so. And you go and say, read at that particular place. I was not told to be verbatim. I was asked to give the context and the content. And I did so. Verbatim, yes.
Thank you, sir. But now you've consulted and attempted to consult with the Minister and the President, is what your statement says. I ask the following question, and I say I ask this with respect. Is this not similar from ruling from the grave, as you put it earlier on?
I don't have a grave.
No, you said you don't rule from the grave. And I'm asking, is this what you were talking about?
I don't have a grave, so I can't rule from the grave.
Thank you. You've answered correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, at least we are ending it on a lighter moment, Honorable Top. Honorable Sangweni.
No, I think it's two more. Sorry, Honorable Chair, I didn't want to interrupt. There's just one issue. The IMC minutes that the Minister speaks about. My understanding is that, I could be wrong, General, you'll correct me. IMC is almost like a cabinet committee or so. Would those minutes not be classified if you are offering to bring them? We just don't want this issue of documents being promised and we don't get them. So if I could just be...
I have to check if they are classified, but I don't remember them classified.
Okay.
Chair, is Mr. Hlophe, or is Mr. who? Honorable member. I didn't get the...
It's Honorable Klopper.
Klopper.
Is K-L-O...
I thought it was Mr. Hlophe.
Is K-L-O...
Okay.
P-P-E-R.
Sorry.
It's Klopper.
Okay, thanks.
Bangasit.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
You yourself and Honorable James are going to run for the next 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ndosibe sibingelele mfowethu. And honorable members. I don't have a lot to ask, Ndosi, because you were very eloquent in your presentation of your evidence. And in fact, you helped some of us a great deal in terms of clarifying some of the areas that had remained gray after the presentation of evidence by some of the witnesses that had appeared before us here, before you came. But I just want to kick off by asking you, Ndosi, whether you were aware that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was going to hold a press conference on the 6th of July, 2025.
No, I was not aware, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Ndos. At that conference, General Mkhwanazi actually raised a number of issues. I'm not going to dwell on a number of them, but just a few. One of them is political interference that he actually raised. So I just want you to clarify the issue of the disbandment of the PKTT, whether it was, in your view, whether it was not a classical case of political interference in the operations of the police.
I'm sure you remember that General Mkhwanazi never said a word about me there. I'm sure you remember that General Mkhwanazi never said a word about me there in that conference. So the interference I would not be able to explain. But Chairperson, it's a situation that one has been trying to explain from all angles without being the NCA that talks about all angles. So one has really tried all angles on this matter of political interference, and the person, nothing will change me as I'm sitting here to believe that the process was wrong to disband the PKTT. Whether that is illegal, legal gurus will have to explain. Whether that is unlawful, law gurus will have to explain. I just know one English word: it was wrong. Whether that is an interference, I don't know. Whether that is not doing the proper work, I don't know. But I believe, and that does not mean I'm correct, by the way, but I believe that it was wrong. It should have been done the way it came. That road that it came on of the president, the interministerial, the officials, the team itself could have done so. One little thing that could have been done here, one, is some form of consultation and talking to somebody. Now I know that even Mkhwanazi and Masimula did not get the audience. I even know, let's say then it's practical, it's operational, I know. They did not get this letter that says you go and do it and report on the letter should have better said, you go and give me the report by the 20th of January of this PKTT, and from there I take the decision. I don't find the logic. So they must explain then it was interference, was the unlawful, illegal and all, but I will stand by my words that it was wrong.
Yeah, I'm asking this question, Dosi, because the National Commissioner, when he appeared before us here, he was really very, adamant that that directive was actually a gross interference into his terrain as National Commissioner. So you having been the National Commissioner and also a Minister of Police, I think you are better placed to actually have a better understanding of exactly what was happening here. So that is in that context that I'm asking this kind of a question, Ndos.
Well, if it were me, as a National Commissioner receiving this letter, without really being arrogant and pompous about it, I would have said, stay on your lane, Minister. That can't happen. I would have said so. If I would really want to be modest, I would have said, can we have a discussion on the matter and privately tell him to stay on his lane or her lane.
Thank you, Ndosi. Arising from that, I'm just asking myself exactly just how do ministers of police resist the pressure that might be exerted on them by the political environment within which they operate to find themselves sometimes using their powers and using the powers that they wield over the operations of the police to actually unleash that against their political opponents. Could be their, inter-party opponents or intra-party, opponents.
Well, I hear you saying, how do the police ministers, which ministers?
Ministers of police, that could be Mr. Bheki Cele, it could be Minister Mkhunu, it could be Minister Mtetwa, but I'm just looking at the temptation of ministers wanting to use the police to actually settle political scores with their political opponents in other parties or within their own parties. And I'm saying this because Mkhwanazi, when he was here, he told us that the Minister of Police came at Mandeni during the by-election campaign and went to the police station and demanded to know why the candidate so-and-so of political X has not been arrested. So I'm coming from that context, Honorable Ndosi.
My problem is your generic statement of why ministers. There's been Mafumati, there've been Mafumati, there've been Chwete, there've been Cele, there've been Balule. We never went to the council and asked why are we not arrested. So it remains the question of the individual, Mbangazita, on that matter, rather than putting the generic statement that said police of the ministers, as if we have encountered such thing before. So let's talk about what happened exactly and relating it to the person that happened. I did hear that statement from Mkhwanazi. I really cannot. I really cannot tell the police that you go and arrest so and so. Even if there are things, you would ask why so and so is taking long, and they'll explain to say we're working on this. But you can't. Maybe the both worlds, Mpangazita, help me to understand the administration side of the police and the political side of the police. Maybe I really benefited out of that. As I've said to you, there are orders that I've refused to take as a national commissioner. And so I would not then give them as a minister when I know myself that how should you behave as a national commissioner. I think it's more of an experience and the understanding of environment rather than doing wrong things.
Thanks, Ndose. And again, I was actually asking these questions in the context of this thing of political interference, because in the letter where the minister actually gave directive to dissolve the PKTT, the first point, the first issue that is discussing is an instruction not to fill the vacancies in the intelligence component of the police. And that was an instruction from the minister not to fill those positions. And you had just told us that actually the person who employs is the existing structures within the police, hierarchy and the police structure, not the minister. But now the minister is coming in and is actually instructing the national commissioner to not employ anybody to continue to fill in those vacant posts.
Pangazita, I'm very jealous to be national commissioner. It's a nice job. Being a minister, you are very limited. The real power of running the police, unless we say one day we need to revisit it, is with the national commissioner. You are limited to two words there, policy and directing. Commissioner said you will command, reorganize and do everything. What you are talking about, that employing and not employing, as a minister, you run far from that thing. You are not going to tell, maybe let me tell you the secret here. There is this regulation of concurrence. I did not like it when Khumalo was made the head of intelligence by the National Commissioner. But it's a prerogative and his last word, because I thought he would be more concentrating when he's dealing with task team issues. But I can't win when it's very clear who appoints. It's very clear. So when you tell when and how and where, what area and all that, Mary, by the way, has serious problem with intelligence and Kumal. I suspect Mary again.
Okay, thanks, Dosi. General Mdluli, you told us that something very unique actually happened when General Mdluli was going to be, I don't know whether appointed or promoted.
Appointed.
There was a panel of ministers that actually interviewed him. And you said that was unprocedural. Again, is that not an example of political interference in the operations and the working of the police?
My
Why did
interpretation.
the National Commissioner not do the job? And you were the National Commissioner.
No,
by the way.
I was not a national commander. I was not
sorry.
there.
Sorry about that.
He was employed June. I came in July. But there was an acting national commissioner. I think General Williams. He was not part of that panel, and definitely the responsibilities of the national commissioner. There was an acting national commissioner who was not invited. Again, whether that's interference, I would say it is wrong. It does smell interference, but I'll end up with the word it was wrong.
Thank you, Ndosi. Can you share with us?
It doesn't smell Mkhwanazi. Smells.
Can you share with us what was his special role in the police establishment?
Who?
Mdluli.
Was the head of crime intelligence.
Oh, thank you.
No, that was his job. Was the head of crime intelligence.
So why did you suspend him?
There would be two things, but this time he was being investigated and to be charged. I can't remember if he was charged, but was investigated for some matter that has taken place in East Rand. It looks like somebody died because was suspecting uthatha. And then somebody died, and then that was an issue. So with that investigation of the matter and all those kind of things, so there had to be suspension. That's why he was suspended.
And also, you shared with us that at some point you actually got an instruction to fire Lieutenant General Shabalala.
Yes.
Who was head of PSS.
Yes.
Where was that instruction coming from?
Come from the minister and deputy minister of police, and said they were sent by the president. President was Zuma at the time.
Again, I want to cite that as one example of political interference. And you continue to tell us that there's this general whom you actually said was fired. Is it? Oh yeah, General Shabalala. I believe that it must have actually been connected with the use of Waterkloof Air Force Base by the Guptas. Was it not connected with that?
Sean Shabalala, may his soul rest in peace too, because he died. Looks like, on the story I heard, is that he was too close to President Mbeki, so he could not fit to the new presidency. And indeed, they were very, very close. Even at the funeral of Sean Shabalala, President Mbeki attended. And there was that thing that his sin was too close to Mbeki, but he was also close to Mandela before they came, and so that should be reason. I know. I'm not guaranteeing that is the only reason.
Then poor Brigadier Tau, why had he to be fired? And who actually dished out that kind of instruction?
The Bheki was supposed to have gone, I guess, to France. When the announcement was made that he withdrew, he went and made the statement. And then the advance team had gone. And then Tau was also the part of operations of the protection of president then. And he was in Algiers en route to Paris, and was instructed not to proceed, to come back. And himself, he was to be removed. Though he stayed a little bit of time, but I think he resigned himself and he joined AXA. Ended up working for AXA. Was one of the very good operational manager, Tau, and I know him because technically he trained me on techniques when we were in the bush in Angola.
Thank you, Ndosi. The establishment of the PKTT, can we look at that? You told us that the president at somewhere in Maritzburg visiting the family of a councillor who had actually been killed made an announcement that he was going to set up a team to actually deal with issues of violence, political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And then he set up the IMC, which actually ended up setting up that task team. I want us to be clear here exactly what was that, because we had in one evidence that was led here early this week that it was the NPKTT. And Undosi says, let us drop the N and remain with PKTT. What exactly did the president actually establish?
I didn't say drop the N. I said I don't know it. I don't know the N. I didn't say drop it. If somebody puts the N, he knows it, let it be. But me, I don't know anything. The president says, as in these ministers, these ministries, you go and deal with the problem in KZN, was not even to say in particular in KZN, it was KZN, because if you say in particular in KZN, there would be other places. So there was no in particular, it was just the KZN dealing with it. I don't know, but then it has gone a little bit out of the province when it comes to Forte issues and a little bit of Gauteng. I don't know if N comes from there.
Yeah, the argument was very strong that this was a national task team. It was never actually intended to be a provincial one.
If the discussion had taken place, you know, Mbangazita, one thing that I've looked here, that most of the discussions that are taking place there, they would have been more relevant if they were discussing the IMC. That's my strong feeling I have, that there would have been more relevant discussions if they were discussed on the IMC. Poor IMC then was not given the opportunity to sort matters out.
Well, Ndosi, you were the chairperson most of the time of the IMC, which actually had the responsibility to brief or report to the president on the progress that PKTT was actually making. Your last report or the last meeting of the IMC was in September 2023. Why did you not call regular meetings after that? Because
we're working for elections. We're campaigning for elections. One need to see the PKK as well, no campaign.
But the task was actually the conflicts were high.
But Mpangazita, on the 7th of March 2024, the team did brief the president. PKTT. This is March now, 2024, just 2 months away from the election.
Then, Dosige, then taking from that, then how do you reconcile that? Because the reports that we have seen so far, written reports about the operations and the successes that the PKTT, were making, how do you reconcile that with the assertion in the letter of dissolution that the PKTT has in fact overstayed its welcome? Secondly, it was not adding any value to the general operations of the South African police. It was a total waste. How then do you reconcile these two? The success story of the operations of the PKTT and the assertion by the minister in his directive that this structure actually was not working.
No, now Mpangazita, I'm sorry, you are crying at the wrong funeral now. You are literally crying at the wrong funeral. You should have asked that question before I came here. Because how do I reconcile something that does not exist? It does not exist to go and kill this KPT having not followed the procedures. It does not exist that it has no value. It does not exist that it did not do the job. It does not exist that it was not stopping the all those things don't exist. And you had an opportunity to ask that question. That's why I'm saying we are crying at the wrong funeral.
Ndosi, this is what was said under oath. That is why I'm concerned, because this was said to us under oath by no less a person than the Minister of Police of this country. So that is where my concern comes from. At any rate, we can continue.
Just Mpangazita.
Yes.
This team is established. That time, political personnel, leaders and councillors were dying every week. I would agree. I had Honorable Mathis saying was the ANC. Yes, the majority was the ANC because councillors, but people were dying every week. I'm telling you, every week. And councillors all gathered. I'm saying to you, councillors from Nongoma sleeping at Richards Bay, you know how far Nongoma, and you know how far you drive to wake up every day there and work there. That thing subsided, no doubt about it. A lot of people, I don't have the figures, but I think there are more than 40 people that do life sentences. And it started from 2011 where there was nobody arrested. There are a lot of people that are doing between 10 and 73 years and all that. By the way, there is a long list of cases that are still investigated. There where other problem would be, if you shut, there is that term, what is that term, shut when? Immediately. So if you shut immediately, what do you do with all those that are investigated going forward and all that? I don't want to come to this allegation. I don't deny them of Matlala and the Big Five and all that. But I'm talking about the thing that is in front of us. Then it subsides. It doesn't get finished. Flares up. The last one, the big one, was the death of Councillor Mkhwanazi at Nongoma at the age of 75. Those people were arrested. That's why a little bit of stability. When you go to the country at the present moment, you go to eThekwini, the councillors there, they are guarded. They're not guarded because lions are going to eat them, those councillors. They are guarded because there is a fear that they'll be shot and killed. I'm told at this time, Honourable Mathis, that there are big two political organizations, ANC and IFP, that they are guarded. Which means, while there is some work done and seen, we are not there yet, not yet uhuru, for the things to be stabilized and say, Mr. President, you said you go to KZN and deal with that matter. Now we have dealt with this matter. Sorry that it took long time, but took long time and more money, but the mission accomplished. We go to the president, we say, Mr. President, there is instability in the province. Councillors are guarded. Councillors, they still run around the chase and other things. But the time is finished. I'm sure the president will say, I didn't know that I'm sending mad people there. So that's the context of this matter. And I want to argue, if these meetings were called, these things would have been debated and discussed and understood there.
Well, thanks, Ndosi. Although I'm also still namang pathekile nje kahle because the death of Councillor Duma wangale Engoloja still remain outstanding. It has actually not been resolved until now. A young man.
Several of them, and most of them still under investigation.
Yes, okay. The meeting of the 6th of December, Brigadier Kunene, in his statement here, believes that that meeting which they held in Mr.
Meeting
Matala's
6th of December.
on the 6th, it's an operation by the
the raid.
police. Yes.
Okay.
2024. They visited the house of Mr. Matlala. It was the 10 PKTT members which Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had made available to the Gauteng police to assist them in the investigation of some high-profile cases. Then they went to meet Mr. Matlala in his house. And Brigadier Kunene believes that they touched a raw nerve by actually going there. Because after that, then Matlala met with Undos to actually looking for an advice. How is he going to handle this matter? Mkhwanazi, in Mr. Matlala's cell phone, which actually had been raided when found on him in prison now after he had been arrested, carries a conversation that took place between him and Mkhwanazi about the incident of the arrest of Mr. Matlala. Now, I'm trying to actually agree with you on the genesis, the chronology of events, which led to the directive on the 31st. And also answer your question, why? What is it that is in January? Everything in January and so on. Now, the National Commissioner then applied for leave on the 27th. On the 28th, he is at eThekwini with the minister at the funeral of a police officer. The minister does not say anything about the dissolution of PKTT. On Monday, the 30th of December, the National Commissioner goes on leave. On the 31st of December, at 5:20, a letter actually is delivered in the office of the National Commissioner. By the way, the acting National Commissioner at the time was the Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. The letter is not delivered to Mkhwanazi. It's actually delivered to...
Msikiti.
Mo?
I know where Zulu is Msikiti. L is D in Sotho.
Oh, Mkhwanazi. Okay. Now, I'm actually, annotating all of these events in their chronological order to see that, because I believed that that meeting, I agree with Brigadier Kunene, that the meeting of the 6th at Mr. Matlala's, the raiding of Mr. Matlala's residence has a direct bearing on the directive of the 31st. Now I'm troubled by then the conversation of Mkhwanazi with Matlala, where Mkhwanazi is actually saying to Matlala, no, we must actually meet, get the minister. It's somewhere here. I'll get it. The minister must actually do something about this. Now, in your statement, Ndosi, in your conversation with Matlala, he also says something must be done about what actually happened in his residence. So there is this nexus when Mkhwanazi says the minister did what he did to disband the PKTT because he was actually protecting or preventing the PKTT to continue with what they had started on Mr. Matlala. What is your take on that, Ndosi?
It's complicated. Having said that, my take, Mpangazita, is what you did not mention. The report to Matlala from Mkhwanazi to say, look, enjoy the new year. That thing that has been troubling you has been removed. For me, that's a big one. To say, Ningam hooray, Happy New Year, that thing has been removed. And I wonder by that time, even Masimula did know. By what was the date of Mkhwanazi giving the message to Matlala to say 1st January?
In fact, it was on the 2nd of January.
2nd is really Happy New Year. My take on all what the story have said is there. That is a really Happy New Year. You go, eat and dance. Your troubles are gone. What are your troubles? Is a PKTT and this other GC, whatever it is, because I don't know it. For me, that report tells the story that this letter was expected, was high expectation for some people to report somewhere. That is into say Gondil. Say go right. So that is my take on your statement, is a report thereafter that was made to Matlala by this almighty Mkhwanazi.
Ndosi, when you met Matlala, no Mkhwanazi Bombshell, I don't know him, I know his father. You you were told by Matlala that he had been approached to fund a project of someone who actually wanted to contest for the position of president or deputy of a political party. Were you aware that the same Matlala had actually been approached by Mkhwanazi to finance the well-being of the associates of the Minister of Police during the January 8th event here in Cape Town of the African National Congress, to a point where the same Mkhwanazi had actually organized is it a gala dinner where Lieutenant General Spear also was present. Did he tell you about that as well?
Yes, I knew that setting up or kicking the project of that will be funded of presidency. So they would have started with some funding of the project of his people that would go up there, come down there. Also, I think I was told about the accommodation that they would be using. It looks like Matlala has a house here at, what is this place where people have houses? That nice place? Bay.
Camps Bay.
Yeah, looks like has a house. So I did hear Spear that he was at the Camps Bay, and I remember that I was told that there is. But yes, that was shared with me. I know the minister has denied that, so that it was a lie. What I didn't understand, that lie, whether it's Mkhwanazi or whether it's Matlala or Cele, which could be a lie also, that is a lie that it didn't happen. So somewhere, somehow, there is a truth. I hope it will be found one day.
Lieutenant General Spear told us that Mr. Matlala was a known figure in the corridors of the headquarters of the police. He was a well-known chap over a period of time. And I presume even during your tenure, Ndosi, Matlala frequented the head office of the police. There was a time when Lieutenant General Spear was acting National Commissioner. Matlala visited him in his office in the company of his lawyers to actually demand why he has not been paid, something like that. Now, Ndosi is actually telling us that he only met Matlala in December through Umpungos. I don't know where your offices were, Ndosi, whether they were within the police headquarters or elsewhere. But Mr. Matlala, Lieutenant General Spear, confirmed that Matlala was a well-known figure in the corridors of head office in Pretoria.
I didn't have the offices. I didn't. I remember that Honorable Member Kolapanat will remember that we were supposed to move to, what is that building? Telkom Towers, and we never moved there. The last time I was in the sort of an office in Pretoria, Honorable Member, was before COVID. But after COVID, I literally work from the house. They've given me quite a big house there. It has a tennis court, had a bar, a barless bar, because there was nothing, no alcohol. It had some form of a place where we met. It had an office and all. So every meeting of mine took place there. I never went back to the office. I went once to check if the offices were about the good furniture, and Minister Zikalala was under pressure. He made a statement that I'm coming on Monday. Because he was as we came in Monday, we were told by the city of Swana to say, you dare go there, the thing is unsafe. Is one building, I think we paid 600 to buy it, honorable members, 600 million. But we have paid to fix it up to 2 billion. And there's nobody working on it. Even those that they went to work, like Istole and Masimula, they've been taken out to go back to where they come from. So I didn't have, and it's funny that that doesn't make noise with the police. What made noise is that Cele signed, and they wanted a new building, only signed, and hey, lost his job. There are people who have bought the building, paid 2 billion, and the building is not working and is there. The towers is not working. So I didn't have the office.
Thanks, Ndosi. Professor Mary House. You had been a national commissioner, Ndosi, and also a minister. What was his role, or I mean her role, during your tenure? Was she actually also so active in actually dishing out instructions to both the national commissioner and the minister? Is this a new phenomenon that Mary House should actually call the shots in the operations of the police?
Oh, Mary House is a wonderful person, you know. I was not on the list, so I was very far on the list to go back to Parliament. I'm sure that was obvious that I'm not going to go back. Okay. Now, 2 days before I think of the announcement of cabinet, Mary has on the, what is this, SAFM, he has an interview to say, I'm very glad that Cele won't come back. in radio. Even before the president is inaugurated, Mary knew I was not going to come back. Okay, fine, you're not going to, and the police are going to be proper and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But when Mkhwanazi was eating fire on the 6th of July, and reading these screenshots and all that, Mary was one of the channels. Said, you know, I know all those screenshots, they are from Cele's phone. That's what she said. They're not from Mkhunu. They're from Cele. Mkhunu can't do that. It's Cele that is doing all those things. I know screenshots, but Mary was sure of it. So surely, Bagazita, Mary could not have written to me as a commissioner or as an executive authority. I had some workings with Mary before elections when there was a violence in Durban, in KZN, working with her and Professor Paulos Zulu. So where we would go and report, and they see, and you will remember that were terrible police, especially from KwaZulu. Those were, I'm telling you, those were killers. The guy called Spiwe Mvuyana, those were killers. So we would share things with Meriti. I don't know where it came about, this of Cele threatening taking the Cele to parliament because Cele goes with the mafias and all. I don't know what it came about. But I did not have the luxury of corresponding with Mary on both my work as a national commissioner and as a minister.
Well, thanks, Ndosi. My parting shot would not be a question, but perhaps just to provoke your thought, Ndosi, to the fact that people out there, this process actually has not helped to strengthen their confidence in the operations of the police. What is it, in your view, that can be done to restore the confidence and the trust of the people in the police? Because clearly, Rome is burning within our crime prevention, setup. What could be done? Thank you, Ndosi.
Mbangazita is just said. I hope something could be done, but I don't think that the Rome is already in ashes. I think something could be rescued, but if I say I can sit here and tell 1, 2, 3 can be done, I'll be lying. It needs a lot of thought through. I meet a lot of police, even at the gym where I gym. I gym in 5 gyms because I don't want Nomvalo to know where I am. So I meet the police and they say things are bad and things are tough for all of them in the organization. It's a sad situation, no doubt about it.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you so much, Bangazita. Honorable James, your time ends at 27 minutes past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Minister, a lot has been said here today. Many of the technical questions has been covered. I want to say to you and ask you, there's a saying that says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Do you agree with me?
Indeed, I agree.
Do you agree with me, as things stands, SAPS cannot stand and serve with the infighting and the division?
My last statement, Honorable Member, said this is a sad situation.
It is indeed sad, sir.
It's a sad situation.
And there are 2 of such houses. It is SAPS and it is that of the governing party, the ruling party of South Africa.
What's wrong with it?
You came here today and I must say I've been shocked. Do you consider Minister Senzo your comrade or associate?
Okay, let me explain a little bit of a thing. Cele is not an ANC as an organization, is an individual. Mkhwanazi is an individual. So if Cele and Mkhwanazi, they don't see eye to eye, if they don't, it's got nothing to do with an ANC when it comes to that one. The question direct, he's my comrade.
I'm clear, thank you. I want to ask you, Minister, roughly how many times did you make contact directly with Kat Matlala?
You mean talking to him? I think it should be 4 times altogether.
4 times. How many times did he contact you? So you say you tried to contact him 4 times.
No. You mean personally?
Yes.
Yes, I met him at the hotel first time.
Mm-hmm.
We met at the house in Zimbabwe,
Mm-hmm.
and we met at the place in Pretoria. That's physical. That I've met him.
Okay. Help us understand what was so important on the 9th of May where records reflect that you tried to contact Mr. Matlala close to 10 times from 8 o'clock in the morning until I think past 11 in the evening. I think it was quite serious. Records reflect, and in the media we've seen that almost every hour you tried to reach out to him. What was this all about?
It's because he was going to be in Durban and we were going to meet. So finally, I'm told that he lost the phone on that particular day. That's why he could not answer.
But what was your reason for calling him every hour on the 9th of May?
I was checking him if he has arrived in Durban.
You were checking if he's around Durban.
Because we're going to arrive and we're going to have a meeting.
Were you going to discuss anything specific on that day?
Yes.
What were you going to
He
discuss
was
with
going
him?
to brief me about the latest discussion on the matters of the project and what was said about me. Further discussing from this screenshot that was said and about my own arrest.
You mentioned earlier on that it is okay for you to meet with him. You don't have to declare. You don't have to, ask for permission from anyone. I want to ask you, do you not find it worrying to meet with someone that has over 80 cases? You serve on the NEC. You are leader of this country. I still see you as a leader. And you said to us earlier on that you take information from him pertaining to SAPS. Is that not supposed to be directed to a certain unit within SAPS to gather information?
Chair, just before she moves to the next question. Minister, actually there is a story that IDEC has been investigating your calls to Matlala, and between March, and I can't remember which month, between March and July, you called him more than 250 times.
Sure.
There were 250 calls between the two of you from March to July. Is that correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Thanks, Chair.
But it's also the story that we have exchanged the messages 100 times. Yeah. And zero. They said I've called many times, but we have exchanged messages 100 times. I don't exchange messages. So I'm a bit distracted. The question is, Honorable Member, well, I'm not sure about 80. I think that number will have to be checked. I think the cases that has been there are 18. I think so. But myself, I can't guarantee that. Matlala, when I met him, I did not know about these issues and his arrest, Honorable Member. He was, the information came up and out as we continue, arrested for these things and all. And I have considered that the eyes that I've looked at him then are completely different as looking at him now. But me not declaring yes, I don't declare anymore who do I meet, and I guess I would have declared to sleeping in his house because it's a free piece that the ethics says we must declare those things. Would you do the same things now that you know? No, I'll be more circumspect. Is that the word? I'll be more circumspect that I have that information now.
Thank you, Minister. I asked because you were very candid in your responses earlier on, and it was worrying. It was worrying when I heard you say, I took it, I slept there, I met with him, I can do whatever I want, when we look to you still sometimes as a leader.
No, I was answering, if it came with that arrogance, surely it came very, very bad. But I was answering on the question of being a minister, and being a public representative, that there are things that you can't do, like doing things and not report. Not just because I believe it's correct, I can do as I wish. Human beings are not allowed to do as they wish. They've got some limits to whether you're a minister or not. Hence, I come to this statement, Honorable Member, that says, knowing what I know now, I guess I would behave differently than the time when I didn't know anything.
Definitely. Thank you, Minister, because I'd like to believe that our actions are guided by our morals and our principles. And this is why I ask this question. It is concerning the amount of times that you called Kat Matlala, because I tell you, it is around the same time his contract was actually cancelled by Minister Senzo. And this is why I ask.
What do you mean by same time?
I think it was around about, I stand to be corrected, it was around about May, where Kat's contract was actually cancelled by the minister. So I was just wondering what the reason was for those many calls that you made to him. Was it maybe, and this is just in my opinion, this is just unpacking how things unfolded, was it maybe because you had heard something and you wanted to give him the heads up? I don't know. So this is why I asked you that question.
Well, definitely I could not have any form of a help of cancelling and not cancelling. Definitely, I could not have come close to the minister to cancel or not cancel, so it was not going to help me on that one, even if I knew that it was going to be cancelled or cancelled. I'm very sure if it did not lose the phone, I would have phoned once. So this person is coming to Durban, you don't get that person, so you will try to phone until you get that person, because you know you were supposed to meet him. So that did not happen. That's a reason, not because it was frantic and something that was burning, especially when it comes to the cancelling. That is not for me. I don't come close to cancelling and nowhere that I was put in negotiating. And I can assure you, I could not have negotiated that with the minister. I could not.
Thank you, General. General, if this committee were to request to obtain cell phone records from your network, your service provider, would you be prepared to grant such consent and support the gathering of this information?
For what?
So that we can determine actually, if you have absolutely nothing to hide, would you be okay with that granting?
Have to be serious conditions of defining the information you want. You can't go to my phone and get any kind of information. If you determine, and there is a methodology to say, this is information we want, 205 for this information, not everything in my phone, that can't happen. But if you say you want information about Kat Matlala and all that, I'm fine, or any other. But it can't be blanket coming to my phone and getting anything in my phone.
So it's a no?
Yes, I'm simply saying, if you describe what information you want, including want information about Kat, that I'm fine. But you can't get my phone to get any other information that is in my phone that has got nothing to do with the ad hoc that is here. It can't be blanket. But you want this one about Matlala, get your 205 and carry it, I'm fine. But that you want to go through the photos and everything that is there, it can't happen. It just can't happen.
General, you earlier testified that you were aware of rumors, reports suggesting that General Sibia, and you know how I feel about this, that General Sibia runs with drug dealers. To the best of your recollection, where did you first hear these allegations? And do you believe that there's any credibility to them? Because it is concerning, South Africa is burning, and we need to identify these drug cartels and who's linked to them.
Well, I agree, it's really concerning. And it's unfortunate that there is so much drugs that are coming in the country. Of late, there are even laboratories. They bring the machines and the raw material to be done in the country. I'm sure you're aware that quite several of them, those laboratories have been busted. It is highly concerning that a person that is given the duty to prevent and protect people is touched around that. I wish that it would be a lie, but I don't have the evidence that is a lie. I don't have an evidence that is true. But for the very fact that people talk about it, it is a highly concerning matter.
Sure, General. So you're saying that General Sibia, the second in charge, people are talking about the fact that he's embroiled with drug cartels, and you cannot prove that that is a lie, but that is going around. Did you report this to counterintelligence so that he can be investigated?
Who should report to counterintelligence?
Yourself, because it has been brought to your attention. It is very serious, sir. When allegations get made like this, we want to delve deeper into it and get to the truth.
Where is the counterintelligence?
Within SAPS.
I don't know counterintelligence.
Is counter not part that investigates?
It's part of it, but I don't come close to the counterintelligence. It's not my job to speak with intelligence and counterintelligence. My job is to speak to the National Commissioner about the matters. And National Commissioner. But that would be a real political interference when I go to the structures, counterintelligence, that check this one, check this one, check this one. That would be interference.
Sir, I don't understand on which side you are, because earlier on you said you cannot interfere, and now you are saying you're supposed to go to the National Commissioner. You said earlier on that you're not accountable to anyone because you're an ordinary citizen in South Africa. So I'm saying, as a citizen, something like this gets brought to your attention, do you not report it to the police?
I thought you were talking to me as a minister at the time.
Irrespective.
That if honorable member, if I get something about you, the structure that I can go to is at the police station to open the case. Or if maybe the internal matter is to go to the National Commission. I can't be chasing units and divisions in the police. That will be the interference if you ask that. And indeed, National Commissioner would have known about these allegations, and he should have taken it forward. But it can't be me going to the counterintelligence, going to intelligence and all that as a minister. As a National Commissioner, I can do that. Otherwise, it would be a political interference. That's my point on the matter.
So, sir, you're telling me that the interest of South Africans is based on the title of a person and their jurisdiction?
It's based on law.
So only certain people are allowed to report and flag possible criminality and criminals operating within SAPS?
One thing that we're investigating here is a political interference. I'm telling you that if Cele goes to the counterintelligence and say, check Mrs. Mom Jacobs, that will be political interference. Mom James, I know you so much, I don't know why you talk. We have met a long time ago and many times, but for work. So, but I can't go and say intelligence and counterintelligence must look at you. I can't do that. That I would be doing exactly what we're fighting here for. Just imagine when politicians go to the intelligence and counterintelligence, how many times will go to be checked around and all that. It's not that because I don't want you to do it. It's because as the law, and the law must be followed. One thing that says is that ministers and politicians can't be investigators, and they can instruct the law enforcement to do that and that unless they follow the structure. The person that I can go to, two places I can go to, as an ordinary, go and open the case at the local station. Second, as I'm in the organization, go to the National Commissioner to say, National Commissioner, there is such a matter about your members. Can you check on them?
So, two things here. General Sibia involved with drug cartels, it goes unreported, he goes uninvestigated. Another thing, General Sibia also allegedly involved in a false affidavit intended to implicate General Kamalo. That also just falls by the wayside and is not reported.
That was reported to Kumalo.
No, not to Kumalo, to open up an investigation against him, even if it's just
Kumalo
internal.
is a cop. He should have opened the investigation. Cele reported it is not a cop. I can't open any investigation. But I've reported to the cop.
I want to ask you, you mentioned something, General, and you said that, you know, with the establishment of these task teams, there was also a task team that was established here in Cape Town where 200 members were deployed and staying at a hotel, and I believe that operation is still functional up until today. 200 members, 800 rand per night. Can you tell me what was the composition of that team?
There were 200 members from different, this one is a police, honorable member, is ministerial, but set by commissioner at the time. And I think it was still stolen. So these are police. Maybe let me take it from this way. The national government has put a lot of resources in this province when it comes to policing. So those were the members coming from the different parts of the country to come and work here, try to find the criminality, especially I think they were initially mentioned townships. I will remember Delft, I think Hanover Park was part of them, but there would be those townships. So to increase the capacity of fighting the murders that were here and all that. So there will be 200 for 2 months. And then they will be taken out back to their provinces and bring others. And they will come with the cars, anything around 50. There will be special forces people, most of them, there will be NIU, but there will be detectives, there will be analysts, there will be intelligence. That will be mixed, but is not the multidisciplinary in terms of other departments, but multidisciplinary in terms of police themselves. And then happened 2018 until 2019. It started 2018 April, and as Operation Thunder ended May 2019, I think that must be about 25 months. But after that, there was.
Excuse me, General, I'm being distracted with the noise coming from the corner there, the back. Thank you.
And then COVID came. That changed to be Operation Lockdown, but is still fighting with this criminality. Then has continued under the new name Lockdown, but the same resources, starting from 2018 up to the day, honorable member.
So lockdown commenced when, General?
Operation Thunder starts April 2018. It ends the name May 2019, but operations continue, same operations, but under the name Operation Lockdown.
Yes, Jay? I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Chi. Time.
Kodwa kusemnandi kangaka. Still good to hear from you.
Are you saying time up?
The feeling is...
I'm not good with sign language. I'm not finished.
Can't you give her more time, please?
It's not me who allocates time, it's these honorable members.
Okay.
If we respect each other, we are also going to respect the time.
I'm sorry.
That's how it works, because the chair does not have to move around to members explaining why this one speaks for this amount of time and why I'm speaking for this amount of time. Before the start of questions, the chair makes an announcement that your time starts at this point and will run up to this point. Like now the chair is announcing that tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock. The EFF and the PA are going to run from 9 o'clock to 20 minutes past 11.
EFF is leaving at 9 tomorrow.
And then we take a 10 minutes break. We come back at 11:30. The ANC will then run from 11:30 to 1:30. And then we break for 30 minutes. When we come back at 2, the MKP and the DA will take us to the finishing line at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, honorable members. We have unfortunately come to the end of today's proceedings.
Long live the chair.
Chair uyamazo emala Costa man emala Costa man emala.
Long live the chair.
Engithi